decide that it was a good idea to run my fingers through his hair and graze my teeth across his lower lip, to press my body as firmly against his as I could. He felt it too. His cock was hard and pressing against my lower stomach, brushing my hip, and Max slid his hand down and squeezed my ass, pulling me even closer. Heat flushed through my body. It was a rich lust like nothing I'd ever felt, and heat pooled between my legs, centering on my clit, and the mildly uncomfortable, needy ache that throbbed deep in my belly had me fisting his shirt in desperation. He was doing crazy things to me, and my God, I wanted him to do more, to kiss more than just my mouth, to grip my ass as tightly as he was, while there was nothing between us, no space, no fabric, no nothing. I wanted to rip his bloody clothes off and let him bend me over a window seat to fuck me senseless. That fantasy was getting out of control. Oh my! The sound of my brother's voice jolted me out of the moment, and Max and I split apart as if a firework was physically lit between us. Kev raised his eyebrows and looked at me with a glimmer in his eye. Should I come back later? I flushed red hot from head to toe. It was the worst mixture of horniness and embarrassment I'd ever felt in my entire life. And I almost felt as though I was going to throw up. No, it wasn't an almost. I was going to throw up. I can explain, I said quickly, flattening my hands against my body. Kev looked Max up and down appreciatively. I was hoping you'd say that. Max cleared his throat and looked at me confused. My eyes widened. Oh, this is my brother, Kevin. I waved my hand uncomfortably. Kevin, this is Max. Kev smirked. And who is Max? Shut up, or I'm sending you home, I snapped. Max coughed and took a step forwards. I think I'll leave you to it, he said, catching my eye. Kevin, it was nice to meet you. He held out his hand. Kevin looked at it. With all due respect, you've just been groping my sister. Oh my God, I'm not touching that. Max grimaced. You could have knocked. I could have, but then I'd have missed that juicy bit of gossip. If your ears burn, it's just me making her talk about you all night. He's crazy, I mouthed to Max, doing the finger twist by my ear. You know, the universal sign for crazy. My brother shot me a look that said he didn't appreciate that, but I didn't care. I didn't appreciate him barging in here when I was getting turned on faster than Blackpool illuminations. Max glanced at me one more time before quickly making an exit, and the moment the door shut behind him, I turned on Kevin. What the hell? I asked, throwing my hands out to my sides. What's wrong with you? 1, you were supposed to let me know when you were almost here, and 2, you can't just barge in here. I could have been doing anything. His lips curved into a slick smile. You were, though, weren't you? Shut up! I grabbed a cushion from the sofa and launched it across the room at him. Kevin, do you have any idea how long it's been since I had sex? Good sex! 3 years, 10 months, 1 week and 6 days? Probably. I could have ended that drought tonight. I could be on that sofa with a duke's face between my legs right now if you hadn't bounced in here like bloody Tigger. I jabbed my finger in the direction of the sofa to punctuate my point. Oh, he's the Duke. Well, bugger me backwards. Kevin, you do a wonderful Catherine O'Hara impression. I swear to God. I walked around the tables towards him, then stopped and took a deep breath. Hey, don't blame me. I didn't expect you to be in here snogging a duke, did I? Kev finally shrugged off his jacket. Is he single? No, he's married. I deadpanned. That's why I was snogging him. Ah, just as well. His eyes twinkled teasingly. So, snogging the Duke, eh? You're taking the book research a bit literally, don't we think? I dropped onto the sofa, grabbed a cushion, and buried my face into it so I could scream. He sat down next to me and patted my knee. Dear, dear, you're in quite the pickle, aren't you? Says you, I muttered. You're not exactly here because you're lighting the world on fire with your romance. Low blow, Ellie. Sorry. You're not, are you? Not really. I looked at him. Why didn't you tell me you were almost here? Why? Would you have delayed your snogathon until later? No, I'd have locked the door and made you wait outside while I had the best sex of my life. I sniffed, grabbing my wine glass. Kevin eyed me. How do you know he'd be that good? If he fucks like he kisses, I'm going to come so hard I'll pass out. My brother bobbed his head sagely. That's fair. Do you have any more of that wine? In the fridge. He got up and disappeared, and I fell back against the soft cushions. God, I was in so much trouble. I had no doubt that if Kev hadn't walked in just then, I absolutely would be naked on this sofa right now. There was no way I'd be able to stop myself from doing more with Max if we were in that situation again. I didn't want to stop. I was smarting from the fact I had to, even though I would probably wake up tomorrow and realize it was for the best. I could be impulsive sometimes. And no matter what happened, I knew there wouldn't be a happy ending here. Max's position on relationships was airtight. He wasn't going to change his mind just because he'd met me, and that was fine. Maybe I needed a fling. It had been a while since I'd put myself out there for dating, and a fling with Max could be what I needed. Yes, all right, I'd rejected the idea of sleeping with him before, but he hadn't kissed me then. This was purely a decision based upon the current state of my hormones, for what it was worth. The rational half of me was not involved in it whatsoever. Emotions be damned. Mine were going to damn me anyway. Kev returned with an empty glass and the bottle of wine I'd opened earlier this evening. I thought we'd need this. I nodded. Good call. Talk to me about what happened. He sighed, sitting down. Do I have to? It was a long bloody drive up here, and I'm tired. Can we do that tomorrow? I eyed him and sipped my now warm wine, then held the glass out for him to top it up while he was pouring his. All right, but only because I don't feel like talking either. Kev filled my glass and sat down next to me. At least you got some inspiration for your book tonight. Oh, shut up. Me. Sorry about my brother. He was supposed to let me know when he was less than an hour away, and he didn't. I watched my screen, chewing on the inside of my lower lip. It had been hours since we'd kissed, and it was close to midnight, so I wasn't even sure Max would still be awake. I also wanted to make sure that he didn't mind Kevin being here for a couple of days. I wasn't sure if it counted as subletting, since he wasn't paying me, but still. Max, don't worry about it. He could learn to knock, though. Me. He's never been great at that. It's not a problem that he's staying, is it? Max. I can't say I'm a fan of how he arrived, but no, it's fine. It's not unusual for longer-term residents at the lodge to have a friend or family member stay for a few days. How long is he here? Me. He said 2 nights, but we'll see. He's running from his problems. Max. Maybe we'll get along after all. Me. Snort. Max. Did you just type snort? Me. There isn't an emoji for that, and sending the pig didn't seem appropriate. Max. That's a fair point. Max. It might be for the best that he interrupted us. I wasn't prepared for that to go further. Should I be offended by that? There was only one way to find out. Me. Should I be offended by that? Max. I didn't have a condom, Ellie. Oh. Bugger it. Me. We have very different ideas of what was for the best. Max. Why? Do you have condoms? Me. Oh yeah, I keep them with my knickers. Eye roll emoji. Max. I don't know if you're being serious or not. Me. I am not. But it's been a while, and you don't need a condom to have fun, you know. Max. Noted. Max. This is all going to end up in your book, isn't it? My lips tugged into a smile. Me. I'm an author. Anything you say or do has the potential to end up in my novel, with all identifying factors removed, of course. Max. But of course. Me. It's not going to go in my book, Max. Max. It is. Me. No, it's not. Anything that happens between us will stay between us. What happened tonight wasn't part of the earlier proposal, was it? Max. I suppose not. That idea went out of the window with dinner, didn't it? Me. Pretty much. Besides, if we are going to spend time together, I'd rather it not be because of any kind of feeling of obligation. Max. I don't think us spending any time together is a good idea at all, but I can't seem to stay away from you. Stupid smile, stupid, skippy heart. I was in so much trouble, so much trouble. Me. It's fine. I know how this ends. It's not as if us sleeping together is going to end in some great, vibrant love story for the ages. Sex is sex. Max. I'm going to note right now that I'm not responsible if you fall in love with me. Me. Please, you're far more likely to fall in love with me. Max. Highly unlikely. Me. When you fall in love with me and you realise too late because I'm back in London, it's all on you, mister. Max. You are very good at tooting your own horn. Me. Like I said, someone has to. Max. Again, you're right. Rest assured there will be no falling on my behalf. Me. Or mine. Me. Not counting yesterday when I fell through the door. Max. I'm glad you mentioned that. Me. No falling in love. There. Clarification made. Max. Always smart to draw the line. By the way, there's karaoke at the pub tomorrow. I believe I owe you. I wrinkled my face up. I couldn't sing. Nobody needed me at karaoke. Me. I don't know. I can't sing at all. It's awful. Max. I promised to show you how wild it can be. Everyone will be there. Fred is coming, so bring your brother. Pen will be working until 10. Me. Can I think about it? Max. No. Trust me when I say you have to see this. Me. I don't know. Max. You need this for your book. I promised to show you life in Windermere. This is one part of it you need to see. Me. Sigh. Max. Let me guess. There's no emoji for that either. Me. There is. I just couldn't be bothered to search for it. Max. Well? What do you say? Me. I don't have a choice, do I? Max. No. Me. Fine. Kev loves karaoke, so I suppose I'll go to cheer him up. Max. Wait. Why did he come here? Me. I'll tell you tomorrow. I haven't gotten everything out of him myself, but it involves a proposal gone wrong. Max. Ouch. Me. Something like that. Max. I look forward to it. Be ready for 6 tomorrow evening. Me. Begrudgingly, I will be. Max. Good night, Ellie. Me. Night, Max. Chapter 25. Ellie. Ties and tutus. I'm not sure I'm up to a night out. Kevin said, fiddling with his belt. I peered over at him. You're always up for a night out. I am grieving. Grieving and proud are not interchangeable, I retorted. You know you messed up, but you're too damn proud to admit it to Aaron. My brother glared at me. I am not too proud to admit it. I just think it's a conversation to be had in person, not over the phone. Then why are you still here, He didn't reply. Exactly. I ran my fingers through my waves to fluff them. Just admit that you're scared to go back and admit you messed up. I will not. It's hard to believe you're older than me sometimes. It's hard to believe we made it this far without me killing you while you sleep. Kevin replied, You know what? Maybe I do need a night out. It's been a while. I haven't let my hair down for too long. I rolled my eyes and looked down at my dress. Am I dressed okay? If I wasn't, I was going to kill Pen. I'd asked her what I should wear, and she'd said what I'd usually wear for a night at a pub. So that's what I'd gone for. He looked me over. For a night on a street corner, sure. Kevin! He laughed, coming over to me. I'm kidding. Yes, your Duke will rip it off you by the end of the night. I swatted him away. He isn't mine. It was just a kiss. Right, and I'm having tea with the Queen tomorrow afternoon, he retorted smartly. There's clearly something going on between you, even if you don't want to talk about it. You're not here to talk about me. Besides, there's nothing to talk about. I checked my phone for the time and put it in my bag. We had 2 minutes. Ellie. Kev grabbed my arm and gently tugged on it, making me look up at him. Just think about what you're doing, all right? You said this morning he's not a relationship guy, and I don't want to see you get hurt. Kev, I know who he is and what he wants, or doesn't want, from his life. He's never lied to me or led me on. I decided to kiss him anyway. I smiled, resting my hand on top of his. If I get hurt, it's because of the choices I made, and I'm okay with that. He sighed and pulled me in for a hug. I think you got all the maturity allotted to our family. When did you get so smart? Laughing, I hugged him back. I'll be okay, I promise. All right. Looks like he's here. His friend is staying, and he's coming. His friend, huh? No, Kevin, behave. I swatted him with my bag and walked to the door. There was a black Range Rover outside. Damn. I was hoping it would be the sexy orange beast. Then again, that only had 2 seats, and I couldn't imagine someone hanging off the top of it on the country lanes around here. It was the kind of thing Jeremy Clarkson and co. would try. Now that I'd watch. I opened the door in time to see Fred get out of the car on the passenger side and grin over at me. He did an elaborate bow, gesturing for me to hop into the front seat, and I shook my head, laughing. Who is that? Kev asked, raising his eyebrows. Not your boyfriend? I replied, tugging him out so I could lock the door. Oh, stop. I was only wondering. Is this one of those weird situations where all the people around here are hot? Let's go. I was thankful I'd opted for flat shoes. Well, platform sandals, instead of straight heels tonight. It had been blisteringly hot all day, and it was still far too warm out. It was made worse by the horrid, thick stickiness that clung to every molecule of the air like it was being paid by Satan himself to punish us. It worked with a light sundress, even if it wasn't your usual bar attire. It was my usual bar attire. Hi, I said to Fred, tucking my hair behind my ear. Fred, this is my brother, Kevin. Kev, this is Fred. Fred greeted him with a warm handshake. Nice to meet you. And you, Kev smiled. Can we go? Max asked from the car. It's going to be hard enough to get parked as it is. Fred motioned to the front seat once again. Ladies first. Thank you. I smiled and got in, and he closed the door for me. Look at that, I said to Max. You're not the only one with manners around here. Shut he muttered, but his lips were twitching up to one side into a tiny smile all the same. "Everyone ready?" He looked over his shoulder. A pair of yeses came from the back seat, and he pulled away from the lodge. "Are these karaoke nights really that crazy?" I asked, looking back at Fred. "I don't trust his judgment on it, and I'm sure you've been before." Fred grinned. "They start pretty tame, but there's a whole chorus of pensioners in this village who let loose after a sherry." I feel like Max hasn't adequately prepared me for this. In his defense, there's not really any way to prepare anyone for this. It's one of those things that you're just kind of sucked into, he said, and Max chuckled. I turned around with a huff. I'm going to regret this. I just know it. It sounds fun, Kevin said with a shrug. It can't be any wilder than some of the bars in London. That's what I said, I muttered. I was told I was wrong. My brother snorted. Then it sounds like an even better night than I thought. Let's go. That's a pig, I said, gripping onto Max's arm. And it's wearing a bow tie. He peered down at me, half smiling. Your cat wears a bow tie. Yeah, but my cat is cute. That is a pig, I repeated, eyeing the giant pink and black pig wearing a neon yellow bow tie. Why is it in the beer garden? He pressed his lips together. Probably the same reason that chicken is wearing a tutu. A chicken is wearing a what? He sidestepped, taking me with him. A tutu. Yep, a chicken was wearing a tutu. If you could call it a chicken, it resembled a giant ball of fluffy white candy floss more than anything, but it was wearing a rainbow-coloured tutu. Why are there partially dressed farm animals at a karaoke night? I asked. Oh, God, is your grandmother here with a goat? Probably Goatsard. He tends to be the best-behaved one. Max looked around. Once a year they have a farm animal fashion show to raise money for the local animal rescue, and tonight is that night. And you didn't think to warn me about this. I let go of his arm with a half-hearted tap on his chest. It's not really the kind of thing one can warn about, he replied slowly. It would take quite a lot of explaining, and I'm not entirely sure there's really any way to explain it at all. Yeah, he had a point. All right, I'll bite. How does this work? I asked as we walked over to a long table with a myriad of raffle prizes on. We buy raffle tickets? If you want to. It's not required. It's also nothing to do with the fashion show. It's just another way to raise money. There was everything from soap sets to booze to a freshly baked cake on the table, and I happened to like all those things. Good evening, Max. A man with a bright disposition, who looked to be in his 60s, approached the table. This must be Ellie. Why did everyone know who I was around here? Oh, right. They all read my books, apparently. Ah, Ed, yes, this is Ellie. Ellie, this is Edward. He and his wife Samantha help keep the estate running. Max explained. Oh, hello, it's nice to meet you. I shook his hand. He chuckled. Be thankful you found me first. My wife is a big fan. I blushed. I hoped that would never get old, that I'd never stop feeling like this whenever I heard that. I'm sure I'll run into her at some point this evening. I smiled, and his eyes twinkled. Max was just explaining everything to me. Oh, he frowned. Even the farmyard fashion show? No, I'm not sure anyone could, to be honest. Why is it held in a beer garden? Edward shrugged. Why wouldn't you hold it in a beer garden? I looked at Max and nodded. That's a fair point. Can I interest either of you in some raffle tickets? He asked, picking up his little book. £2 for a strip. I'll take 2 strips, please. I opened my bag and unzipped the inner pocket, pulling out a small money bag with pound coins in.
Why do you have so many pound coins?
Max frowned at me. I grimaced. I'm a woman?
That doesn't explain it at all. Explains it perfectly well,
Edward responded. I handed him the coins with a smile. Sometimes I don't have the necessary supplies in a public toilet, and I need to use the machine in there. Max looked even more confused.
You need the condoms?
No, I've never needed to use the condom machine, I replied, although we do have those in the women's too.
Female sanitary products, Max,
Edward said flatly, handing me my strips of raffle tickets.
Oh, right, of course.
Max blinked, handing Edward a £10 note.
Just give me 4 strips and keep the change, he added.
Edward did just that.
You look awfully confused. No, I just...
Max turned to me.
There are condom machines in women's public toilets.
I stepped aside so someone else could buy some tickets. Yes, I've never understood that either. They're more common than the sanitary products. Doesn't make much sense. Personally, women have no need to wear one, so I've never much understood the need for them to be in there.
It doesn't make much sense, does it? Strange.
What other animals are going to be in this show, then? Is it all done in the beer garden?
No, it's somewhat of a parade down the high street.
How exactly does that raise money for charity? Do you just donate?
Not exactly.
He pulled me back out of the way of a woman with a goose wearing a bonnet.
That part is not so much fundraising as it is betting.
My eyebrows shot up.
There's a book at the bar. It's technically not legal, even though everyone knows it happens. Even the police place bets.
Yes, but what are you betting on?
Who wins?
That's it. I blinked at him. So, you come here, raise money, watch some farm animals dressed to the nines parade down the street, and then sing karaoke? Max put his hands in his pockets.
The parade is once a year. It was just a coincidence that you happened to be here to experience it. But karaoke really is a ride in itself.
I was starting to doubt him, although it wasn't like I'd expected to have a farmyard animal fashion show, so perhaps karaoke would surprise me after all.
Ellie, this is great.
Kev grabbed my arm.
Have you seen that pig? It's wearing a bow tie.
Oh, God. Don't get any ideas, I warned him. Knowing him, he'd start dressing up all the animals at the rescue.
No, hear me out.
He held up his hands.
We can dress up the rescue animals for adoption.
Yup. What did I just say? Or think. Whatever.
Think about how much attention they'd get if we had dogs in top hats and ducks in suits and bonnets and...
I think you need to go home, I said, interrupting him, before you get any more crazy ideas.
I'd adopt a dog in a top hat,
Max interjected. I looked at him. That's not helping.
That's very helpful.
Kev patted his arm.
I'm off to see if I can take photos of these animals before they parade. Oh, and put a tenner down for that pig to win, would you? He asked me. That's one spiffy bow tie.
He disappeared swiftly, and I blinked after him, then slowly turned to Max. I guess I have to bet on the pig? Max chuckled and turned me towards the door.
Come on. Luckily for you, I think I know who's going to win this year.
Wait, what happens if you win? If the money is for charity, how does the betting work? I asked, walking inside.
The local restaurants donate vouchers. You get one that entitles you to a free dinner.
He replied, shrugging.
Well, up to the value of £50. It's one of those things that's great if you bet £2, not so great if you've dropped 100 on a duck in a Speedo.
Have you ever done that?
I don't want to talk about it.
He blew out a breath. I dipped my head, laughing. Yeah, I couldn't say that would be something I'd want to relive either. Also, a duck in a Speedo was so going into a book at some point. I didn't know where and I didn't know when, but I knew I'd figure something out. "All right, what are you betting?" Penny asked, grinning. "Another Speedo duck venture, cousin dearest?"
No, I won't be trusting Gerald Hawkins again," Max said grimly. "Ellie's brother wants £10 on Bernadette's pig."
She looked at me. "Really? The pig?" I held my hands up in response. "That's what he said." "Okay." She opened a betting book. "His name? Kevin Aarons." She scribbled it down with the amount, then looked to me. "And you?"
Betty's donkey," Max said, handing her what looked like £100. "I've seen his costume."
Pen took the notes and counted it. "And you think everyone thinks you're a grumpy old git and not generous at all?" He stared at her.
"Shut up."
She grinned, putting the money in a tin. "Well, Ellie, what about you? Do you fancy the pig, a duck, a donkey?" "I cannot believe I'm having this conversation," I said, pulling 2 20s from my purse. "I'll go for the chicken in a tutu." Pen laughed. "Nugget is rocking that tutu this year, that's for sure. Good choice." I was glad someone thought so. Chapter 26. Ellie. Total eclipse of the heart. "I've always liked free food," I mused, looking at my voucher that entitled me to up to £50 of free food and non-alcoholic drinks at any restaurant in Windermere. I'd also managed to win a bottle of wine from the raffle that was currently sitting in the boot of Max's car. Max side-eyed me.
"Don't brag. The chicken was a good call," Fred agreed, sipping his beer. "That was one fancy chicken in one fancy rainbow tutu."
I did have to agree. I was surprised the chicken had won when the donkey dressed as a camel had shown up. No wonder Max was so salty. I'd thought for sure Doris the donkey was going to win. It was a pretty impressive costume. Still one of the strangest things I'd ever experienced, but impressive all the same. Now the karaoke was about to start, and I wasn't quite sure what to expect. I was almost expecting something super weird and kooky, and there was a good chance the vagueness had made my expectations a little too high. There was an impressive stage area set up on one side of the pub, and, by all means, it was completely packed in here. I didn't even know where my brother was. The last time I'd seen him, he was with Esme talking about animals. I didn't know if that was the safest place for him to be. Esme liked acquiring animals, and my brother liked rehoming them, so it was going to go one of 2 ways. No matter how it went, I wasn't going to be responsible for it. "When is this?" I was cut off by the lights going out, and 2 seconds later, a spotlight appeared, focused on the central point of the stage, where Penny was standing. "Good evening, Windermere," she said into a mic, holding up her hand. "I hope everyone enjoyed the always entertaining Windermere Farm Parade, and I'm pleased to share that we've raised well in excess of £2,000 for the Windy Animal Rescue." Everyone cheered. That was impressive. Seriously impressive, actually, for a village of this size. That was a lot of money, and I knew from experience just how far that money would go. So thank you all for that. You can continue donating all night at the bar or the raffle table out back. The final amount will be counted tomorrow and will be shared in Monday's edition of the Windy News. They really went in on the whole windy thing here, huh? For now, it's karaoke time. Another cheer went up. Wow, this lot liked their karaoke. First up is the one, the only, our beloved Duchess, Esme.
Oh, shit, Max muttered. That's why she was in the attic earlier.
I turned to ask him what on earth that had to do with the karaoke. when the sparkles on the makeshift stage answered the question for me. Esme was head to toe in hot pink sequins. Literally head to toe. She even wore a pink sequined headband that was adorned with feathers and glitter and sparkly gems. The first beats of Total Eclipse of the Heart came out of the speakers, and Max rubbed his hand down his face. "Oh no," he said in a low voice. "She's going in hard." I eyed him, leaning into him to see around the person in front of me. "Can she sing?" "She can sing," he confirmed. "For now, she's still sober." Esme broke out into song, and my eyes widened. She really could sing. She was hitting all the right notes, and everyone in the pub was lapping it up. "Wow," I whispered to Max, holding onto his arm. "She really can sing." I saw him nod out of the corner of my eye. "I don't understand how this is wild. This is great," I said. He leant down, bringing his lips close to my ear. "Just you wait." And wait I did. I waited through Esme's whole song, through an old man who sang the Womble song, much to everyone's amusement, and through a younger couple butchering Especially for You by Kylie Minogue and Jason Donovan. It was not long after that it started to go downhill, and I understood. I got it. The little cutesy songs and bad singers turned into elderly drunk people who were one gin past being able to rap Eminem, not that it stopped them trying. It was an old man that Max informed me was called Gerard, singing with his Speedo-wearing duck tucked under his arm. It was 3 young guys who were barely able to stand straight, wearing bright blonde wigs and pink lipstick, singing Barbie Girl by Aqua. This went on for what felt like forever. Various people singing hellishly bad songs, and it took me far too long to realize that the reason they were all dressed up appropriately was because Penny had a big bloody box of dressing up stuff under the bar. When Bernadette came out wearing a cowboy hat and tried to sit on her pig to sing You've Got a Friend in Me from Toy Story, that was when I knew. This was just a giant piss-up for oldies to relive their younger years. When the book club came out wearing bikini tops and grass skirts, I was done. I turned to Max. "This is the weirdest thing I've ever experienced." He laughed, leaning down. "I told you it was crazy." "Yeah, but I thought you meant, like, wild party crazy, not pensioners in bikinis and grass skirts," I replied. "Look at that," Kevin slurred, resting his arm over my shoulder. He lost his balance as he did so, knocking me into Max, who was just about able to steady us both. "Esme can move." I shared a look with Max. It might be wise if I take him back. In my experience, he's 30 minutes away from either passing out or vomiting. "Ooh, Esme!" Kevin waved his arm in the air. Max glanced at him. "I think that might be a good idea. Have you seen Fred?" I shook my head. "All right, why don't you take Kev—" "Woo!" My brother leant against me, pushing me. "Ugh," I grumbled, staggering to the side. "Why don't I take Kev back to the car, and you see if you can find Fred?" Max did a slick move between us and took Kevin's very happy, very drunk weight from me. "Okay, I can do that." I nodded and turned away, going on my hunt for Fred. It didn't take me long to find him. He was at the bar chatting to a pretty young woman with blonde hair, and I grimaced when I stepped up and had to interrupt their obviously very close conversation. "I'm so sorry to butt in," I said to her. "Fred, we're taking my brother home. Are you staying?" Fred glanced at the woman opposite him with a small smile. "Yes, I'll make my own way back." I fought back a knowing smile. "All right then. Sorry to have bothered you." He grinned at me, and I left him to make the most of the rest of his night with whoever his new friend was. I made my way out of the pub to the car park. Kevin was sitting in the back seat on his phone, and I jumped in the front, then reached back and took it from him. "Nope, you are not drunk texting Aaron." I secured his phone in my bag and turned around. "Hey!" my brother protested. "I wasn't drunk texting anyone's." Max started the engine and glanced at me.
"Did you find Fred?"
Yes, he was at the bar, making friends with a very pretty blonde woman. He laughed.
"I'm sure he was."
He said he'd make his own way back, and he seemed pretty sober, so... "Where are we going?" Kevin asked, slumping against the door. "Are we going to party?" "Yes, we are," I said, reaching back and patting his knee. "It's a great party. You can shut your eyes for a couple of minutes if you want to." "Maybe," he mumbled, closing his eyes. I watched him until his jaw became slack. Well, passing out is better than vomiting.
"Amen to that."
Max flicked the lights to full beam.
"He's hammered."
"Yeah, he's having a rough few days." I peered back at him. I'm not sure he's going to feel any better about it all in the morning, though.
"What's going on with him? I got the impression yesterday that you didn't know he was coming, and you didn't say."
I prodded Kev's leg, but he didn't so much as twitch. "His boyfriend proposed, and he freaked out," I explained. "I'm pretty sure they'll work it out, but Kev has a bad habit of burying his head in the sand. That's what he's doing here."
"That's a long drive from London to bury your head in the sand."
"Well, our parents have retired and spend most of the year in Portugal, so I suppose I was quite a bit closer than that."
"Good point."
Max turned onto the road that led to the estate.
"That seems quite drastic for a failed proposal."
To be honest, I'm not sure it did fail. Kev didn't actually answer Aaron.
"Ouch, that's rough."
"Pretty much. He's supposed to go back tomorrow, but I'm not sure he's in any state to." I glanced over my shoulder at him. "I think I'll have to call Aaron myself tomorrow and talk to him."
"You're going to fix it?"
"No, it's not my mess to fix. That's something that only Kev can do. But he and Aaron have been together for 10 years. He's like my brother too, and I want to make sure he's all right."
"You're too nice. Do you know that?"
I laughed, using the footwell space to stretch out my legs. "No, I just want to make sure he's happy, that's all." He smiled, shaking his head, and parked outside the lodge.
"Let's get him inside."
"If we can." It was debatable. I was pretty sure he was passed out, to be honest. I didn't know how the hell we were supposed to get him inside without hurting him or ourselves, especially considering that I had the upper body strength of a baby bird. None. I had none. "Kev?" I reached back and thumped his leg. "Wake up!"
"Ellie,"
Max whispered. "What? I've done worse," I replied, hitting my brother again. "Open your eyes!" Kev forced his lids open and looked at me, although I wasn't sure he had the slightest idea who I was. I'd told him those shots were a terrible idea. "We're back. We're putting you to bed," I told him as Max got out.
"We? Is Max staying over?" he asked, fumbling for the seatbelt. "Tell him to stay with me instead. I'm way more fun than you."
"I am so sorry," I said to Max, getting out of the car. "I don't think he's been this drunk for 15 years.
Shh.
Kev clung to Max and moved his finger in my direction, as if he were going to press it against my mouth, but it was a good 3 feet away from me.
"Don't let him know how old I am."
Jesus, he was 32. He was hardly knocking on the door of the Department of Work and Pensions to reclaim a meagre percentage of his tax contributions, was he?
"Hello, Max. Are you sure you'd like my sister over me?"
Kev ran a finger down Max's chest. Max, for his part, seemed totally unbothered by it. I was having the time of my life. It took 3 attempts to get the bloody key in the lock because I was trying so hard not to laugh.
I think you need to stop talking, mate, before you say something you'll regret,
Max said diplomatically. Aaron, I must call him, Kev announced, raising his fist in the air. We shall get Mela married henceforths. Oh, good. We'd gone from slurring drunk to medieval night drunk. That was always fun. He's probably in bed, I told him, helping Max get him over the threshold. Why don't you go to sleep and speak to him tomorrow? No, I must tell him my answer. Okay, hold on, I'll call him, and if he answers, you can talk to him. If not, he's asleep, and you'll leave him until tomorrow. Deal? Deal or no deal, open the box. Lord help me, was that show even still on TV? I pulled my phone out of my bag, ignoring Max's panicked look, and pretended to dial Aaron's number. I made a show of waiting for an answer, then, after about 45 seconds, sighed and pretended to hang up. He's sleeping, Kev. Oh, balls, I should sleep. He looked at me with wide eyes. Shit, where's my phone? I had no idea why he added a random L to words when he was drunk, but it was funny. I have it. It's got no battery. I'll charge it for you, I promised, pulling my sandals off. Come on, upstairs. I'll bring you some water. Yes, yes, to water. He raised his hand again as if he were a Roman emperor leading an army to war. The only leading he was doing was leading me to exhaustion. Oh, my God, I whispered to myself, heading into the kitchen. It had been a long time since I'd seen my brother drunk, and I'd forgotten just how insufferable he was. I fetched him a glass of water and went upstairs to the room he'd chosen to stay in. He was already lying on the bed, and Max was closing the curtains. He turned when he saw me and pressed a finger to his lips in a shh motion, nodding towards the bed. Kevin was out of it. He must have passed out the second his head hit the pillow. I set the glass down on the bedside cabinet and pulled off his shoes. Together, me and Max were able to shimmy the duvet out from under him and tuck him in, and we left quietly, closing the door behind us. I closed my eyes and sighed. Thank you for that. Max chuckled, leading me downstairs. We've all been there. You don't drink, at least, not like that. Not anymore, but I made some pretty bad choices at university. I rolled into bed in that state more than once. He paused. Actually, I think me and Fred usually just passed out in the living room. He hasn't done that in a long time. Either he got carried away, or this proposal thing is playing on him more than I thought. I checked on Winston to make sure he was safely inside, which he was, then turned back to Max. This might have been one of the weirdest nights I've ever had. His lips tugged to the side. Now do you understand why I couldn't explain it? Yes, honestly. There's not really any way to describe what's happened tonight, but I fear I'm going to have to try in a future book. Now that's something I want to read. Speaking of, I can't believe you actually read my book. I leant against the kitchen counter. Like, you read it. Max raised his eyebrows. Grandma had a point. Don't tell her I said that, though. I wouldn't dare. I smiled a little. Did you enjoy it? Your book? No, our conversation. Yes, I enjoyed it, as much as I don't want to admit it. Oh, no, not the big, bad, grumpy Duke enjoying a, gasp, girly romance novel. I turned away with a roll of my eyes and grabbed a glass to fill it with water. The tap roared out as I put it on too strong, and the water whirlpooled right out of the glass, so I turned it down, filled the glass, and spun around. To Max, right in front of me. Can I help you? I asked, sipping my water.
Yes.
He gripped the edge of the counter either side of me.
What are the chances that your brother is going to wake up from his drunken stupor?
Before 10 a.m. tomorrow. Almost impossible.
Well then.
He cupped my neck, lowering his mouth closer to mine.
We have unfinished business.
We do? Max took the glass and put it on the counter with his free hand, and I barely had time to breathe before he cradled my face and brought his lips against mine. His kiss was firm and forceful, and I squeaked in shock. Ah, that unfinished business. I pulled back and looked at him, my breath catching. Max, are you sure?
Ellie.
He dipped his chin and kissed my jaw, trailing a path down my neck, and I tilted my head to the side.
I would have done this long before now if I could have.
I swallowed as my stomach tightened. I couldn't say if it was nerves or anticipation, but a shiver danced down my spine and shook my whole body. Max's lips traced a line of slow, tantalizing kisses across my neck and collarbone, and I could feel all the desire pool in the depths of my belly and between my legs. He slid his hand around the back of my head and fisted my hair, tugging my head back. Every kiss set a tiny inferno of desire bolting through my body, and I reached out to grasp his shirt. Just when I thought he was going to kiss me properly, he pulled me away from the counter and towards the table in the middle of the room, pushing me against it until I was on my tiptoes and perching on the edge. He dropped his hands and slid them up my legs, pushing my dress up until it was around my hips. Max,
Are you asking me to stop?
I paused, then shook my head.
Do you want me to carry on?
I nodded.
I need you to tell me, Ellie, with words.
His blue gaze bore into mine.
Do you want me to stop?
No.
Do you want me to continue?
I inhaled sharply. Yes.
Then shh.
He covered my mouth with his, kissing me deeply, and I melted against him, only pulling back when his thumb got closer to the apex of my thighs. Max. He looked at me. I'm wearing tights. He caught his tongue between his lips, slowly pulling it back into his mouth.
Ah,
that's what I was going to tell you, I said with a smile. He pulled me off the table, and I kicked off my shoes, then reached right up under my dress to my bra and rolled the tights down.
Are those tights or a torture device?
He asked, watching as I pulled my feet free. You're thinking of Spanx. I dropped the balled-up tights on the table next to me and looked at him. Tights are far more comfortable than Spanx.
Ellie, stop talking.
He stepped up to me again, and this time I hopped onto the table and parted my legs so he could get even closer. I hooked my ankles behind his thighs and circled my arms around his neck, holding him against me as we kissed. It didn't take much until I was rolling my hips against him and all but begging for him to take off his shirt. I slid my hands down his body and pulled his shirt from his trousers, letting my fingers get to work on the buttons. He pushed on my knees, indicating I should unhook my ankles, and I did so, leaning back so I could undo the buttons of his shirt. With them freed, I pushed the shirt over his shoulders, and Max shrugged it off, then shoved it to the side. Everything about the way we came back together was desperate and quick, and the straps of my dress fell off my shoulders as I gripped the waistband of Max's trousers.
I don't think so,
he murmured against my lips. He released me and pushed me back by my shoulders, quickly moving to bunch my dress around my waist and part my thighs. Realization of what he was about to do washed over me, but he was faster. I was barely holding myself on my elbows when he brushed his fingers over my underwear, and my hips bucked as he made contact with my clit. He moved my underwear to the side and bent down, still holding my legs apart with my ankles resting on his shoulders, and kissed the top of my thigh. My breath hitched for a moment, and I shuddered out an exhale as he rolled his tongue over my clit. Holy shit. He made easy work of me, teasing me with his tongue in all different kinds of ways. As he explored my wetness with his mouth, I lowered onto my back on the table and reached down, finding my fingers sliding into his soft black hair. Everything about what he was doing was driving me to the brink of orgasm. From his tongue on my clit to his fingertips digging into the skin of my inner thighs. I let out a quiet moan and closed my eyes as he focused fully on my clit, applying pressure like nothing I'd ever felt to that tender area. My body tensed, and my hips moved almost as if I had no control, and I tightened my grip on his hair as I rode against the sensation of his tongue until I could do nothing but cry out in pleasure. He was in no hurry to move, licking and sucking and kissing until I'd stilled, breathing heavily, with my legs trembling over his shoulders. He pushed my legs down and stood, staring at me as he wiped his mouth. There was a carnal glint in his eye that made goosebumps prickle up all over my body, and the gruffness of his voice as he said, "Take off your clothes, Ellie," almost made me come all over again. Seriously. I did as I was told, sitting up to pull my dress over my head, and then unhooking my bra and pulling it off so I was completely naked. Max pulled his wallet from his pocket and tossed it on the table. "Get out a condom." He wouldn't need to tell me twice. I rummaged through a stack of receipts in the notes section while he stripped off and kicked his trousers and boxers away, then offered him the little packet. He took it and ripped it open, and I couldn't look away as he rolled it over his hard cock. He came back, holding my legs open, and I blinked at him. "Right here," I breathed, propping myself up on my elbows again. "Ellie," he murmured, leaning over me, bringing his lips to my ear. "I've read one of your books. Didn't your hero fuck her on the table in that one? Twice?" My only answer was a sharp inhale. "Exactly." Max straightened and reached between us for his cock, then brushed it against my wetness. Slow and teasingly, he finally pushed inside me, and I dropped my head back, parting my lips as he grabbed my hips and tilted them to where he wanted them to be. Oh, fuck. It felt good. Too good. I dropped back and threw one arm over my eyes, reaching the other out for the edge of the table to grip. A deep sound came from Max that sounded something like a throaty chuckle, but before I could ask him what the fuck he was laughing at, he fucked me. Slowly at first, almost tentative, until he yanked me down so my bum was hanging over the edge of the table. As if that had pulled a trigger, he picked up the pace, digging his fingers into my hips, holding me exactly where he wanted me. He fluctuated between hard, desperate thrusts and slower, more controlled ones that were just as deep as the other, and the difference between the two had heat prickling all over my skin and almost incoherent moans of pleasure escaping my lips. The man could fuck. He played me like a fiddle, teasing me with rougher, harder sex before pulling back to a pace that wasn't quite gentle lovemaking, but slow enough that it was painfully teasing. "Max," I breathed, "please." He leant over me, covering my body with his, and kissed me in such a way that he caught my lower lip between his teeth.
I could get used to you begging.
Don't, I whispered against his lips. It won't happen again. He laughed quietly, then pushed himself up and buried himself as deeply inside me as he could. I gasped, trying not to moan in delight when he rocked with me, hitting that sweet spot that was probably confused about what was happening to it, because that had never happened before. I know, I was a fucking cliché. Max,
You want to come?
he asked, flattening his hands on the table, looming over me like a sexual god.
Now.
I gripped his forearm and nodded. Please. He lowered his upper body until I could feel his breath fluttering my hair against the table.
Go on then,
he whispered into the curve of my neck, bringing one hand up my body to cradle the back of it.
Come all over my cock, Ellie, just like you really want to.
I did. I wanted to. He held onto the back of my neck, lifting my head slightly, and didn't just fuck me. He fucked me. He fucked me so emphatically I physically moved against the surface of the table, and I was pretty sure I heard the table legs squeak as it slid across the tiled floor a little. Unbothered, Max moved with it, and there was nothing but the roaring of my pulse in my ears and the frantic beating of my heart as I did just as I was told. I came. The orgasm was intense, a whole-body experience that made all my muscles clench and my back arch and my breath catch. My fingernails dug into both the table and Max's arm, and he grunted and groaned as my lower body muscles tightened like mad, almost holding him in place inside me. It didn't matter. Through the rushing of my blood in my ears, I heard his low, guttural grunt. That, accompanied by him holding his cock deep inside me, told me I wasn't the only one who'd come hard. I loosened my grip on Max as he sagged down, holding himself up by planting his palms either side of my waist. We stayed like that for a moment, both of us breathing heavily, neither of us moving, until my legs finally gave out. Max pulled out of me, still using one arm to hold him up.
Fuck,
he breathed, dropping his chin to his chest. His hair tickled my breasts, and I pushed his head away while giggling at the sensation. I think we can consider that business finished, I said, throwing my arm over my eyes again as I attempted to catch my breath.
Oh no.
Max lowered his face to mine and pressed a hard kiss to my lips.
After that, it's not finished, Ellie. Not at all.
I wasn't sure I could argue with that.
Chapter 27. Max. A new best friend. Good morning, you hussy, Grandma said, sliding a fried egg on top of a slice of toast. Fred paused in the doorway and turned to look at us. He was in yesterday night's clothes and looked more than a little bit dishevelled. Good morning. I smiled into my cup of tea. Sit. Grandma pointed at a stool in front of the island. I really need a shower, he replied. She pushed the plate in his direction. I made you breakfast, you will eat it. Fred dipped his head. Yes, Mum. He shuffled over to the island and sat down, accepting the cutlery she handed him. And you can stop smiling, Grandma said, looking at me. Don't think I didn't see you slinking in here after midnight when I was coming home. I sipped my tea. It's my house. Where were you? Last I was told you'd left with a woman. I was almost excited until I remembered you're an emotionless prat. Yup, she was hungover. I left with Ellie and her brother. Kevin had quite a lot to drink last night, and she needed a hand getting him to bed safely. That doesn't take 2 hours. We are friends, you know." Fred snorted. I shot him a look. "Grandma, I'm a grown man. This is my house. I can come and go as I please." "Yes, you can. You're absolutely right." She slid 2 fried eggs onto some toast and looked over at me. "And you can tell me you're friends with Ellie all you like, but Max, friends don't fuck." Fucking great. Fred choked on his breakfast and he leant forward, smacking his fist against his chest to dislodge whatever was being a nuisance for him. "Grandma," I scolded her. "I'm off to eat my breakfast and read my book. Don't bother me. They're about to bang, and they're definitely not just friends either." She picked up her plate and strolled out of the kitchen, leaving me and Fred staring after her in disbelief. He jerked around to look at me. Is she right? I gave him a withering look. I'm not dignifying that with a response. She's right. He stabbed his last bit of toast with his fork and dragged it around the plate, scooping up the want-away egg yolk. "You're going down swinging with her, aren't you?" "I have no idea what you're talking about," I said dryly, getting up to put my empty cup in the sink. "Kevin was in a bit of a state, so I helped her get him home." "Ellie said last night before you left, at 10:15. I shook my head. "I'm not discussing this, Fred. We're not 18 anymore." "Hey, I'm not trying to get the sordid details out of you. I'm just glad you listened to me for once and loosened up." It was too early for this. I wasn't about to get into the details of what had happened last night between me and Ellie. It was just that, between me and Ellie. If I started talking, he'd only ask if it meant I was finally relenting on my years-long position to avoid relationships. Then I'd have to go down a road of discussion I wasn't happy to travel. The truth of the matter was simple. I was utterly fucked. I'd promised to show her the karaoke, and doing that with Fred and her brother in tow had seemed like a good idea. We weren't alone, it wasn't anything remotely similar to a date, and there would be no chance of us stepping over another line. Until we'd been left alone all night. I'd introduced her to more people than I could count. I'd laughed more with her last night than I could remember laughing in years, and watching her wide-eyed discoveries of all the animals on the parade was one of the purest, best things I'd seen in a long time. And I couldn't stay away from her. No matter how hard I tried, something drew me to her. Every time she'd laid a hand on my arm or leant into me, I'd moved in closer to her. I'd wanted to be closer to her. Everything about her was fucking enthralling to me, and I didn't understand how she'd walked into my life in her burst of sunshine and done this to me. How she'd made me feel things for her that I'd never felt, that I'd never wanted to feel. I was all kinds of fucked up over Ellie, and I wasn't sure I could undo it. I wasn't sure I was able to, that there was even a way to make these feelings for her go away. I knew she felt something too. It was there in her eyes every time she looked at me, a little twinkle in her dark blue gaze that resonated with a deep part of me. That was what scared me more than anything. I knew what she wanted from life. It was in all her books. The happily ever after, the wedding and the family and the happiness that most people dreamt of for their entire lives. I knew I had to stop whatever was between us. I had to tell her that we couldn't do this anymore, that we'd already crossed too many lines, that it was better if we'd just stayed away from each other. I was a coward, though. I was selfish and I was weak. I couldn't do it. I couldn't build that wall between us. Something wouldn't let me. The thought of opening our text thread or calling her or going over there to tell her this had to stop made me feel sick. This woman had a hold on me unlike anything I'd ever experienced. I couldn't walk away from her. This would only end in heartache. I knew that, and I still just couldn't bloody do it. I wanted to spend every second with her that I could because it wouldn't last forever. Her time here was always limited, and I was using that as a pathetic justification for my actions. I needed a reason to be weak, and that was it. That she was leaving anyway. She'd been here for a month already, and although she had a 3-month tenancy, I knew her book was going well. She'd said as much at some point last night, and I knew she was going home when she was done, so I wanted to make the most of the time left here. I would probably never see her again after that, and that was likely for the best. I could go back to my quiet, simple life where my grandmother made the odd comment about marriage and great-grandchildren, and Ellie could live her happy life in London and find the person who would give her everything she wanted out of it. I wasn't sure I was able to be him. The problem was that there was a part of me that might just want to be. Winston sat on the top step right in front of the door and stared at me. I stared right back. Meow. It was high-pitched and pained, so I walked up the steps to him and scratched his head. He closed his eyes, leaning into my hand. A weird noise that mildly resembled a purr vibrated out of him. This cat made the strangest noises, truly. The door swung open and Ellie stopped with a start. "What is this? Are you having secret meetings without me?" I peered up at her, still loving on Winston. "No, I was coming over here and he shouted at me, so I was obligated to pay him attention." "That's not how it works. You have to argue with him for at least 5 minutes before you give in, or he's going to get spoiled." "Yes, this is what's going to spoil him." I stood up, fighting back a smile. "I see your brother is still here." "Ugh," she groaned. Winston stretched and walked inside, rubbing himself against Ellie's legs as he did, and she frowned after him for a second before turning back to me. "Give me 2 minutes to put some shoes on," she told me, then turned around. I waited for her to slip her feet into some trainers and grab the keys from the inside of the door. Then she stepped outside with a sigh. "That bad?" Ellie shrugged. "Not really. It's just a bit more drama than I have the energy for." She skipped down the steps ahead of me and put her hands in her dress pockets. There was only one appropriate thing to say to her here. "I like your dress." She grinned. "Thanks, it has pockets." She stuck her hands out and swayed, showing me them. Shit, that was a mistake. She was frigging adorable. "I know, that's why I commented." I laughed and fell into step beside her, walking to the lake. "You did that just so I could show them off? What a gentleman." She nudged me, still grinning, and dipped her chin. "Every dress should have pockets." "What for?" "Snacks and weapons of mass destruction, obviously. What else would a woman put in her pockets?" An excellent point. I'd give her that one. Honestly, that was something we could all aspire to keep in our pockets, man or woman. "So, what happened this morning?" Her smile dropped and I hated that I brought it back up. "It's really not that bad, it's just drama." "Here." I pulled her through an archway covered in ivy and a climbing rose to a part of the lake that most people missed. It had its own small dock that was my favourite spot to fish from, and I'd chosen this spot for my mum's memorial bench. "Oh, this is pretty," Ellie said, sweeping her skirt under her legs as she sat on the bench. Kev woke up and chose regret this morning." "Probably the automatic choice, given how drunk he was last night," I replied, sitting next to her. "Well, yes. The other part was that he'd texted Aaron before I confiscated his phone, and I knew that because Aaron called me first thing this morning and asked what the hell he was talking about. He screenshotted and texted me while on the phone so I could see the long, rambling, very misspelt apology my brother had sent from the pub's toilet." I grimaced. It's never a good idea to drink and text. I agree there. Kev came down when we were on the phone, was mad I was talking to Aaron, then they argued. Aaron told him to shut up and call him when he was ready to act like an adult and not like a child. Ouch. "He has a point," I said gently. "Oh, he does. That's why Kev chose drama." I told him just that. Ellie shrugged. "He's 32, not 18. I told him that running away was a bad decision, when if he'd just spoken to Aaron yesterday morning, it all would have been sorted." I leaned back and stretched my legs out in front of me. Does he even want to get married? Well, that's the thing. Ellie turned to me. He does. He's even considered proposing to Aaron himself, and I've known for a while that Aaron wanted to.
I'm not sure what happened, and he won't actually tell me why he couldn't answer, so I don't know. It doesn't make sense.
Cold feet, maybe? It's one thing to think you want something, it's a whole other scenario when you're faced with the reality of it. Hell, this woman had me realizing that firsthand.
I don't know, she said softly, looking back out at the lake. He's not going anywhere today because he's in no fit state to drive, and the last thing I want is to have to bail his car out of somewhere because his stupid hungover backside is over the limit.
Do you think he'll leave tomorrow?
I've got no idea. I hope so. He's all up in my business and won't let me write.
She sighed.
It's like having 30 Winstons around.
I laughed.
Don't laugh. I have a deadline to hit and I'm already behind because it took me so long to get started. Now I'm trying to figure out how to work a duck in a darn Speedo into my book.
Still laughing, I reached my arm out. Come here. Sighing, Ellie shuffled down the bench and tucked herself in next to me, resting her head on my shoulder.
I think aliens abducted you and swapped you for someone nicer.
Careful, I will throw you in the lake. She shuddered.
There you are, back to normal.
I trailed my fingers up and down her arm, smiling. I'm not always an arsehole.
Just most of the time.
Just most of the time, I confirmed, looking out at the water as Grandma's beloved duck swam into view with her babies.
You're not that bad, she said softly. You're cuddling me right now. Arseholes don't cuddle.
You look like you needed one.
Arseholes don't notice stuff like that either.
Shh! Stop ripping apart my carefully crafted persona. She laughed and her cheek rubbed against my shoulder when she shook her head.
I would never. Although you should know that the hero in my book, who is absolutely nothing like you, is currently going through a redemption arc where he realizes that love was there all along.
How very noble of him, I deadpanned. Ellie laughed harder, throwing her head back. Stop it. I'm just saying. I squeezed her arm, laughing myself. Does that stuff happen in real life?
I don't know, but it's fun to write about, especially with this hero where he was the one who had a broken heart and had to learn to overcome his trust issues.
You get right in there, don't you? What?
It's always the heroine who's broken-hearted and needs to learn to trust again. This time it's the hero, and it makes him falling for her even sweeter.
I didn't reply to that. It hit a little too close to home, even if I hadn't had my heart broken by a woman. Learning to trust wasn't something that had ever come easily for me, whether that be friends or romantically. I'd never really opened to romantic trust. A casual teenage relationship that I knew would go nowhere didn't count in my mind. Love at 18, 19, even 20 was vastly different to love at 30. Yet here she was, Ellie, making me do it whether I wanted to or not. You can use the library, you know, I said quietly. Huh? To write, if your brother is under your feet, come up and use the library. Grandma is having lunch with the book club girls in town today, and I'll make sure Fred doesn't bother you.
Do you mean that?
Yes, I said honestly. It doesn't get used enough as it is, and if it will help you get some writing done, you can use it. Whenever you'd like, actually. Whether you're being bugged by someone or not. She touched her hand to my stomach and I looked down at her. She was peering up at me with a gentle smile playing on her lips. There was a little sparkle in her eye that sent a jolt of warmth through me, and I couldn't help but smile back at her.
Thank you.
Don't mention it. I reached over and pushed some hair from her eyes, tucking it behind her ear. Our gazes held for just a second too long before I broke the eye contact and looked back at the water. Ellie slowly turned her head to follow my gaze. I focused on the ducklings. They were just old enough now to venture off a little further without their mum, but she was quick to quack them back over if she felt one was going a little too far. It was quite funny watching them, this gorgeous, slick black duck who shone various shades of green and purple when the sun hit her right, and this bunch of tiny fluff balls that were more grey than anything. This is my mum's bench, you know. Ellie stilled.
It is?
Why had I said that? Yes, we put it here on what would have been her 50th birthday. She shifted her body away from me and turned to look at the back of the bench and the plaque that was there.
In loving memory of Isabel Darlington, she read out softly. The Duchess of Windermere.
She met my eyes.
Is that your last name, Darlington?
Technically, it's Windermere. My family has always used the ducal title as the surname where the situation warranted it, but I prefer to use Darlington for personal situations.
Is that your actual family name, not related to the title?
No, it's my mother's family name. She tilted her head to the side, and I could almost see her brain whirring with indecision. She wanted to ask me why I preferred it. I braced myself for the question, but it didn't come.
Oh.
Ellie settled back against me, looking out at the water.
Okay.
I peered down at the top of her head, but that was it. That was the end of it. No questions. Nothing about how she died, why I preferred her name, why I hadn't mentioned my father. She just didn't ask. She'd wanted to, I'd seen it in her eyes. She couldn't hide her emotions for the life of her, and her curiosity had burned a hole in my gaze for a moment. But she hadn't asked.
Oh my God, how did you get here?
I jerked my attention in the direction of where she was looking, but I was already grinning because I knew the meow that responded. Winston, did she leave the door open again?
I did not.
Ellie swatted me and watched the mischievous cat as he pounced up onto the bench next to her and curled up into a ball. Arsehole, she muttered. I chuckled.
Do you have anywhere to be?
She asked in a gentle voice after a few moments. No, do you?
No. Can we just sit here for a while?
I rubbed my hand along her arm. Yes, we can. And that was it. That was the moment, sitting with her by the lake, staring out at the water, that I realized something I wasn't ready to admit to myself. That I wasn't ready to accept. That I wasn't even going to whisper in my mind. Because once I admitted that I was falling in love with Ellie Aarons, there would be no way back from it.
Chapter 28. Ellie. Plot holes. I tapped my finger against the table. Writing in the library at Greygarth House was what dreams are made of. The shelves stretched up into the heavens, and the large windows let in just enough sunlight that it illuminated every inch of the room. I could quite happily set up camp in here and never leave. I didn't expect to see you in here. I turned at the sound of Fred's voice. Hi, sorry, I'm not in your way, am I?
No, but I think I'm probably in yours.
He laughed and held up a laptop.
Mind if I join you? My emails are blowing up, and this room has the best internet in this place.
Go ahead, as long as you don't talk too much. He mimed zipping his lips and sat down at the opposite end of the table to me. He opened his laptop and got stuck in, and I turned my attention back to mine. Not that I was writing, mind you. I was... dilly-dallying was probably the best phrase for it. Yes, I was dilly-dallying. Not quite lollygagging, but I was getting there. I was stuck. Totally stuck. My editor had emailed me this morning with a note that I had a huge familial plot hole that I needed to figure out before I could go any further. God, I hated plots. This was the problem with being a pantser. If there was a plot hole, it was a pig to write your way out of. I had to create some kind of drama that meant the hero's family didn't talk to each other, and I wasn't sure how to do that. What kind of drama did aristocrats even have? Trivial drama wouldn't cut it. It had to be something deep and painful to everyone involved, and I had no idea what it needed to be. It didn't help that I couldn't get Max out of my head. Ever since he'd mentioned his mum's bench yesterday, it was like something had changed between us, almost as if that small action had knocked through one of his walls. I didn't want to think about what it meant. I was a little scared of what it meant. When we'd met, he'd been so closed off, so almost cold, and he'd been unwilling to talk about anything. Yet he'd taken me to that bench. He'd said what it was. I hadn't even noticed the memorial plaque until he'd pointed it out to me. It had just left me with more questions than answers. When had she died? How had she died? What about his father? I sighed, dropping my head forwards. I needed a break from my break.
"You all right over there?" Fred asked, looking over. "Sorry, you said not to talk."
I lifted my head and forced a smile. "Writing is hard," I replied.
He laughed. "I'm sure. Can't say I've ever tried it myself."
"Don't. It's a trap."
"Anything I can help with?"
I smiled gratefully. "No, but thank you. I'll just stare at the page until I give up, eat my body weight in sugar, and have it randomly come to me while I'm halfway through chopping an onion in a week's time, when it'll be so overwhelming that I'll go to write it down and ultimately forget to eat." Fred raised his eyebrows.
"That does sound stressful."
"Just a bit." I laughed, leaning back in the chair. "It's fine. Today clearly isn't my day for writing." I blew out a breath and stared at the screen. All the words blurred together. Not even changing it to dark mode had helped like it usually did. It glared at me.
"Something on your mind?"
I slowly swung my gaze towards Fred. "That obvious, huh?" He pressed his lips together.
"I saw you yesterday, you and Max."
I said nothing.
"At his mum's bench?"
"How?"
"Esme couldn't find him for something with the goats, or so she said, and asked me to look for him. It's somewhere he goes when he needs a moment."
Fred's smile was sad, and he pushed his laptop away from him.
"I saw you together and didn't want to intrude."
"Thank you." He nodded.
"You don't know, do you?"
How she died. I knew that was what he was asking. "No." I fidgeted, rubbing my fingers. I know how he feels about a lot of things, and he's never really brought it up, and I didn't want to ask.
"I thought as much."
He eyed me for a moment.
"It's not my place to tell you how his parents died."
"I would never ask you to."
"I know. Just, if you really want to know, you can Google them. It's not a big secret."
Fred closed his laptop and stood up, tucking it under his arm.
"It's that simple."
I glanced at my own screen before I looked away, towards the window, out at the garden.
"Pass me your phone."
"Pardon?"
"Pass me your phone,"
Fred repeated, holding out his hand. I picked it up and handed it over.
"Unlocked, Ellie."
"Of course." I unlocked it with my thumbprint and gave it to him. He tapped and swiped a few times before he held it back out towards me.
"You've got my number now,"
Fred said quietly, holding my gaze.
"I'm not hitting on you, I swear."
I fought a smile, only just losing the battle.
"Max is my best friend. He's protective of his emotions for many reasons. I don't usually interfere with his life because I understand his position. But I like you, Ellie. I think there's something about you, something that's changing him. For the better," he added quickly. "I don't understand the weird little relationship you have, but I think you're good for him. I'm also not blind, so that means he might not be good for you."
"I don't know," I said softly. "He's going to break my heart, and I think I'm going to let him."
"Maybe he will. Maybe he won't."
He shrugged one shoulder.
"I just know I've never seen him be this way with anyone other than you."
I swallowed.
"I love him dearly," Fred continued, smiling. "But he's a difficult little sod, and I know him better than anyone else. I'm going home tomorrow, but if you ever need to talk, now you know how to reach me."
"I don't think that will be necessary, but thank you anyway. I appreciate the offer." I returned his smile with a small one of my own, and he turned away, dipping his head as he left the library. The door clicked shut, and I sighed. You can Google them. I wasn't daft. I figured that a Duke and Duchess dying at a relatively young age would be information that was readily available on the internet, one way or another, but I'd never quite been able to bring myself to search for it. It seemed wrong, somehow. Even if their deaths were a matter of public record, it almost felt as though I was prying into Max's life, reading his diary, in a way. It wasn't right. No matter how badly I wanted to know, I wasn't going to do it. It was something he was either going to tell me or he wasn't. And if he wasn't going to, then... well, I was going to have to suck it up, wasn't I? I huffed at the screen. I could not focus for the life of me. My head was in 30 different places. When I wasn't thinking about Max, my brain was flip-flopping between my current scene and all the ones I had yet to write. But I had little more than vague ideas and random bits of dialogue flitting through my brain. When I wasn't thinking about that, I was thinking about my brother's situation, and Meg's work issues, and Winston's great escapades, and if I really wanted to stay in London or move. And if I did, where? See? I was thinking about everything other than the fact I was very bloody stuck on this plot hole. What kind of issue could possibly have an aristocratic family be in a situation where they barely spoke?
If you sigh any harder, you're going to blow your laptop across the table.
I dropped my head back and rolled it to the side, staring at Max. He was standing in front of the window in jeans and a black t-shirt, and a water droplet trickled down the side of his face, disappearing into his stubble. "I'm going on strike," I mumbled. He laughed, walking over. He perched on the edge of the table and peered down at the screen for a moment before turning his attention back to me.
That's a lot of words for someone going on strike.
I pursed my lips. My editor pointed out a plot hole. I can't go forwards until I've gone back, but I'm stuck.
Would you like to talk it over?
It's not a big one, exactly, but I'm stuck. I rested my elbows on the table in front of me and propped my chin up on my hands. So, in the book, something happened in the family that means that the grandmother and the mother of the Duke don't speak.
Right.
I just don't know what that is. Ah, yes. You understand my predicament? Max nodded. So I need something that would be completely believable, not at all petty, and something that would potentially be an issue for more than 20 years.
And let me guess, your heroine will help to heal the rift.
But of course, what else? He dipped his head, smiling.
Okay. Anything specific?
Well, not really. Just something that would cause a lot of issues that couldn't really be easily resolved.
Okay.
He tapped his fingertips against his knee.
My friend, William. That might work.
I blinked at him. Why? What did he do? Max laughed and stopped tapping.
Not him, but his family is in a similar situation.
Are you going to share?
Don't be so impatient.
He tapped his finger against the tip of my nose, and I wrinkled my face up in annoyance.
His grandfather is the Duke of Glenrock.
Oh, I knew that one. I'd researched Scottish castles for past books. Ooh, their castle is fancy.
One hell of a place, he agreed. He's also very old school, and he expected his son, Will's dad, to marry well.
Into another titled family, you mean?
Yes. I can't remember who it was, but he and the other woman's father tried to arrange their marriage, basically.
Max explained.
They went out a few times, but didn't click romantically. Will's dad met his mum and told the other woman he wanted to marry her instead, and she agreed that they should marry for love. Turned out she'd been seeing someone quietly for 2 years and wanted to marry him, but was willing to give it up for her family's wishes.
Ah.
The Duke wasn't pleased. He married for status, not love, and Will's grandmother came from a very old Scottish line, and the Duke wasn't happy when his son refused to marry the other woman. I think the only reason he didn't disown him was because he was his only son."
Wow, that's harsh. I frowned. I couldn't imagine disowning my child because they fell in love. Max slowly shrugged.
"It's how it can be in the upper class. Not so much now, of course, but in generations past, absolutely, especially if there was a second or third son willing to toe the line. Oof. Anyway, Will's dad went against the Duke's wishes, and I think the only times they spoke after that was when Will and his sister were born."
"Did they not go to Will's dad's wedding?"
"No."
Wow. Was his grandmother okay with that? The Duchess? I don't know. His lips twitched.
"Not really, from what Will has told me. Not as time went on, at least." He added, "I think the only reason he himself has a relationship with his grandfather is because his grandmother insisted on spending time with the children, and his father agreed. Grandma would know more about that."
"Know more about what?" The woman in question walked into the library, looking at us. "Oh, this is cosy." I rolled my eyes.
"Give it a rest," Max muttered. "We're talking about the Glen Rocks. Ellie is going to appropriate their drama for her book."
"That's a strong word," I said slowly.
"So you're not?"
"Oh no, I absolutely am." Esme chuckled. "Ah, yes, the drama there is quite something," she said, nodding. "Angus is a right bloody curmudgeon."
"The Duke,"
Max explained. "Is it true?" I asked her. "He didn't even go to his son's wedding." "He did not," Esme sang, sitting down. "He was so angry that Stuart chose to marry Katie that he didn't go to the wedding. He attended William and Freya's christenings because Morag made him. His wife," she added after a second. "She refused to not be included in her grandchildren's lives, and they reached somewhat of an agreement. Stuart still uses Angus's secondary title of Earl of Dunbarn, and on William's christening, Angus bestowed another of his secondary titles on his grandson. William goes by Viscount Kinkirk. He should have been Marquess Brainig, but it's got quite a lot of scandal linked to an ancestor, so Angus chose another." "That's a lot of titles," I mused. "It's a very old line," Esme replied. "Predates the Windermere line by around 90 years. "Do you have more than one title?" I asked Max. He nodded.
"An earldom and a marquise."
"Huh, I never knew that." Esme's lips twitched. "It's not like there's anyone else around to use them."
"Grandma,"
Max mumbled. I fought back a laugh. "So what do they do? Do Stuart and William use their titles?" "Of course they do. They're entitled to them, and to refuse them would be an insult to Angus. It's a tetchy enough relationship without that," Esme explained. "Plus, there are still matters of the estate that must be discussed, family feud or otherwise. But that's all they discuss. I believe William and Freya are closer to Angus and Morag than their parents are."
"She's getting married there next March," Max said, "at Glenrock Castle."
"Freya is?"
"Yes, the invitation is on the fridge."
"Oh, I thought that was my next dentist appointment." He pressed his lips together and dropped his chin to his chest. "That could work," I mused, tapping my nails against the laptop. "Of course, the hero is the Duke, but that could make the resolution easier. Was Morag ever all right with the marriage?" Esme paused. "I don't know, you know. I never asked her. Honestly, both of them are quite traditional, and I'm not sure she ever would speak against Angus, especially not when Stuart and Katie got married 39 years ago. The world was a very different place then, especially for the aristocracy. We can be quite behind the times." "That helps, actually. Thank you. I think you might have just solved my plot hole." I smiled at her. She clapped her hands against her thighs and stood up. Then I shall look for my name in the acknowledgements." Max pinched the bridge of his nose, and Esme left the library in a swish of her green floral skirt and a cloud of airy perfume that made me want to sneeze. "I'll leave you to it," Max said, standing up too. "Let you get that down on paper. Actually, I think I'm going to let it simmer for a while. It's not quite clicked into place yet." I hit Control-S to save the document, even though it automatically saved every 3 seconds. "Well, I'm going to clean the goats out. Do you want to come with me?" "To clean the goats? It's not the best offer I've ever had." "To see your cat," he replied wryly, fighting back a smile. "No doubt he's on top of the hay bales, sleeping." "Oh, that's a much better idea, as long as you don't rope me into cleaning up goat poop." He shook his head. "I would never." Chapter 29. Ellie. Liar, liar, panties on fire. "I cannot believe you've roped me into cleaning up goat poop. You offered." "Bloody hardly," I retorted with a snort of derision. At no point did I ever say the words, "Hey, Max, would you like some help scooping up those piles of shit?" He stabbed the fork into a load of hay and rested his elbow on top of the handle, looking over at me. "Ellie, I also don't understand why you took a shower right before you decided to get knee-deep in shitty goat bedding, but that's none of my business." I hauled a load of dirty hay from the bedding area to the trailer by the door. It was absolute hell doing this, and it was giving me an idea for my next book. A city girl dumped on a farm who has to help out. Not that I was a city girl. I was a country girl at heart, but not all country girls wanted to haul goat shit around. It was me. I didn't want to haul goat shit around. "Why don't you sit down and let me do it?" Max asked, smirking. "There's not that much left to do." "No, I'm not a quitter. I don't give up." "You were going to quit writing earlier." "I quit writing 20 times a day, minimum. It means nothing." I glared over at him. "Stop standing there staring at me." "I like the view." "Stop flirting with me." "Oh yes, there's nothing sexier than flirting with a woman who has goat poop on her dress." I gasped, letting go of the fork so I could examine my dress. It clattered to the ground with an almighty thud that disturbed Winston and earned me a glare from his usual spot on top of the hay bales. There was no way I was wearing a dose of goat shit. Absolutely not. I hadn't fallen over or brushed against anything, so how was it possible to have it on me? I scrambled with the material of the skirt, contorting my body this way and that way, peering over my shoulder and twisting my arms into uncomfortable positions to look for the poop Max claimed was on me. And there it was, on my bum. A big smear of brown sludge was on the back of my dress, right where I'd sit down. How had that happened? I hadn't... Oh. I'd perched on the gate before I'd felt as though I'd had to help Max. I rushed over to the gate that stopped the goats escaping their part of the barn and gasped, "How on earth is there goat shit up there?" Max's lips twitched as he glanced between the gate and me. "They're not exactly toilet-trained." "No shit." "Oh, I think you'll find there is." "Max!" I waved my arms as if I were about to throw something at him, but there was nothing within reach that I could throw to relieve my stress. Well, there was the fork I was using to move the poopy hay, but knowing my luck, I'd impale him in the stomach or something. He laughed, stepping back, into a giant pile of goat shit. It was my turn to laugh as it squelched all over his shoe, and he glared across the barn at me. "Stop it." "That's karma," I replied, bending over to pick up my fork. "At least it's just your shoe. I love this dress." "I'll have it dry cleaned," Max drawled. "Problem solved." I stuck my tongue out at him, like the mature adult I was, and turned around to finish mucking out the area I was working on. This was really not on my bucket list for the day. But I was here now, so... Don't you have people to do this for you? Max chuckled.
Yes, but he was on holiday where he broke his leg, and you couldn't get anyone else to do it for a few weeks. There didn't seem to be much point. It's only a few weeks.
He glanced at me.
Besides, you're helping.
Oh, funny. That's the last time I use your library.
No, it's not.
You're right. It's not. It's far too sexy for me to never step foot in there again.
Too sexy?
He stopped and raised his eyebrows.
Are you writing about me fucking you on the window seat again?
I turned around and stared at him. For the 1000th time, that wasn't about you.
I can arrange it, you know.
Arrange it? What? Are you going to check your schedule and see if you can squeeze me in for 20 minutes?
We'll need a lot longer than 20 minutes.
Yeah, okay. I was joking. I knew that, of course, but I was still going to tease him about it.
If I were an insecure person, I'd come over there and prove it to you.
That would be a lot more appealing if I wasn't knee-deep in animal excrement, I replied, shooting him a quick look. Max laughed and leaned his fork against the wall.
Are you not done yet?
No. How are you done? Why did I get the messiest area? 7,000 goats live in this bit instead of your 3. He walked over to where I was and looked at the crap I still had to clean up.
You've done basically nothing.
I am traumatized from getting goat poop on my dress, I'll have you know.
I think the entire estate heard your shriek when you saw it there.
He rested his hand on the fork.
Go and sit down.
On goat poop? I think not.
Then take off your dress.
And sit here in my underwear? That seems an even worse idea.
Then take my t-shirt. It's going to be a dress on you anyway.
I scrunched my nose, still holding onto the fork. I doubt that.
Don't do that.
Do what? He gently took my chin in his hand and met my eyes.
You know what?
What? Point out that your t-shirt won't be a dress on me?
Yes.
What? It's the truth. It's not going to swamp me like t-shirts do to cute girls on TV.
Ellie, I said it because your dress is covered in poop and my t-shirt isn't.
And your t-shirt is probably the same size as the ones I bought at stupid, overpriced festivals and concerts when I was a teenager. He released my chin and grabbed the hem of his shirt, then pulled it over his head. He slung it over my shoulder and took the fork from me, with a look that said he wasn't falling for my woe is me, I'm a little too chubby for this to be cute routine. That was weirdly refreshing. Still, I huffed and stepped out of the goat's area so no poop ended up on his t-shirt, and glanced back. Don't look.
Because I've never seen it before.
Shut up! Max laughed, and I slipped the sleeves of my dress down over my arms and pushed the fabric down to my waist, then pulled his t-shirt on. As soon as I put my arms through, it fell down my body, and I quickly shimmied my dress down my legs where it pooled on the floor at my feet. His t-shirt was looser than I'd expected, and not quite as long. It barely covered my bum, just skimming the top of my thighs, and I glanced down at my legs. Well, I hope nobody sees me in this, or I might flash them. Max turned around and looked pointedly at my legs.
Don't bend over, or you definitely will.
Why does it feel like you're hinting for me to do that? He held up a hand in defeat.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I sighed, leaning back against the wall of stacked hay. This was a lot more leg than I usually showed, and I wasn't entirely comfortable. I should go back and change, and put this dress in the washing machine.
Let me finish this, and I'll walk you back.
No, this isn't really a dress, I said, tugging on the bottom of his t-shirt self-consciously. Like, I was showing a lot of leg. A lot. And I did have a lot of leg to show. Max leant the fork against the wall and stepped away from the goat pen. He was gloriously shirtless, and despite my mild discomfort in this t-shirt, I couldn't help but run my gaze over his body. I swallowed. The man was something else. Without missing a beat, he laid his hands on my cheeks, cupping my face, and lowered his lips to mine. I felt the softness of his kiss in every fibre of my being. The hair on my arms stood up as goosebumps danced down them, and leaning into him was almost instinctive, something so natural that I barely even realized I was doing it until my toes bumped against his.
Remember when Winston escaped? You were wearing running gear and told me you were searching for a rabbit under a bush,
he said in a low, soft voice that was just rough enough that heat pooled in my lower belly. Not my finest moment, I murmured in response.
No,
he agreed, smiling.
Do you remember what I said to you then?
You said a lot to me.
I said, I thought you look great the way you are.
I'm impressed you remembered that. Mind you, it was a rare compliment, so perhaps it was easier to remember than a snarky comment. His shoulders shook, and if he tried any harder to hold in his laugh, he was going to explode. At least, that was how it felt.
Well, I was wrong.
I bit the inside of my lip, shifting as a bit of hay poked out and scraped across the back of my thigh uncomfortably. Spiky.
I think,
Max said in a gravelly voice a little above a whisper, bringing his face closer to mine so that his nose brushed my cheek,
that you are perfect exactly as you are.
He thinks I'm perfect. You think I'm perfect?
I do.
He brushed his lips over mine in the most tender kiss I'd ever felt.
You're a little mouthy sometimes, but it's not unbearable.
So are you, I shot back, although I was smiling. How could I not be? He thought I was perfect. Mouthy, but perfect. My heart was racing, and I knew it was too late for me. I was falling for Max, and there was no way I was going to be able to stop myself from hitting the ground.
You don't believe me, do you?
He said against my lips. I shook my head, the tiniest little jerk of my chin to the side.
Oh, Ellie.
He slid his hand around to cup the back of my neck and moved his body, pinning me against the wall of hay. His next kiss was different to the ones just now. This one was firm, needy, hungry. He gripped my hip, fisting the material of the t-shirt there so my entire thigh was exposed, and he flicked his tongue against the seam of my lips until I gave in and let him deepen the kiss. Max slid his hand under the t-shirt and over my hip to my arse, grabbing it. Our bodies were flush against one another, and his hard cock pressed against me, almost teasing me with the idea of what could be. Like this, it was hard not to believe that he really did think I was perfect. He slid his hand down and curved it around the back of my thigh, and I let him lift my leg until his fingers were behind the bend of my knee. Max parted my legs, setting my foot up on the hay next to us, and fisted my hair at the nape of my neck, tugging my head back. His lips trailed a hot path of kisses down over my jaw to my neck. I was a weak woman where neck kisses were concerned, and I was absolute putty in his hands when he gently grazed his teeth over my skin. I slid my fingers into his hair, holding his lips against me. Sparks darted across my skin at the sensation of Max's fingers slipping between my legs and brushing over the cotton of my underwear. He brought his mouth back to mine to kiss me again, nipping my lower lip, and released my hair from his grip. He dropped to his knee, letting his hand fall down my side. One of his hands hiked the t-shirt up to my waist, while the other hooked under my underwear and pushed it to the side. I inhaled sharply at the feeling of his tongue flicking against my swollen clit. My hips bucked against his tongue almost of their own accord, and Max's fingers twitched against the top of my thigh. He applied more pressure to my clit, bringing his mouth to cover my pussy totally. I whimpered, and my eyes fluttered shut as he circled my clit slowly, making every breath I took harsh and laborious. Every tiny little noise that escaped me seemed to spur Max on, and he went from the focused area of my clit to a full exploration of my wetness. It was almost an assault on the most tender, needy part of me, and I had no control over what I was doing. Not as Max released the t-shirt and gripped my arse tightly, pulling my hips in so my clit was firmly against his tongue. I reached down and ran my fingers through his soft, dark hair, arching my back as another moan escaped my lips. His tongue circled and pushed and flicked over my clit, toying with it, a mix of tiny sucks and nibbles, until my legs clenched and I could no longer do anything but give myself over to the pleasure that flooded my body. I grabbed the hay behind me to keep me up, although I wasn't sure if that was my own feeble body strength or if Max was partially helping. All I knew was that I hadn't been wrong. That man could eat a girl's pussy like a champ. Max slowly stood up and slid one hand around the back of my neck, dipping his head so his lips were close to my ear.
"Believe me now,"
he whispered in a raspy tone that danced across my skin, making the hair on my arms prickle into standing. "I think so," I whispered back.
"Good. Now, I have to finish this up."
"What about you?" He cupped my chin and tilted my head back, forcing my gaze to meet his.
"That wasn't about me, Ellie."
He held my gaze for a moment longer than he needed to, and he broke off contact with the tiniest smile before he turned and wiped his mouth with his hand. I stepped to the side and adjusted my knickers, then sat myself down on the hay bale that had just been assaulted by my foot. How the hell was this man real?
Chapter 30. Max. The collision of then and now. Grief was a strange thing. After my parents' death, I was told a lot of things by a lot of people. That it would get easier, that I would forgive my father in time, that I wouldn't miss my mum as much one day, that I'd learn to live with it. They all meant well, of course. 21 years later, I knew it was all bullshit. It wasn't easier. It still hurt just as much as it had when Grandma had told me what happened. And then the day she told me the truth about what happened. The raw pain was still there, it just didn't seem as bad because I was no longer grappling with the complete shock and confusion over what had happened. I still hadn't forgiven my father. I wasn't sure if I ever would. I wasn't sure if he deserved my forgiveness for killing my mum. To forgive what he did to her that day would be to forgive years of awful behavior, and I didn't know if I had it in me to forgive him. I understood that forgiveness was for me, not for him. But a little part of me wasn't ready to let go of the blame and anger over it. I missed my mum more than ever, and I most certainly hadn't learned to live with the fact she was no longer here. Some people did. I understood that. It was easier for some people than others, but right now I was not one of those people who could move on. More than anything, I wished Mum were here right now. Instead, she was nothing more than a memory, buried 6 feet under where I was currently sitting. I'd spent the last 10 years rejecting any notion of romance or family. I'd never experienced what it was like to grow up with a functioning family or a happy ever after. Fairy tales didn't exist in my world. Unless you asked Disney, then all orphans tended to find themselves in the midst of a fairy tale. Maybe I needed to hire them to write my life story. Would I stand a chance if someone else was in control? I knew the answer to that. No. I knew because I'd already lost it. The one thing I prided myself on was my control, my restraint, the ability to have a handle on everything and everyone around me. It was a coping mechanism I'd developed after that fateful day when my life had changed beyond comprehension, and I'd learned to manage it so that it wasn't overwhelming for anyone close to me. Until Ellie walked into my life. I'd lost any kind of control the moment she'd appeared. Everything had changed with her. She'd worked her way into my very soul, and I wasn't naive enough to think that would change just by her leaving. I didn't know if I wanted her to leave. I didn't know how I would, if I could, let her go. With a sigh, I looked at the roses I'd set in front of Mum's grave. They were varying shades of red, pink, and white, and they were the ones I brought once a month, every month, without fail. Today they'd come with a silly little balloon that wished her a happy birthday, like she knew, like she would have one, like it even mattered anymore. "Oh, Mum," I said softly, staring at the pristine white marble of her gravestone. What do I do? The only response was a gentle breeze through the trees, making the leaves rustle around me. I wish you were here. I traced the engraving of her name with my gaze. None of this would be difficult if you were. You'd know what to do, what I should do. I just don't know anymore. Nothing is easy. Ellie has changed everything. I fiddled with a blade of grass as the pain of missing Mum swelled in my chest. I think you'd like her. I never cared about that before, but she's different. She makes me feel different. I dipped my head as the ache swept through my entire body, weighing me down. I clenched my jaw so tightly that it hurt, and the snapping of the blade of grass between my fingers was but a momentary relief. I don't know what to do. My vision blurred, and the roses all blended in one gloopy mess of colour that stung my eyes. Or maybe it was the tears that were stinging. I didn't know. I thought I might find you here. I rubbed my hand down my face and turned to face Grandma. She was wearing a light purple dress with shocking red accessories, and she carried both a tote bag that proclaimed she wet her plants and a tall vase with purple and yellow flowers. I didn't know you were coming here today. I'd have waited for you, I said, getting up. I relieved her of the vase and the tote bag, which earned me a smile.
"Oh, Max, I'd never dream of asking you to do that,"
she said, touching my arm.
"Thank you. That vase is heavy."
It wasn't for me, but I could see how she'd think so. Where would you like me to put it?
Wherever you think it would look best, dear.
I pushed the roses to the side and set the vase down, making sure to adjust them so the gravestone was centered between the vases.
"Lovely,"
Grandma said, holding her hands out for the bag. I passed it back over to her, and she pulled out a small blanket that she laid on the ground in the very spot I'd just been sitting. Then she lowered herself onto it with a little oomph that made me pause with concern. "Are you all right?"
"Yes, just regretting not bringing a chair."
She winked, reaching into her bag once more. She pulled out a huge slice of chocolate cake with a candle next to it, and I watched with a small smile as she opened the carton and put the candle on top of the cake, then lit it.
"Blow it out,"
she said, holding the piece up.
"I usually have to do it myself, and it somewhat loses something."
I wasn't going to argue with her, so I bent forwards and blew out the candle with one little puff.
"Hurrah!"
she said, setting the cake down in front of her and removing the candle.
"I know what you're going to ask, and the answer is yes. I do this every year. Your mother and I share a piece of cake, and I catch her up on the latest news. Sometimes it's nice to talk to someone who can't talk back."
I swallowed, looking down. I think so too. I peered over at her and caught her gaze for a second. "I'll leave you to your catch-up."
"I'd appreciate that,"
Grandma said softly. I turned away and headed back in the direction of the car park, but I'd barely made it more than a couple of feet before she called my name.
Isabel would have loved Ellie.
Grandma's tone was wistful, but her words punched me hard in the gut.
And not just for her books. She's excellent company, she's hilarious, and I think her heart is made of pure gold,
she continued, just as softly.
Not to mention that she has the patience of a saint. Yes, I think she would like her very much.
I looked up at the sky just as the cloud passed over the sun, finally bathing the cemetery in bright sunlight. It felt a little bit like my mother agreeing with her.
See? She agrees with me. She's still smart.
Grandma cackled, shooting through the heavy moment by laughing at her own little joke, and I shook my head. See you later, Grandma.
See you later, dear.
She paused, and just before I went out of earshot, I heard her say,
Now, Izzy, you'll never believe this, but Jenny Cooper is...
I'd intended to go right home after I'd been to visit Mum, but instead of finding myself at Greygarth House, I found myself standing outside of the lodge instead, where Ellie was inside. Of all the places I could have ended up, of all the places my feet could have taken me, it was here, where she was.
No, don't you dare!
The front door opened, and I turned my attention to where she was using her bag to scoot Winston back inside.
No! You're on my shit list for bringing me a mouse. A mouse, you little bastard! You're supposed to take those slimy gits to Max.
I fought back a laugh. He was handy to have around.
Meow, Winston replied. No! Don't look at me like that. I am mad at you. I am not buying you the good meat, Ellie argued. Meow, he responded, quieter this time. Don't make that face at me, you little sod. Meow. Winston, stop making me feel bad. This is a punishment. You made me catch a mouse with my handbag. Meow. Okay, fine. I'll buy the good meat. But if you bring me another mouse, I'm selling you to Max.
This time I was unable to fight it, and I burst out laughing. She startled and turned to face me. Her cheeks flamed a bright red, and she slammed the front door on Winston. How much of that did you hear? Would you feel better if I said it was only the last bit? You heard it all, didn't you? Every single word. Oh, bollocks. She walked down the steps to where I was with a huff. It's been a bit of a day. I nodded. I understood that, all things considered. Hey. Ellie reached for me, resting her hand on my arm. Concern darkened her usually bright gaze. Are you okay? It's Mum's birthday, I said, smiling tightly. I just got back from the cemetery. Oh, I'm sorry. Why? It's not your fault. I know, I just... She smiled, stepping closer to me. She hesitated for a second before she wrapped both of her arms around my waist and rested her head against my chest. I hugged her back and pressed my mouth to the top of her head, barely resisting the urge to kiss her hair. It was such a simple thing to hug me, yet it said more than any words ever could. I hadn't realized that I'd needed this until right now. It was even scarier that I'd needed it to come from her, that I'd needed her. Shit. I needed Ellie. She was a part of my life. I wanted her to stay a part of my life. The idea of her not being here, arguing with her cat, complaining about Winston's latest antics, muttering about her bloody characters was unfathomable. I didn't want to think about my life without her in it. The one thing that scared me more than anything else was happening right now. I was helplessly falling in love with her, unequivocally so. The realization rushed through me with an overwhelming sense of fear. Every muscle in my body tensed so harshly that my hands shook and my fingers were clenching around her dress until my knuckles burned with the stress of my grip. Max, Ellie said softly. Sorry. I released my hands from the trembling claws they'd formed. I didn't hurt you, did I? No. She leant back and rested her hand against my cheek. Do you want to do something tonight?
I have to go shopping because I have basically zero food because I keep eating it in a pit of sad self-pity when I'm writing. I pressed my tongue against my top lip as I fought a smile. I mean, never mind, she blushed. I understand if you'd rather be alone. What did you have in mind? Ellie paused, letting her hand fall to my chest. Well, after my grandma died, I would visit my grandpa and we'd do things she loved. Like, I used to go over every Friday after school. A wistful smile toyed with her lips, and we would always bake, but every year on her birthday, me and Grandpa would kick her out of the kitchen and make her favourite chocolate cake. Her airy smile became a wide, cheeky grin that was impossible not to return. She hated it because we made the biggest mess. After she died, he didn't want to bake anymore. The first birthday without her was about 5 months after, and I was so upset when he said he didn't want to bake her cake because she wasn't here that I tried to do it anyway. Not recommended for a 9-year-old, she added with a pointed look. He found me crying in this huge pile of flour because I'd knocked the whole packet off the side and Grandma hadn't come to shout at me for making a mess of her kitchen. I guess it was the first true sign that she was gone. Sadness flitted through her gaze. I smiled. He laughed the way he always used to, scooped it up, and we made the cake. We did it every year on her birthday until he died 3 years ago. I still bake every year on both their birthdays because it makes me feel close to them, so maybe if there's something that your mum loved. I dipped my chin and a low chuckle escaped me. Believe it or not, she loved cooking and baking. That's why we never had any kitchen staff. Mum insisted on cooking every night. Ellie's face lit up. Let's cook dinner. You want to cook? I love cooking. I'm not always very good at it, mind you, but I make a mean garlic butter sauce. I ran my tongue across my lips. All right. Really? She beamed. Okay, I'll buy everything we need. Ellie, and baking, ooh, I know. She slapped her hands against my chest, pushing me back, and she skipped off towards her car before I could say anything. I opened my mouth to speak, but she was already pulling away before I had a chance to eke anything out. Instead, I laughed quietly and shook my head. Jesus, the woman was a menace.
Chapter 31. Ellie. Greygarth House. This kitchen was huge. I had never seen one this large in my entire life, and I think I just gawped at it like some sort of gormless squirrel for at least several minutes. The island was massive. It was clearly made for entertaining, and the light countertops perfectly offset the gorgeous peacock green cupboards. I was obsessed with this kitchen. Whoa, I breathed. Max laughed, tugging me out of my appreciative stupor. It's a kitchen. Excuse me, Mr. La-di-da, I replied, putting my bag on the island and waving my hand over it. Look at this thing! You could perform open-heart surgery on it.
I'd prefer nobody did, Max said, eyeing it. Quite messy.
Indeed, I mused, not to mention the blood would likely stain the countertops.
Slightly more morbid a view than I was going for.
But realistic nonetheless. I flashed him a grin. He held my gaze for a moment and turned before he gave in to the urge to smile.
Your shopping is in my fridge. Ed was all too happy to bring it over.
Excellent. I hopped over to the fridge and opened it. Wow, this is bigger than my bathroom.
Don't be so dramatic.
Can't. I'm a writer. Drama is what I do.
You are awfully peppy today.
I grinned. Thank you. I think it's my new dress. Max scratched his stubble.
It's a lovely dress.
I shoved my hands in my pockets, stuck them out as far as the skirt would allow, and rocked my hips from side to side in a fancy sway. Thanks, it has pockets.
That's why I said it.
Such a gentleman complimenting a dress you probably don't even care about, just so I can show off the pockets.
I'd care a lot more about it if it were on my bedroom floor.
And there's your inner fuckboy. He dropped his chin to his chest, and his upper body shook with a deep, rumbling laugh.
I'm not sure I've ever been called a fuckboy before.
There's a first time for everything. I took out the new potatoes and shoved the bag in his direction. Cut these, please. He took the bag, letting his laugh slowly peter out.
How would you like them cut?
Small, but not too small. In quarters, maybe? 6 bits, depending on the size. Max blinked at me. If he was half as confused as he looked, he had absolutely no bloody idea what I was asking him to do. Maybe letting him do the potatoes wasn't a smart idea after all. I'll do those, I said, taking the bag back. Can you do green beans?
I suppose it depends how many pieces you'd like them cut into.
Ha ha, I drawled, handing him the beans. Just cut off the ends and slice them into about 3.
Are you sure?
I will slice you into 3 if you're going to keep that up.
I'll just take that.
Max leaned over and picked up the knife block, then made a point by carrying it to the other side of the kitchen. Drama queen. I held up the potatoes. Am I supposed to cut these with a spoon?
You could try, but I don't think you'd get very far.
May I please have a knife?
I'm not sure I trust you with one. Despite your peppiness, you're also quite morbid this evening, and I'd prefer you not to make use of that island.
I stared at him. What if I solemnly swear not to use a kitchen knife to give you heart surgery on the island?
It might help.
Then I promise not to give you heart surgery. Or an autopsy. Max slid a large knife from the block, paused, and looked over at me.
An autopsy?
I had an interesting writing session this morning, I said slowly. My internet searches might have me on a government watch list.
Why on earth would you need to research open heart surgery or an autopsy while writing a rom-com?
The same reason I researched squirrel mating patterns, I suppose. He stopped in the middle of the kitchen, holding the knife out, and stared at me. His tongue slowly crept out and wet his lips, and there was a shadow of confusion passing through his bright blue gaze.
I don't know what to say to that.
There's not a lot you really can say, to be honest. I sighed. I don't want to talk about it. Maximilian, what on earth are you doing brandishing that knife around? Esme rushed into the kitchen amidst the sound of her bags rustling. Maximilian. I grinned. Slowly. Oh, so slowly. I was so going to full name him at some point for something. He huffed out a breath.
I'm passing her the knife so she can cut potatoes.
Esme jerked around. Ellie, dear, I didn't know you were here. Hi, I smiled. Please don't point the knife at me, I said to Max. In fact, just put it down, right there, on the counter. He shook his head and set it down. I quickly snatched it up and finally turned to Esme. Sorry, I don't really know how to explain all that. Max shook his head.
It's best nobody ever mentions that conversation again.
I nodded sagely. He wasn't wrong. I wasn't sure how I was supposed to explain how I ended up researching autopsies and squirrel mating patterns in the same 15 minutes. At least I didn't have to mention that part of the research was autopsies on squirrels. I really wasn't sure how to explain that little nugget. Don't ask me how that fit into my book. It just did. All right? Although, if anyone would understand it, I'd bet it would be Esme. Am I interrupting? She asked. I was going to cook dinner, but I'll go home and make something if I'm intruding. Max shook his head.
You're not intruding, Grandma.
She looked at me. I smiled. You're fine. You're welcome to join us. Oh, I thought I might have walked in on a date. Both Max and I looked at each other. Was this a date? No, we didn't have dates. Not really, anyway. Nothing defined. Nothing we ever sort of laid out as a date. If something was a date, it implied we were, dating. And we weren't, not at all, not even a little bit. We were just two people who spent a lot of time together and had fucked a couple of times. Right? Esme raised her eyebrows as if she was expecting one of us to have answered already. No, not a date, I finally said after a moment. Just two friends, making dinner. Ahem. Max cleared his throat. I told Ellie it was Mum's birthday, and she suggested doing something Mum enjoyed to cheer me up. So we're cooking dinner. Esme smiled, slowly sliding her gaze from Max to me. She did love to cook. I'm happy to leave you kids alone. No, Grandma, it would be nice if you stayed. I held up the potatoes. I bet you'll understand my chopping instructions. They made no sense, Max exclaimed. I peered over at him. See? Drama queen. I don't know how you didn't understand them. Esme frowned. What were they? Small, but not too small. In quarters, maybe? 6 bits, depending on the size. I repeated. She held out her hands. Makes perfect sense to me. I grinned, handing her the bag of potatoes, then shot Max a sly look. I told you that wasn't complicated. He grunted, taking another knife out of the block. If I said this was a date, I'd never hear the end of it. I said it's not, and now I'll never hear the end of these bloody potatoes. He muttered, I can't win. Esme winked at me as she walked to the other side of the sink and retrieved a chopping board from the drawer. What are we making? Roasted diced potatoes and green beans in a garlic and herb butter sauce with salmon cooked in lemon juice, I replied. But we're also making an apple pie, so it'll be going in at the same time. Ooh, I came at the right time. Funny how that worked out, Max muttered. Be quiet, Maximilian, and chop those beans. He sighed, dropping his head right forwards. Yep, just like cooking with Mum used to be. I laughed. Esme snorted. Isabel had to tell you to be quiet. You never stopped bloody talking as a child. You were always nattering on about something, to the point I actually thought you were a little girl. I'd never known a boy to talk so much in my life. I didn't talk that much, Max argued. Oh, you did. Aeroplanes this, boats that, tanks the other. She turned to me, barely paying attention to the potatoes she was cutting. He went through this stage at about, 6 or 7, was it, Max? I'm not getting involved in this slander. I laughed, dropping the knob of butter on the floor instead of into the pan. Max snorted. Is that why your grandma used to shout at you while you were baking? Shut up, I muttered, reaching for the paper towels so I could mop it up. Oh, pish, if you're not making a mess, you're not cooking properly, Esme said, right as the potato slipped out of her hand and went shooting across the kitchen like a cannonball. A screaming meow made me jump, and I turned just in time to see Winston's paws hit the floor. The potato had come to rest against the wall behind him, and his claws scratched against the stone tiles as he did an about-turn, skidded into the doorframe, and bolted into the hallway like there was a firework up his little kitty arse. Where the hell did he come from? I asked, looking around while I stifled a laugh. How did he get in? I let him in, Esme said brightly, turning back to the potatoes. Oh. Okay, then. Are you not going to pick that potato up? Max asked, pointing his knife in the direction of it. No, she replied, picking up another one to cut. Are those beans done yet? Who's in charge of this, you or Ellie? Esme turned to me with her eyebrows raised. Ellie is. I nodded, looking back at him. Are the beans done yet? This is a trap, he muttered, grabbing a plastic bowl to sweep the diced beans into. A bloody trap. Chapter 32. Ellie. When a Man Loves a Cat. So, Esme said, leaning forwards, how much for you to move in and cook for me for the rest of my life? Max pressed his hand against his face, covering his eyes. I blushed, dipping my chin slightly. I'm not kidding, she warned, slipping a small bit of salmon under the table to where I knew for a fact Winston was sitting in the hope that someone would do just that. Never mind me moving in. I wasn't sure I'd be able to take Winston back to London at this rate. He was in love with Esme. Judging by the fact his head popped up above the table from Max's lap, he loved him too. Max looked down at the cat. Hello there. Like you didn't know that great lump of a cat was on your lap, I muttered. He just hopped up. Max scratched the back of his head, and Winston tilted his head back, closing his eyes appreciatively. I shook my head. I can't believe you kicked up such a fuss about him when I first got here. Look at you. You're practically married over there. Fuss is a strong word, Max said. Strong word for a strong reaction, Esme said, getting up. She began collecting the plates and cutlery, and when I stood up to help, she shot me a look that had me sitting right back down again. You cooked, I will clean. But She held up a finger, cutting me off. Do not argue with me. Don't argue with her, Max agreed. You won't win. She might. She's a woman. She knows how to argue. Esme set my plate on top of hers. It was only a month ago you were saying that you weren't interested in spending any time with her, yet you're snogging her face off on a regular basis. Oh, my God. My cheeks burnt at her words, and almost every muscle in my body tightened. I squirmed in my seat, rubbing my heel across the top of my foot, like I had a bad itch there that I couldn't quite get rid of. But it wasn't an itch. It was just good old embarrassment. Must you be so immature? Max asked, seemingly completely unbothered by his grandmother's words. How was he not embarrassed by that? The last time I'd felt like this, my brother had walked in on me masturbating, not my finest moment. Esme grinned. Yes, I just wanted one of you to confirm it, and her cheeks just did. I pressed my lips together. Oops. Grandma, Max said. Maximilian, she retorted. I was just pointing out that everyone knows you've got a weird little thing going on, so there's not much point in hiding it. Has it occurred to you for a second that we're not hiding it as much as we are simply keeping our private lives private? Esme paused. We're both public figures, although I'd argue that Ellie is more commonly known than I am. He continued. A romance author who writes about the aristocracy being seen to be dating a duke would be nothing short of a headache, don't you think? Esme puckered her lips and tapped her thumb against the table. I suppose I never considered that. Of course you didn't, Max continued. More to the point, it's nothing serious, I said. He was just going to dilly-dally his way to the point. Well, I suppose you could say that we're quite good friends now, but it's really not any deeper than that. Esme narrowed her eyes at me. Did he make you say that? Laughing, I shook my head. No, I'm aware of his position on relationships. When it comes down to it, we really are just friends. If you say so. She picked up the dirty dishes and turned, then looked over her shoulder back at me. But like I said to him once, friends don't fuck, Ellie. I raised my eyebrows, smiling. They do in my books. Yes, Esme agreed with a mischievous twinkle in her eye, and then they get married in the last chapter. Ah, yes. Well, shit. I had no response to that. She cackled, walking out of the dining room, and I turned to Max. "I lost that one, didn't I?" I said with a grimace. He nodded.
"Yes." "She's good." "Yes," he repeated. "In future, smile and nod."
"She's not going to let that go now, is she?" He shook his head slowly, still scratching the top of Sir Winston Churchill the traitor's head.
"No, she's not. I'm never going to hear the end of it."
Another awkward grimace from me. It was really all I had. Just tell her what I did. It's the truth, isn't it?
"Which part? The part about us being friends, or it not being any deeper than friendship?"
"Both are true." I hesitated. I am a big, fat, lying liar. Right? He inclined his head, not really answering at all. "Hey, if you don't want to be friends, then that's fine. I will take my cat and go and—"
Whoa, don't be drastic with the taking of the cat."
He circled his arms around Winston in a blockade. I crossed my arms over my chest and sat back in my chair. "See? You love that cat. It's ridiculous. You couldn't stand him 6 weeks ago."
"That's when I thought he was going to eat my birds. Now I know it's only my mice and rats. He's my best mate."
I'm not sure what to say to that. I think you like him more than you like me.
"It's best I don't respond to that."
He grinned, and my silly little belly did a silly little flip. "Wow, now I'm offended."
"Look at him."
Max scratched under Winston's chin with one finger, and my cat trilled happily, leaning into him.
"How can you not love him?"
"I do love him. He's my cat. You're monopolizing him."
"He jumped on my lap. Was I supposed to ignore him?"
"Well, no, but if you carry on, he's not going to want to come home with me."
"I'd be okay with that."
"I wouldn't," I huffed, glaring at him. "You can't just steal my cat."
"You threatened to sell him to me earlier."
Max looked down, grinning at Winston, who was more than happy to continue accepting all the loving from him.
"I'm not stealing him. It's not my fault if he loves me."
"Actually, it is. He doesn't like anyone. You've done something to make him like you, and I'm not okay with it." "Your cat has dreadful taste," Esme said, walking back into the dining room with the apple pie in her hands. "Look at him over there. Doesn't he have mice to be catching?" "Probably, but he won't go anywhere while he's getting love like that. He's a little whore," I said.
"They're so rude to you,"
Max cooed to Winston.
"Yes, they are. So mean, mean ladies."
I frowned at him, reaching for my water. "Is he scaring you, too?" I asked Esme.
"Since the day he was born,"
she replied dryly, eyeing him and the cat. "A little more than usual right now, though, I'll be honest." Oh, good. It wasn't just me. "You haven't spiked his water, have you?" "Sadly, not," she replied, ignoring Max's dark glare in her direction. "If I did, it'd be with a love potion, so he'd get married and give me grandchildren. Heck, I wouldn't even mind if he didn't get married." I frowned. Titles can't be inherited without marriage, right?
"An heir must be born of the body in wedlock," Max said dryly. "No adoption, no surrogacy, no accidental one-night stands who show up 5 years later like they do in your books."
"That was one book," I corrected him, "and that wasn't the Duke's kid, it was his brother's." I paused. "How do you even know that? Are you reading my book still?"
"No,"
he replied, right as Esme said, "Yes." We both looked at her. She shrugged, cutting the pie. "I saw what I saw, Max." My lips twitched. "You saw him reading my books?"
"Oh, sure. Grandma can read them, but if I do, it's weird."
"Of course it's weird," Esme replied, scooping vanilla ice cream out of the tub and setting it next to a warm slice of pie that she set in front of me. You reject romance in every facet of your life, yet you're now reading romance novels and, worse, enjoying them, while regularly canoodling with the author of said novels. If you're not careful, I'm going to think you've changed your mind and will be happy to get married and give me the grandchildren I'd like. Canoodling? We didn't canoodle, did we?
Grandma.
Max's voice had an edge to it. Don't say my name in that tone of voice. I'll say it however I like if you don't drop it. I glanced between them and slowly sank my spoon into my slice of pie. This was awkward. Both the conversation and the fact I was here, witnessing it, trying to silently eat my pie like some kind of criminal. Although, to be fair, I didn't want my ice cream to melt. A little bit melty was okay, but not like sauce. That, too, would be awkward. I'm only pointing it out, Esme said. You've changed quite a lot since Ellie arrived. I slowly put the pie in my mouth and licked it off the spoon.
Don't blame this on Ellie.
Yes, please don't blame this on Ellie. Why not? It's true. You were a right miserable git before she arrived. You're not nearly as insufferable now. We were blaming this on Ellie. Surely there was a way out of this for me.
Grandma, you're being ridiculous. It's one thing to have this conversation when it's just the two of us. It's another thing entirely to have it while we have company, who, might I remind you, happily allowed you to join us at the last minute for a dinner and dessert that she was kind enough to cook.
Nope, no way out. I was well and truly in the middle of this now. They both looked at me, and I stilled, holding the spoon in my mouth with my lips firmly around it. Slowly, I pulled out the spoon and said around a mouthful of pie, Please don't bring me into this, like I wasn't already tit-deep in the conversation.
See, she's uncomfortable,
Max said, looking at Esme. She's comfortable enough to eat, she shot back. I scooted my chair back and scooped Winston up from the floor next to me. I think I'll leave you to it. Max sighed.
Ellie, no,
I'm gonna go, I said, smiling awkwardly as I stood up, cradling my cat in my arms. Thank you for letting me use your dreamy kitchen, and, I hope you sort out whatever this is. I finished with a little twirl of my finger to indicate the this I was talking about, and turned around, scurrying my very uncomfortable arse out of the dining room to where my stuff was still in the kitchen. I was impressed I made it without getting lost. I grabbed my handbag and rushed to the door with Winston still happily tucked under my arm, like the attention whore he was. I pulled it open and stepped outside into the warm summer evening, almost blinded by the sun as it peeked through the trees.
Ellie!
I turned at the sound of Max's voice.
You don't have to go.
Oh, I do, I replied. I know I was looking for drama like 2 days ago, but that's not it. He winced, stepping outside and pulling the door shut behind him.
It's a difficult conversation, I'm sure you understand, and one she shouldn't have brought up tonight. I'm sorry if you were uncomfortable.
I am uncomfortable, I said, immensely so. Whatever change you might have gone through since I arrived here is absolutely nothing to do with me. That's all on you. I'm not here to save the grumpy, reclusive Duke from a dark, lonely future, despite what I write in my books, nor do I have any desire to change you to fulfill some strange fantasy. Winston wriggled in my arms, and I let him jump down to the ground. He'd make his way back to the lodge when he was ready to do so.
I have changed,
Max said quietly, slowly lifting his gaze from the ground to meet mine.
You have made me look at the world differently, but it's not because of you. You see the good in everything and always look for the bright side, and now I find myself doing the same, even when I don't want to. You haven't changed me, Ellie, but the way you live your life has.
I swallowed, wrapping my arms around my waist.
My grandmother is a difficult woman sometimes, just as I know I can be a difficult man, he continued. She means well, but her delivery of many of her opinions certainly leaves a lot to be desired.
No kidding. His lips twitched into the barest ghost of a smile.
She's never truly accepted my decision not to marry and have a family, and
Max trailed off for a second before he shook his head.
I'm sure that it will continue to be a point of contention,
he said after a moment.
It doesn't help much that she adores you.
I stared at him, trying not to smile. Damn him. Damn my stupid heart and its stupid feelings for this stupid man. I'm not going to pretend to understand why you want the things you want, or don't, as the case may be. Actually, I would ask you if I thought for a second that you'd tell me. A flash of something darkened his gaze for a split second. It is what it is, and I meant what I said to her tonight. You and I both know that there's nothing serious about whatever this is between us. I waved my hand before tucking it back against my body. I was lying through my bloody teeth. Did he know I was? Did he know that, as far as I was concerned, this was most certainly not nothing? Max jerked his head.
I'm sorry you were dragged into it. It wasn't acceptable for her to do that.
It's not your fault. I finally averted my gaze, looking down at the bush to the left of the door. I do appreciate you standing up for me, though. He slowly reached out and touched my cheek, but I kept my attention focused on the flowers of the hydrangea. The warmth of his palm against my cheek sent a wave of comfort through me, and I let out a gentle sigh as I leant into his touch.
Ellie,
are you coming with me? I asked, meeting his gaze. Max blinked.
What?
I'm going back. Are you coming with me or not? A few seconds passed before his lips curved into a small smile that sent butterflies fluttering around my stomach.
Give me 5 minutes.
I stepped back with a lingering look. Don't keep me waiting.
Wouldn't dream of it.
Chapter 33. Ellie. The little things. Feather-light fingertips trailed down my side and over the generous curve of my hip. I was only vaguely aware of the teasing sensation that tickled across my skin and travelled the whole length of my side as sleep slowly cleared my consciousness. Max. He was lying behind me, one arm tucked under me, with his other hand drawing invisible little lines along the side of my body. I knew I'd fallen asleep in his arms last night, but I hadn't expected him to stay. He always left, but he was still here with me. He was right behind me, being the big spoon, and his lips were pressed against my bare shoulder in a lingering kiss. My skin tingled where his hand was exploring my entire body. He guided it back over my hip and around to my stomach, a gentle touch that made my breath hitch, and his finger traced a playful circle around my belly button that tickled, making me squirm against him. He laughed silently against my shoulder.
Good morning.
You're still here, I murmured tiredly. My eyes were barely open as I stretched my legs out, slipping them between his. He peppered kisses along my shoulder until his mouth found my neck, and he cupped my breast at the same time. Oh, balls. In my sleepiness, I was only just registering the hard length that was pressed against my bum. God only knew how I'd missed it before, but a wave of desire washed through me as he palmed my breast. The kisses he planted on my neck were tiny but tender, hitting all the right spots that wound up my hormones like one of those little toys with a key in their back. I may as well have been one for how quickly my clit ached for him. I swear to God, the man had an on-off button for my libido. I arched my back, pressing my bum against his hard cock, and he slid his hand down my stomach to the apex of my thighs. "Open your legs," he whispered against my skin. I was still lying on my side, so I shifted slightly. I hooked my left leg over his, parting my thighs, so he could tenderly ease his fingers between them. I was already wet, already aching, already needy, and the first touch from him made me jolt. Max pulled his other arm back from under my head, leaving just enough that he could cup my chin, forcing me to turn my head back to meet his lips. He played with my clit the way he kissed me, slowly, sensually, almost torturously. His tongue moved against mine while his fingers teased me, and he slowly reached down and pushed two inside me, sending heat rushing through me.
"Jesus, Ellie," he murmured against me. "Are you always this wet in the morning?"
I shook my head as my eyes fluttered shut.
"Good."
Max's fingers moved slickly back to my clit, covered in my wetness, and he rubbed it in circles.
"I like knowing I'm the only person who can do this to you."
He was, too. Moreover, he was the only person I wanted to do this to me. I reached back between us and brushed my fingers against his cock. His hips jerked, and I curled my fingers around his cock and slowly moved my hand up and down its length, and it twitched against my palm. Two could play this game, bucko. He was putty in my hands, and I knew it. I loved it. For a moment, I truly cherished it. It almost felt as if this was the most vulnerable side of himself he'd ever dared to show me. And while I wasn't lacking in appreciation for that, I wanted to selfishly cherish and savor it. Max groaned quietly, pushing his hips against me. My fingers flexed against his erection, and I sighed when his hand cradled my jaw. He dipped his head to brush his lips over my neck. Just when I thought I had him, he had me right back, and I was weak for him once again. Slowly, he shifted, making my body shuffle over too. He reached over me to the bedside table and rummaged in the top drawer, then produced a condom. One of his arms was still trapped beneath my head, and I gave a breathy laugh at his awkward angling of trying to open the packet. I plucked it from his fingers and tried to open it, ultimately failing, which made him laugh. I gave up and used my teeth to rip the foil open, then handed it to him to put on. The wetness between my legs made it easy for him to position his cock there and slowly push inside me. A gentle moan escaped my lips as Max stilled, buried inside me. Warmth flushed through my body as he ran his hand up my bare side and kissed my neck, then, slowly, moved his hips. My eyes fluttered shut as he gripped my thigh to keep my legs parted, exerting just enough pressure that shivers ran all over my skin. The easy rhythm of Max's thrusting was almost hypnotic, even when he moved his arm beneath me and propped himself up on his elbow. His fingers curled around my jaw and turned my head back, and our lips came together as I gripped the back of my thigh, holding my leg up. It felt so natural, and the sensation of him moving so easily with me was oh so good. A thin sheen of sweat coated my skin, and I broke our kiss to gasp as pleasure coursed through me. Little by little, it intensified with each stroke of his cock inside me. My muscles tightened in uncontrollable spasms, and I arched my back, pushing my hips closer to him, pulling him deeper and deeper inside me until I could no longer take it. Sweet heat pulsed across my skin. The hairs on my arms stood up as I cried out, and Max grabbed my thigh, maneuvering himself to finish. His movements were faster. He thrust into me harder, dragging out every last second of my orgasm until I thought I might have to beg him to stop. I was barely coming down from my high when he groaned, stilling inside me, and buried his face in my hair. I relaxed, sinking back into Max's body, and slowly let my leg fall. He wrapped his arms around me and exhaled against my shoulder, and I felt him smile as he pressed his lips to my skin. I laughed, albeit breathlessly. Good morning?
It certainly is,
Max muttered, each movement of his lips like little kisses.
I was going to make breakfast until I realized you were naked.
I'm sorry? I offered tiredly.
Don't be.
He let out a breathy chuckle and slowly pulled out of me. He had to release me to remove the condom and get up to dispose of it, and I squeezed my legs together. Oh, no. I hated getting up after sex. Something always trickled. Max appeared in the doorway right as I looked up, grinned, and threw a towel at my head. I caught it right before it hit me and narrowed my eyes at him, then, very elegantly, got up and shoved it between my legs. He laughed as I hobbled across the bedroom, and I swatted him before turning down the hall to the bathroom. "Didn't you mention something about breakfast?" I asked, standing in the doorway and raising my eyebrows at him. His lips curved to one side.
I guess I should cook. I'll get dressed.
"Don't put clothes on my account," I replied smartly, then spun into the bathroom and shut the door behind me. His laughter lingered just long enough for me to glance back at the door and smile. I was so screwed. "Can I ask you something?" I turned my face away from the rain that was hammering against the window to look at Max. He peered up from his laptop and met my gaze.
I might not answer, but I won't stop you asking.
I barely refrained from rolling my eyes at his stupid answer. "Why are you so against getting married and having kids?"
That's the one I'm not going to answer.
He turned his attention back to his laptop and started typing again. I set mine down on the cushion in front of me on the window seat and stared at him. "It seems really important to your grandma." He didn't respond. "Oh, come on. Surely my question isn't that unreasonable." Max sighed, letting his fingers still on the keyboard, but he didn't look at me.
Ellie, please drop it.
"I just don't understand. It seems like such a huge issue with you and Esme." I pushed my hair behind my ear. "Don't you need to have kids for the dukedom to continue, or it reverts back to the crown?" He didn't respond. I tossed my hands into the air and picked my laptop back up, setting it on my lap once more as I stretched my legs out. "Fine, whatever."
What happened to yesterday, where you'd only ask if you thought I might tell you?
Clearly I asked because I thought you might tell me.
Terrible idea.
He typed a few words before I caught him glancing at me out of the corner of his eye.
You're going to open The Sims and try to kill me again, aren't you?
"I don't try," I said, staring at my screen as I contemplated doing just that. "History shows that I succeed, although this time it'll be by killer rabbit." He made a noise that sounded like it was something between a laugh and a sigh, then gently set his laptop on the coffee table in front of him.
Yes, you're correct. If I don't have children, then the dukedom will revert to the crown on my death. That's the very reason I won't have a family.
Wait. I frowned, looking over at him. You want it to die out?
With my familial line, yes. Dukedoms can be reissued.
I sat up a little straighter and swung my legs around, setting my laptop down once more. Why would you want it to die with you? It's, 400 years of history? Gone, just because you don't want children?
It's nothing to do with me not wanting children. On the contrary, I think I'd like to have them very much.
He shrugged a shoulder.
Many of my friends have children, or are going to have them soon, and I don't think it would be the worst thing in the world.
So why not have them? I paused. Oh, can you not?
Not what?
Have kids, can't? There was really no easy way to ask someone if they were infertile, was there?
Am I infertile?
He asked, eyebrows raising.
No, I'm perfectly able to. Believe me, I've already been down this road of discussion with Grandma and had to prove it to her to make her drop it.
I don't get it. I shuffled forwards and gripped the edge of the window seat. You can have kids. You've just admitted that you'd like to, but you won't.
Max shrugged. Yes, that's about it.
But why?
I've already said I won't answer that.
I sighed. It just doesn't make sense. Why not? Especially if it's something you want. Is it not hard seeing your friends have families?
Ellie.
I spend far too much time in the society pages, and there are a whole host of aristocrats that are a similar age to you. I know the Earl and Countess of Anglesey are having a baby, and the Duke of Worcester is engaged, and I've seen them both pictured with Fred, so you're probably friends too, and—
Will you leave it?
Max snapped. He got to his feet and turned away from me. He ran his fingers through his hair, rubbing his hand across the back of his neck as he looked at the floor, looking somewhat defeated. I stilled. I'd gone too far. Why hadn't I just shut up, just accepted what he'd offered me, even if I didn't understand it? It was the most he'd opened up to me about his future, and I couldn't just accept it, could I? No. We'd spent so much time together over the past several weeks, and the more time we spent together and the more I got to know him, the more I wanted to know about him. The more I knew, the harder I fell. The harder I fell, the stronger the tiny whisper in the back of my mind that I could convince him to change his mind, that he should get married and have kids, that it was possible. It was a dangerous, silly, dreamy circle of impossibilities. Stupid, stupid, stupid Ellie. I'm sorry, I said softly. I went too far.
No,
Max turned back and looked over at me, his bright blue eyes dull with sadness.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have snapped at you. That wasn't fair.
It's none of my business. You asked me to leave it, and I didn't. I rested my hands in my lap and looked away. It was fair.
No, it wasn't.
He sighed heavily, and I knew he was still watching me, even though I had my gaze trained steadily on the spider plant that was in a wall planter. It kind of was. It's fine. I smiled, glancing his way, but I knew he'd know how insincere my smile was. I wasn't the best actress in the world. That was why I wrote books instead of doing things like movies. Seriously, it was why I never misbehaved as a teenager. My parents knew because I couldn't lie my way out of bed on a morning.
Ellie, my father wasn't a nice man.
I jerked to look at him, guilt churning in the pit of my belly. You don't have to tell me anything. Your reasons are entirely your own, and I was wrong to keep asking you. Max sighed again and tilted his head to the side.
My only memories of my father are of him violently drunk.
I drew in a breath.
And I mean violently,
he added, emphasis on the violently.
I don't have many memories of him exactly. I think I learned to block a lot of them out at a young age. But the ones I do have involve him screaming, shouting, and breaking things. He was a cruel man, who was even crueler to my mother and my grandmother.
How could anyone be cruel to Esme? She was the sweetest, albeit wackiest, woman I knew, and that included my own grandmother, who was a hoot in her own right.
You already know that my parents died when I was young. I was 9. It was a car crash.
Max continued, wrapping his arms around himself.
My grandmother told me it was a drunk driver. But when I was 16, she told me the truth about what happened, or who was responsible, I should say.
Oh no. I pressed my lips together. Was this going where I thought it was? I sincerely hoped not.
The drunk driver was my father.
My heart ached in a deep, heavy way that set a blanket of melancholy over me. Max, I said softly.
My parents' marriage was not a happy one. I'm almost certain that Mum only stayed as long as she did because of me. This dukedom was my birthright, and from what I've been told, she was afraid that if she left, my father would disinherit me.
The pain in his eyes was excruciating, but I couldn't look away from him. It came off him in waves of sadness and anger, and I wanted nothing more than to rush to him and wrap my arms around him. But I was afraid that if I did, he would stop talking.
He'd overheard the household staff gossiping that she was going to finally divorce him because of his behavior. She couldn't take it anymore.
He rubbed his hand over his mouth, momentarily breaking eye contact to look away.
I don't know if that's true. Nobody ever spoke about it, and we let many of the staff go after their funerals because me and Grandma didn't need a whole household's worth.
So much pain.
My father wasn't a rational man, and he acted before he thought almost daily. The estate only stayed afloat because of Grandma, even when he was alive, and although she does try to make excuses for him on occasion, we both know that he knew what he was doing when he got in the car that night.
Max swallowed, and his jaw clenched tightly.
Mum used to run the local women's institute. The Duchess of Windermere has been involved with it since it was created here. It's one of those things that is passed down from duchess to duchess. It was pretty much Mum's only escape from him. For all his issues, my father knew that they had to keep up appearances, and her leading the group was one of those. That same night, he heard the gossip. He went to collect her afterwards, even though she had her own car with her. She was too afraid of him to reject him, so she got in the car even though she would have known that he'd been drinking.
He hesitated.
Whatever happened in the car led my father to deliberately veer it off the road into one of the deepest lakes in the area.
I'm so sorry, I whispered, my heart clenching.
I don't know if he wanted to kill himself, her, or them both, but the official verdict was a murder-suicide. The car doors were locked, so she had no way to even attempt to escape.
He straightened, pulling his shoulders back.
I inherited a world I wasn't ready for, and Grandma had to pick up the slack because I was only a child. He was a hateful, vile man who subjected Mum and Grandma to the most horrible treatment anyone ever could. He is the reason I won't have children, and it's not only because I'm afraid I'll end up like him. It's because he doesn't deserve a legacy. The title should have died with him that night.
He turned away and headed for the door, and I pushed myself off the window seat. Max! He threw up a hand and kept walking, letting himself out without closing the door behind him. There was no way I was just letting him leave like that. I didn't stop to close it as I ran after him. The earlier rain had gotten heavier and was now hammering down, and it pelted against me since I was running into it. Max! I need a minute, he shouted over his shoulder, still walking. No! I caught up with him and launched myself towards him, grabbing hold of him. I wrapped my arms around his waist from behind and held on tight, stumbling along after him as he kept walking. Ellie, he muttered, still stepping forwards. No, I mumbled right back, pressing my face into his back. Let me go. No. This is ridiculous. It's raining cats and dogs, and you're clinging onto me like a little limpet. I don't care. I squeezed him tighter. You can't say that and run away and not expect me to follow you. He finally stopped walking and dropped his chin to his chest with a sigh. You are insufferable. Thank you. That wasn't a compliment. I know, but life is awfully boring if you go through it being offended by everything. I turned my face to the side so my cheek was resting against his back. For future reference, I prefer the term persistent. He shook his head. Ellie, please, I don't discuss my parents with anyone, and I need some time to process this. I softened my hold on him, tilting my chin downwards. I know, I replied gently, looking at the ground. I just wanted to hug you. His shoulders fell, and he brought his hands to mine, and just when I thought he was going to shove me away from him, he turned. He wrapped his arms around me, and I reached up to circle mine around his neck, rising onto my tiptoes to meet him. Max leant into me, burying his face into my hair. The long, ragged breath he let out was heavy with the weight of his pain, and I just hugged him tighter. We were getting soaked through by the rain, but I didn't care. I didn't want to let him go when I knew he was hurting so badly. I couldn't imagine what it felt like to live with that, knowing that your father was responsible for your mother's death, that one single selfish action had left you largely alone at such a young age. It was heartbreaking, and I was the one who'd made him relive it. I'm sorry, I said softly, turning my face into him, for making you talk about it. It would have happened sooner or later, he said, pulling back just a little. I just need a little time right now. I know. I lowered my heels down so I was no longer on tiptoes and had to tilt my head back to look up at him. Take whatever you need, I said softly, then reached up and gently pressed a kiss to his rough, stubbled jaw. He smiled down at me, but there was a deep sadness in his eyes. It was the kind that was so deep-rooted that it would never truly leave, and he would carry it with him for the rest of his life, even if he was lucky enough to find peace with what had happened. I wasn't sure Max had. I wasn't sure how he was supposed to be honest. Go, he said softly, his gaze conflicted. Get back inside and dry off. I don't want you blaming me if you get ill. I'm the one who ran out in this rain. Ellie. I half pouted, half smiled, and took a step back. Max's hands trailed around to mine, where he quickly linked them through my fingers, and before I could look down at our joined hands, he tugged me back into him, and I instinctively tilted my face up towards him. The right decision, given the fact he touched his lips to mine. And this kiss? Oh, it felt real, like there was something there, like I wasn't the only one who was feeling something they shouldn't have been. The time wasn't right to think that, but as Max pulled me in and kissed me slowly as rain trickled down my face, I couldn't think of anything but. I leant in and rested my hand against his cheek. As much as I wanted to stay here in this moment, feeling this insane concert of emotions that were hurtling around my body, I knew it wasn't the right thing to do. He needed time. He'd said as much, and I cared about him too much not to let him have that. "Max," I said softly, letting my eyes flutter shut. "Stop ignoring it. I'll still be here when you're ready, I promise." "I know." He touched his forehead to mine, and his fingertips dug into my hips, where his grip tightened ever so slightly. "Right now, Ellie, you are the only thing I'm sure of." Before I could ask him what he meant by that, he released me and turned around, leaving me to stand here and watch him walk down the path that would take him home to Greygarth House. I wrapped my arms around my waist, hugging myself, and drew in a deep breath that I slowly blew out through pursed lips. "Right now, Ellie, you are the only thing I'm sure of." His words echoed in my mind, and I fisted my t-shirt where I had my arms crossing over my body. If I'd written them, I'd know exactly what they meant. But I hadn't written them. I'd heard them, and well, bugger. I didn't know what they meant at all. Chapter 34. Ellie. Just another day. The glaringly harsh sound of a call coming through my laptop made me pause and look up at the screen, right as Alexis Rose proclaimed her iconic line of, "Ew, David!" on the TV. Meg's name was flashing on my laptop screen with the request for a video call, and it was the last thing I wanted to do right now. I wanted to stay here, painting my toenails in my little hole of melancholy and guilt. Unfortunately, I knew my best friend better than that. With a groan, I leant forwards and tapped the green button to start the call. "Hey, what's up?" "I figured it out." Meg's face was terrifyingly large on the screen. I know how Rose and Yvonne are connected. I blinked, doing a double take. "Can you sit back? You just put the fear of God in me appearing on the screen like that." "Sorry." Meg moved away from the camera. "I figured it out." "I got that. What you figured out is what I want to know. How they're related." I paused, almost letting nail polish drop in a big pink gloop from the brush onto the carpet, before I quickly put the brush back in the bottle and secured it, instead leaving my right foot half unpainted. "Yvonne and Rose? No, Bill and Ben the flowerpot men," she snarked, grinning. "I found out this afternoon." I held out my hands. "Well, Rose is married to Yvonne's nephew." My eyebrows shot up. Yup, it's her sister's son Rose married too, so they're super close. And that's not all. She leant even closer to the camera until her face filled the screen once again. It was a whole lot scarier with her wide eyes gazing into my soul, let me tell you. "Well?" I asked after a moment when she didn't speak. "Hang on, I'm screen sharing." She was doing a lot of sharing, mostly with her freaky-ass gaze, but I digress. The camera box blinked, and I narrowed my eyes at the document on the screen. What is that? A court document? Yup. So it turns out that Yvonne's sister was just prosecuted by the Department of Work and Pensions for a false disability claim. Meg explained. She's basically bankrupt and is now living with her son and Rose, so Yvonne is trying to get Rose a new deal so they can help her get out of their house. It's only a small 2-bedroom place, and they've been trying to have a baby, something they've stopped since she's moved in with them. I blinked at the screen. "How the fuck do you know all this?" Meg appeared back on my screen and tapped her temple. I am a genius. Meg! She sighed, sitting back. Finally. I did some internet digging into Yvonne. So it was questionable at best, illegal at worst. Nothing I hadn't done as a writer, to be honest. That's how I ended up finding out about her sister. Honestly, the Rose connection was a total fluke, because they were pictured going to court with her sister. But it's a big one. She leant to the side, just disappearing out of the frame for a moment, before she reappeared with a glass of red wine. Yvonne is trying desperately to get her a contract under false pretenses. She doesn't sell enough of her current series, and her new agent appears to have fudged her previous sales numbers. Wow. Yvonne is being a complete headache for us in marketing over this. She's blaming us for Rose's last book flopping, and it's not our fault. It was a fucking shit book. I wasn't going to respond to that. It wasn't professional, no matter what I thought. Well, what are you going to do now? Are you going to tell Francesca about it? I asked, referring to her boss. I don't know how to, if I'm honest. I'm not sure if it's a conflict of interest for her, or if that's even a thing in the company. I can't see how it wouldn't be. She's pretty intimately connected to her, given the circumstances. I clicked my tongue against the roof of my mouth a few times to make little tick-tock type noises. Either way, I think you need to share what you know with her. She's the only one who can actually do anything about it. Meg sighed. You're right. So, how do I bring that up to her? Just ask her if you can have a meeting and tell her what you found. Then you've done everything you can, and you know you've tried. I wish she'd bloody retire. Yvonne, that is. She'd make my life a lot easier. Is she even old enough to retire? I don't know. How old do you have to be these days? Doesn't the government keep raising the age to keep stealing our money? Oh, I'm sorry, I meant to say tax us. It was hard to argue when she was right. Whatever, she continued, putting her wine glass down and switching it for a giant bar of chocolate. I'll text Francesca when we're done talking and ask her for a meeting in the morning. Good idea. How's the book going? Well, I've just finished painting my toenails, and I'm talking to you instead of writing, so... I shrugged. It's going well, then. It actually is. I think I only have about 15, maybe 20% of the book left. It depends how the final scenes pan out. I hugged my knee and rested my chin on top. Maybe 2 weeks or so? Are you coming home when you're done? I nodded. I might take a couple of days to relax a bit, but yeah, I'll be back after. Good. I miss you. She tilted her head to the side, staring at the screen for a moment. Elle, are you all right? I was going to say that I was totally fine, but no words came out. Evidently, I'd been silent for a little too long, because she said, "What's wrong?" There were words for that. They fell out of me, starting with dinner and the tension between Max and Esme, followed by our conversation yesterday, and how it had all happened. Wow. Meg snapped a piece off the large chocolate bar. That's a lot. Yeah. I nodded slowly, dropping my gaze to my freshly painted toes. Wait. Windermere? Windermere, of course. I glanced up in time to see her look away with a deep frown. I knew that was familiar. What? I asked, leaning forwards. How? I watched a show a few months ago. It was a list of, British tragedies, I guess. Notable public figures like Amy Winehouse and others who died before their time, or in really tragic circumstances. She turned back to the camera. And it was, oh, God, 2 weeks ago? I was watching Great British Murders, and there was a story about a Duke and Duchess who were recovered from a lake in their car, and it was deemed a murder-suicide. My stomach churned. It wasn't bad enough knowing the truth, but Max had to live with people making documentaries about how his parents died. That was Max's parents, Meg said softly, casting her gaze downwards. I can't believe I didn't make that connection. It's not really a connection one wants to make. I rubbed the back of my neck. It's difficult. I'm not sure he's spoken to anyone other than me about it for a long time. Did you know his parents were dead? Of course you did. He can only be a duke if his dad isn't alive, she said, somewhat rambling. Did it really take you this long to ask? I nodded. Wow. Okay, that's new for you. Get a load of that restraint. Meg, sorry. She broke off a square of chocolate. That's heavy, man. He's not over it, huh? I'm not sure anyone is supposed to get over that, I admitted, especially not if people are making documentaries about how your dad murdered your mum. Meg grimaced. Yeah, that'll hamper the healing process. I sighed and buried my face in my hands. God, I feel awful. Why? Because I made him tell me, Meg. I peered through my fingers. I just kept going on and on and on about it instead of just accepting it. Whoa, okay, no. She shook her head emphatically. Well, yes, you probably did, if I know you, but you didn't force him to tell you, Elle. He could have just walked away and left without telling you everything, or anything, actually. He obviously trusts you enough to open up like that. She snapped the piece of chocolate into each individual square, then held one out to me. Want one? I stared at her. Shrugging, she popped a piece into her mouth. I did push it, though. He asked me to stop, and I didn't. I haven't spoken to him for a whole day. Not a whole day, Meg deadpanned. However will you cope? That's not helping. Jesus, you are in so over your head with this guy, aren't you? I didn't reply, momentarily averting my gaze instead. Wow. She paused, then leant in closer to her camera, making her face bigger on the screen. I was kidding, but, Ellie, you really like Max, don't you? I looked down at my dusty, crumb-covered keyboard from my date with a bag of salt and vinegar chipsticks earlier. It doesn't matter, I said quietly, flicking my gaze across the keyboard from one key to the other. Even if it did, we want very different things out of our lives. I understand him not wanting kids or marriage, more than I did before, now that I know why. I'd never try to convince him otherwise. You probably think I'm an idiot and will tell me something else. I'm not going to argue with you. You're not? No. I'll give you my opinion, though. I would expect nothing less. Her lips twitched. Just be honest with him, Elle. I think you owe it to yourself to tell him how you feel. You're obviously quite close, and I'd be surprised if he didn't feel a similar way to you. Surely it's worth opening a discussion about whether there's a future for you? I don't think so. Even yesterday he was adamant that kids won't happen for him, and that's a deal-breaker for me. I want to get married and have a family, whether they're my kids or I adopt, and they aren't options for him. He was very clear about that. You'll always wonder. Maybe I will, but it is what it is. I just need to finish this book and come home so I can get back to my normal life. She raised her eyebrows. Do you really think your life will ever be normal again after meeting him? I swallowed and swept my tongue over my lips, then reached forwards and closed the lid of my laptop down, ending the call and the conversation in one sweep of pettiness. I didn't need to answer the question, because no, it wouldn't. My life would never, ever be the same after meeting Max.
Chapter 35. Max. Reality bites harder. I couldn't shake the heavy aching feeling that had settled on me since I'd walked away from Ellie. I shouldn't have walked away from her. I shouldn't have opened up like that and then left. It wasn't because I needed space, it wasn't because I needed to be alone. It was because I was terrified. Terrified that I'd opened up to her in a way I hadn't to anyone else, perhaps ever. Leaving was nothing but a coping mechanism, a way to build a protective wall around myself to keep other people away. People who could hurt me. People I could hurt. People I cared about. People like Ellie. I didn't want to do that to her. Hurting her was the most abhorrent idea. It almost hurt me to even think about such a thing, and that terrified me more than anything. Because it meant I was in love with her. The whole conversation, the whole truth coming out, the way she'd chased after me, and I'd felt an overwhelming sense of peace when she'd hugged me tight, refusing to let go. It was, for a moment, complete comfort. I'd often heard the phrase, felt like home, used, especially in books, and Ellie's included. I'd never really known what that was, what it was supposed to feel like, until that moment. That moment in the pouring rain with her cheek against my back and her arms wrapped around me, her outright refusal to let me go even when I'd insisted. I'd understood it. Ellie felt like home to me. She was peaceful, she was comfortable. She was the one person, the one place that I could see myself returning to time after time. That I would never bore of. That I'd never be uncomfortable with. That I'd always seek out, that I'd be compelled to go back to. Ellie was quite simply everything. She was the only thing in my life that truly made any sense. She was the only thing I understood. It felt as though she was the only thing that mattered to me. I'd spent so long denying it, ignoring it, that it had hit me like a freight train. Sure, I'd known I was falling in love, but I hadn't known when I'd crossed that line. I was in love with Ellie, stupidly, madly in love with her. And I didn't know if I could give her what she wanted from her life. "You've got a face like a porn star's ass," Grandma said, walking into the living room. I beg your pardon?" I blinked at her. "Spanked far too many times to be comfortable." "You could have just gone with a smacked arse, you know." "That's boring. I wanted to spice it up. You were supposed to laugh, you miserable sod." She shuffled over and sat down on the sofa opposite me. "What's got your knickers in a twist?" "You know damn well what's wrong," I shot back. "You and your nonsense the other night when Ellie was here for dinner." "What did I do?" "You pushed it. Ellie ended up asking me what happened, and—" I shrugged. Grandma's eyebrows shot up. "You told her? Willingly?" "Begrudgingly," I said, correcting her. "I told her begrudgingly." "Well, that's quite the turn of events." "A turn you wanted." "It's a turn all the same," she replied, smoothing her long skirt out over her legs. "Let me guess, you haven't spoken to her since." "I don't appreciate that correct assessment." "That's why I offered it." She rested her hands on her lap. "Max, the fact you've spoken about it to her is huge. Why run away from her after it?" "Because I'm not sure I was ready to speak about it." "You never are. Sooner or later this had to happen. You'd meet someone who would make you—" "Stop," I said firmly, looking at her. "Grandma, please." "Feel the way you do right now," she continued, happily ignoring me. "You've been growing closer over the past few weeks. This was inevitable. You were always going to open up to her. I am surprised it happened so soon." "Why do you think it was inevitable? Because you imagined it so? Because it's what you wanted?" "No. Because I could see in both of you that you were becoming more than just friends, no matter how much you insisted otherwise." I pinched the bridge of my nose. "Technically speaking, we are just friends." "If that makes you feel better." "We're not in a relationship, Grandma, no matter what you think. I can assure you that regardless of any emotions that may or may not be present, we are only friends." "You protest far too much." "I'm really not in the mood for this, so if you're just in here to wind me up, then don't bother." I looked away from her. I told Ellie I wanted to be left alone, and that's the truth. "Why?"
So you can wallow in your feelings and feel sorry for yourself. So you can come up with an endless stream of excuses as to why you shouldn't just accept the fact you have feelings for the girl.
I ignored her, keeping my gaze trained on the window.
You can't run away from everything, Maximilian. Things can and will catch up to you, and it's about time you accepted that.
I'm not running from anything, I argued. I'm trying to work through what I'm feeling right now, and you aren't helping.
Then tell me, and I might be able to.
She opened her hands, crossing one leg over the other.
There's no shame in asking for help, despite your insistence of doing everything yourself.
Where do I get that from,
Goodness knows, I always ask for help.
She was full of it. She never asked for help. I sighed and looked at her. Fine. What am I supposed to do? I can't get married, I won't let anyone go through what Mum did, and—
Stop right there.
Grandma put both of her feet on the floor and leant forwards.
I want you to listen to me very, very closely before you say another word.
I stopped, then nodded.
You are not your father, Max.
My stomach twisted.
Do you hear me? You are not Michael.
So everyone keeps saying. But what if I end up like him, Grandma? Addiction can be genetic. I almost fell down that hole in university until I recognized I was drinking too much, and—
You recognized it,
Grandma said, staring at me firmly.
You recognized it, and you changed your behavior to stop it. That's commendable.
What if I do end up like him? I drew in a deep breath. I don't want to do anything that would hurt Ellie, or me, or you. She looked down at her lap for a moment, and her shoulders rose and fell with a deep breath that I heard. She raised her gaze once more and met mine.
You are not Michael, she said again. He couldn't change. He didn't want to change, darling. Not for your mother, not for you, not for me, and not for himself. He had every resource available to him, the best resources in the country, and he failed every time because he wanted to.
I swallowed, trying to ignore the churning in my stomach. Nerves rolled through me and I felt sick at her words. She'd lived through some horrible things, and my memory of my childhood years wasn't as clear as hers would be.
You have a beer once a week when you go to see Penny. You have a glass of champagne at a gala or a function or a dinner. You share a sherry with me at Christmas and a bottle of wine on one of our birthdays. Otherwise you don't drink. You drink far less than the average person, and I cannot remember a single time since you were 20 that I've seen you have more than 2 drinks in one night.
That was true.
You enjoy it because you rarely have it. It's like cake. I enjoy a good chocolate cake a lot more if I haven't had it for a month.
It's hardly the same.
It is the same, Max. The principle is exactly the same.
Grandma held out her hands.
You're able to recognize unwanted and toxic behavior and adjust yourself accordingly. You know where your limit is and don't ever push it. You have full control of yourself and you don't apologize for it either.
But I didn't. I didn't have full control of myself. I don't. I pushed off the sofa and turned away from her, running my fingers through my hair. I don't have control of myself, Grandma. If I did, I would never have. Silence.
Fallen in love with Ellie,
she offered gently, without an ounce of judgment. I'm not admitting to it. Yes, completely and utterly.
You don't have to,
she continued, her voice soft.
I can see it. The mistake you've made is assuming that you have any control over your heart, my darling. You can control your brain and distract it and divert it and all those other wonderful things one does when they're desperately trying to avoid something. But you can't do that with your heart. Your heart decided that Ellie is the part of you that you didn't know you needed. You're going to have to deal with that.
I rubbed my hand over my face. I can't risk hurting her.
And you think letting her go back to London without any acknowledgement of your feelings is not hurting her? The last time we spoke, she wasn't too far off the end of her book. She's here for what? Another week or so. Then she's going to go back to London and you'll have lost your chance.
She's better off if she doesn't know the truth.
Is she? Have you asked her what she thinks about that, or are you assuming it because you're too fucking scared to tell her how you feel?
Chapter 36. Max. Self-care. I jerked around to look at her. She stood up, using her walking stick to steady her, and wiggled a finger at me.
Michael was a coward. He was a spineless, weak man who cared for nothing and nobody but himself and what he found in the bottom of a liquor bottle. Grandma, I love him, Max. He was my son. My baby.
She pressed her hand to her chest.
Just as he was your father. But I hate him for what he's done to you. I hate him for all the bad decisions he made that he left me to clean up. I hate him for making me have to tell you the truth about how your mum truly died. I hate him for killing her with some misguided thought process that killed him too, because she didn't deserve that, and neither did you.
The lump in my throat was overwhelmingly uncomfortable, and it took everything in me not to let emotion overtake me.
But he didn't deserve you.
Her eyes welled with tears.
He didn't deserve your mum, and he didn't deserve you. You are far more of a man than he ever would have been. You are so much like your mother that I don't believe you could ever be anything like him.
I dipped my chin, fighting back my own tears. I'd never heard her criticize my father before. She'd always defended him as any parent would, and I didn't know what to say to her. Because I felt the same. He was my father. I loved him. He'd been my hero for the longest time until he'd become the villain in my life. I hated him. He took the person I'd loved most in my life away from me. And what should have been a peaceful retirement for my grandmother after my grandpa died turned into her raising another child. Me. She hadn't deserved that either. You didn't deserve what he did to you, Grandma, I said quietly, meeting her gaze. You went through so much after Grandpa died, and he shouldn't have had to raise me too. He treated us all horribly, and I think the sooner we realize that he was just a bad person, unwilling to do anything to change himself, the better we'll be.
Oh, I know that, Max. Your father wasn't a good person, not when he died anyway. Good people don't do what he did.
It's not your fault. You know that, don't you? I walked over to her and took her hands. You gave him everything. He had the world at his feet, and he chose not to make the most of it. He chose the worst possible path for all of us.
Oh, I know. If I ever doubt it, I just look at you, my darling.
She squeezed my hands tightly.
You were the single best thing he ever did in his life, and for as much as I wish your mum could see you now, I'm so grateful that I'm lucky enough to be here to do just that. I'm the luckiest woman to have been able to raise you into the wonderful man you are today.
Shit. I was going to cry.
Which is why you need to tell Ellie that you're in love with her, Grandma continued softly. My greatest wish in my life is to see you happy, and I have never seen you quite as happy as you are when you're with her.
I don't want to hurt her.
You have to stop carrying his burden as if it's your own. Let go of the guilt that you couldn't protect your mum.
She held my hands tighter.
You were a child, Max. Protecting her was not your job. She wouldn't want you to punish yourself for your entire life because of what Michael did. Isabel would want you to grab life by its balls, to be happy, to fall in love and live how she did. Because despite what Michael did to her, she always looked on the bright side.
Like Ellie.
Like Ellie.
But we want different things. She wants marriage and a family, and... I stopped, swallowing. Grandma raised her eyebrows.
The family that you do actually want, despite your protestations. Don't argue with me, Max, I know you do, she added, when I did my best to glare at her. When Matthew told you that Eva was pregnant, you were thrilled for him, but I could see your sadness. Alexander is married now, and his grandmother told me that he and Adelaide are talking about trying for a baby soon to give Olympia a sibling.
I swallowed.
Fred will meet someone soon. William will find a lovely young woman to marry. Even Gabriella and that lovely young man Miles are going to get engaged soon, if what Kat tells me is true. Hugo and Stella, Sasha, Sophie, that's her name. Their cottage is almost done, and then they're moving in together, according to Evelyn. Then there will be Spencer, Oliver, George. One by one they'll fall, and you will have the same miserable look on your face as soon as you turn away.
I slowly let out a deep breath.
I know you want that, and you have a chance, Max. She's right here, 5 minutes away, and I see the way she looks at you. It's the same way you look at her, like she's the whole world. Grandma, when you find that love, you don't let it go. Only a fool would, and your mother and I did not raise you to be a fool.
My nostrils flared. What if I don't know how? What if I don't know how to do that stuff?
Grandma tilted her head to the side. Know what? Do what? How to be a good partner, parent, friend? None of us know that, Max. You're not given a handbook for any of that. You figure it out on the way with advice from your elders and your friends who have walked that path before you. But the first thing you have to have is love. And if you really love her the way I know you do, you'll be just fine.
I took my hands from hers and pressed them to my face. I couldn't do this anymore. I couldn't keep living in this goldfish bowl of emotion I'd locked myself in. I couldn't handle this by myself anymore. There was too much happening, too much going on, and I was only human. I just couldn't do it.
I need help, I whispered, bringing my hands down just enough to see Grandma.
I need to speak to someone, don't I? Someone who can help me deal with how I feel. She offered me a watery smile.
If you think it will help?
I stepped back and sat down on the sofa, looking up at her, cupping my hands over my nose and mouth. I'm just so angry with him, and I don't know how to let that feeling go, but if I don't, I'm going to lose Ellie, aren't I? I'm going to sabotage whatever we have, what we could have, because I've never moved on.
You've never allowed yourself to grieve your father, Grandma said slowly. Not having children to continue the family line doesn't hurt him, Max. That hurts you. Not allowing yourself to get married and have happiness doesn't affect him. That only affects you. You're the one who will suffer from those decisions. I don't want you to be alone when I'm gone.
Please, like you'll ever go away. You'll haunt this place for 300 years.
I'm offended you only think 300.
She sniffed.
Do not push Ellie away because of some emotions you've bottled up. Don't punish either of you for the sins of your father. They are his and his alone.
How did you do it? I asked as she turned towards the door. How did you accept what he did and move on? How did you cope with losing him?
Grandma stopped, dropping her head. I had you. You needed me, and it was my job to be there for you and raise you to be the man I knew you would be.
But after?
You've never stopped needing me.
She looked over her shoulder, smiling at me with watery eyes.
If you did, we wouldn't be here now.
I never will stop needing you.
I know.
Her smile widened.
Truthfully, I spoke to someone. I still do. Time heals many things, but losing someone you love isn't a paper cut. It's an amputation. You lose a part of you, and that might be harder than losing them. If you need to speak with someone removed from your situation who can help you process your emotions, then you should. There's nothing to be ashamed of.
Why didn't you mention it before?
Because your decision to speak to someone had to be one you came to by yourself. It's the kind of decision that is yours and yours only. And I will be here to help you.
I pressed my lips together. Thank you, I said softly. I love you, Grandma.
I know.
She smiled, gripping onto her walking stick.
I love you too, kiddo. Please remember this for me.
I promise.
This isn't your father's legacy anymore, Max. This is yours.
Fucking wow. She was right. His legacy was me, but now it was my turn to shape our family's history. And I could do that. This really was my legacy now. Slowly, I nodded.
And do check in with Ellie. She's going to be terribly worried about you, and if she's upset, I'm going to be upset.
Then she left, leaving me alone with my feelings, just like I'd said I wanted. I didn't. I didn't want to be alone. I didn't want to feel this all alone. I didn't want to have to process this without anyone here. I'd never felt as weak as I did right now. I sank back into the sofa and covered my face with my hands again. I hadn't anticipated any of this happening when Ellie walked into my life. Ellie. It was all Ellie. With her gorgeous red hair and her dark blue eyes and her smile that could light up an entire country in a mere second. With her goofy grins and conversations with her cat and her tendency to mutter to herself when she thought nobody could hear her. Ellie. The love of my fucking life. I had to deal with too many emotions, and it was because of her. She'd walked into my life in an explosion of sunshine and laughter. Her very presence had flipped me upside down and shaken and stirred me until I'd reached this point, where I had to confront the last 14 years of my life and my emotions. I knew one thing to be true. I really had never grieved my father. Any healing I'd done as a young boy had been erased when I was 16, and I'd found out he was responsible for their deaths. Any grief I'd felt was replaced with anger, and I'd held on to that ever since. It was easier to blame him, easier to hate him, easier to make him the biggest villain in my life and blame him for all the things that went wrong and all the decisions I made. Grandma was right. I did want a family. I wanted to get married. I wanted to have children. I wanted to have true happiness. I wanted to do it all with Ellie. There was nobody else I could imagine doing those things with. Imagining Greygarth and Windermere without her seemed almost impossible now, and if I didn't address the issues I had, she wasn't going to be here. She was going to go home to London. She was going to leave. She was going to move on, and she was going to be happy. I dropped my hands to my lap and stared at the ceiling. Fuck. I had to fix this.
Chapter 37. Ellie. Not so smooth, operator. I knocked on the back door of Esme's cottage and switched the carrier bag of things she'd asked for to the other hand. I wasn't sure how I'd been roped into running errands for her, but she'd called this morning and said her hip was playing up, and would I mind awfully getting a few things for her from the store? Of course I didn't mind. I'd never heard her moaning about her hip before, granted, but, she was going on a bit, and Lord only knew I woke up sometimes with a stiff back that didn't want to loosen up, so who was I to judge? Nobody. I was also procrastinating heavily this morning, so despite last night's insistence to Megan that I needed to finish my book, I was doing everything but making progress towards that goal. I was calling it self-care. It sounded better than laziness. You had to take your wins where you could get them. The door of the little cottage swung open, and Esme appeared behind it with a black and white cat in her arms. "Ah, good, you're here. Come in before it slices your fingers off. Why did you put it all in one bag?" I should have known she'd ask that. "They only had one bag at the shop," I replied, shuffling past her and the cat. "I didn't know you had a cat." "I don't. This is Hamish. He's a barn cat, but he just had his balls snipped off yesterday, so I've taken him in until he recovers. Don't tell Max, or he'll accuse me of spoiling the little sod." It was hard to argue with that. She kind of was spoiling him. I wasn't going to be the one to point that out, though. "I couldn't tell Max if I wanted to," I replied, taking the bag through to her gorgeous little kitchen. It was cosy and cluttered, and the rustic lemon-yellow cupboards were topped with pinewood that were covered with knickknacks and jars, 2 knife blocks, more chopping boards than anyone needed, and a fresh vase of flowers that I knew had come from her garden. It was like the cutesy little kitchens from the movies. I kind of wanted to photograph it so I could use it as a kitchen in a book. That was the problem with being a writer. I wanted to hold on to everything to use at a later date. Inspiration was everywhere. Esme said, pointing to the empty draining board. Pop the bag down there, dear. You wouldn't mind feeding this rascal, would you? Max put the darn food on top of the fridge, and I can't reach it with my back. I thought it was her hip that was playing up. My lips twitched, and I did as she asked, even taking Hamish from her and setting him on the stone tiles beneath my feet. Are you hungry, Hamish? He looked up at me with big amber eyes and meowed. I smiled and retrieved the grey tin marked cat food from the top of the fridge. There was a little scoop inside the tin, so I used that to measure out food for Hamish. Where would you like the tin, Esme? Just pop it next to the fruit bowl, dear, thank you. I did just that. Have you spoken to Max? She slowly nodded her head, unpacking the shopping. I went to see him yesterday. I understand he told you everything about his parents. He did. It's my fault, I said softly. I pushed him. Oh, of course it's not your fault, Ellie. She removed the cooking apples from the bag and examined them. Trust me when I say that boy is stubborn to a fault. He wouldn't have told you anything he didn't want to. I wrapped my arms around my waist and leant against the counter. Is he all right? He's processing. I think your conversation has unlocked a few home truths for him that he needs to accept. Esme continued unpacking her groceries and balled up the empty carrier bags. It's a difficult thing, finding yourself in a situation that makes you reevaluate what you thought you knew. He'll come around with a little time. I just wish he'd let me know he's okay. I haven't spoken to him for almost 3 days. Yes, I know. I told him what I thought about that, too. Esme mused, setting the cooking apples to the side. He still hasn't reached out, No. I figured as much. That's why I asked you to get this stuff for me. I eyed the pile of groceries. I did wonder why you needed things for an apple pie and custard so urgently. Esme's eyes twinkled. You're a smart one, Ellie. Apple pie is Max's favourite. I thought you might be willing to take it to him if you hadn't heard from him yet. He might not answer the door if he knows it's me. He will. He just needs a nudge. I suspect he's feeling quite sorry for himself and doesn't know how to speak to you after leaving it so long. He's rather a proud little thing sometimes. She opened the cupboard above her head and pulled out a vintage-looking analog scale before setting it down. The bowls are in that cupboard over there, if you wouldn't mind. There went today's word count. I was going to bake instead. I wasn't mad about that either. I fetched one of the mixing bowls out and set it on the counter, then took the apples at Esme's motion and got ready to prepare them to be cooked down for the pie. This woman was a master schemer. Max's problem is that he's never been very good with dealing with his feelings. Even as a young boy, he tended to ignore negative emotions until they blew over. Esme clattered about the kitchen, gathering the things we needed to bake the pie. He ultimately always came around, but the apology was always quite delayed. You know, she said, turning around and pointing a wooden spoon at me, when he was 15, there was an incident at school where he'd lost his temper at another student and almost got into a fight. He never laid hands on him, but it resulted in him having to spend 2 days at home. Luckily for him, that ended up being a long weekend for him. I fought back a small laugh as I peeled an apple. Naturally. She inclined her head, turning to weigh out the flour. I tried 1,000 times to discuss what had happened and why he'd reacted in the way he had. He didn't speak to me at all for 3 days, and finally, on the Sunday evening, he trotted into the kitchen with his tail between his legs and explained everything. What happened? The boy in question had been bullying one of his friends, and Max had finally had enough. He was so ashamed of his behaviour and the way he spoke to both the boy and his teachers that he needed to decompress from it. He apologised to me that night, and the following morning he sought out the boy and all the teachers he'd spoken to inappropriately. I frowned. Not to be rude, Esme, but that doesn't seem like a behaviour he's grown out of. You can get away with that as a teenager, but when you're a grown-ass 30-year-old man who happens to be heir to one of the oldest dukedoms in the country, that doesn't fly. Oh, you're not wrong, and I'm not excusing it. Believe me, I'm extremely annoyed with him for not even being gracious enough to send you a text message to let you know that he's all right. She slid her gaze towards me. But please, do feel free to tell him all that tomorrow. I sighed. I know he needs some time. Our conversation was really tough, and I don't want to be mad at him for not speaking to me, but I am. It's not even like I have any business being mad. Don't you? I side-eyed her. No, he doesn't have to talk to me if he doesn't want to. I think you two are quite similar. He's avoiding talking to you, and I bet you're doing the same thing. No, I've texted him. How many times? I paused. I didn't think one apology and one check-in yesterday morning was the answer she was looking for. Exactly. You're both proud and think you're doing the right thing for the other, but you've ended up in this hole where neither of you want to reach out. She put her hand on my arm. Ellie, dear, there's nothing wrong with you being mad at him for not checking in with you. You're allowed to be mad at someone you care about. I dipped my chin and picked up the other apple to peel it. I could see that was hard for him. I didn't want to pressure him into speaking about something he wasn't ready to do. One of my friends has depression and sometimes disappears, but she has to check in every 24 hours so we know she's doing okay. I guess I assumed Max would do that. Did you ask him to? No. There you are, then. Neither of you communicated before you parted ways, and now you're paying the price for it. At this point, you're going to have to show up with this pie because I'm not sure either of you will break. Esme, I'm not so proud that I won't go over there. I put down the peeler and looked over at her. I didn't want to pressure him into a conversation he wasn't ready for, but I appreciate that I could have done more to reach out to him. Even if it was only to ask him to check in so I knew he was okay. I trailed off. Have a weird relationship, she finished, opening the drawer in front of her and holding out an apple corer. There, it'll make your job easier. Thank you. I took it from her. I suppose it is a bit weird, yeah. My dear, you clearly care a great deal about one another, she said, going back to her mixing of dry ingredients. Communication is a very difficult thing. It takes a lot of work. Goodness knows it took me and Arthur far too long to figure that out when we were young. Although, I suppose we were raised in a generation where divorce wasn't an option, and we had little choice but to figure it out. She expertly cracked eggs against the side of a jug with one hand and let the contents fall inside before she discarded the shells in another bowl. Granted, he wasn't my favourite person when my father agreed I should marry the pig-headed bastard, but there we are. I choked on my own saliva. I'd written that instance 1,000 times, but this time it actually happened. Awkward little bubbles tickled my throat and brought forwards a coughing fit I could barely control. Are you all right, dear? Esme asked with a sparkle in her eye. No. I turned away from the apples, pressing my hand against my mouth. Did you just call your late husband a pig-headed bastard? I did. Esme! What? He was a pig-headed bastard, especially when he was a young man. He didn't adjust his attitude until he was 36, and I threatened to leave him and tell the Queen what an absolute arsehole he was. You did not. I certainly did. She plucked a fork from the drawer and put it in the jug of cracked egg, then slid it over to me. Whisk that, would you? Like I had a choice. I'm sorry, I just don't buy that you threatened to tell the Queen about your husband's behaviour. I whisked the fork around the jug, mixing the bright orange yolks and whites into a creamy yellow mix. I'll have you know that I'm quite good friends with Her Majesty. My Arthur was far too big for his breeches sometimes, and he needed a good putting in his place sometimes. She sniffed, eyeing the mixture I was working on. Sometimes I think Max is an awful lot like him. A pig-headed bastard. I can't say you're wrong. I finished working on the eggs and stopped. Oh, bollocks to it. I can't focus on anything. You did an all right job with that egg. Oh, you know what I mean. I held out the jug. Esme looked at me. What? It's not my fault you're in love with my grandson. I almost dropped the jug. Goodness, child, mind those butterfingers. That's a Pyrex jug, you know. They're frightfully expensive. Esme. I put the jug down next to her bowl and stepped back. You can't just throw an accusation like that at a woman. I think you'll find that I can, and I did. She glanced at the jug. Can I trust you to pour that gently into this dry mix, or are you going to dump it in? I'm not in love with Max. That took you far too long to deny, my dear. I'm not in love with him. Bollocks. You are. That's why you're here. I am not in love with Max, I said, slamming the fork on the counter. Esme calmly picked up the jug and poured a small amount of the egg mix into her bowl, where she used her spoon to fold it in. Fine. You're not in love with Max. That's why you're here, in my kitchen, asking about him, helping me bake an apple pie. Balls. Maybe I like apple pies, and you, I replied, skirting around her to take the bowl and spoon from her so she didn't have to do the laborious job of mixing. That didn't sound like a denial to me. I'm playing politician. I'm not answering questions. I didn't ask you a question. I paused. Shit. I should have known you were trouble when you showed up with that bloody goat on a leash on my first day, I said, gently folding the egg into the dry mixture until it started to resemble a golden dough. I didn't come here for this nonsense, Esme. I know that, but I thought I'd try my luck anyway. I hope you're happy with yourself, I grumbled, working the pastry mix through until the spoon no longer cut it and I had to put it aside. You should have bought a lottery ticket. I'm not giving those charlatans my money. I'd rather buy books. She put down the empty jug and motioned for me to move to the side. Now, get back to those apples while I roll out this pastry. You're lollygagging, dear. I picked up the peeler and looked at her. Esme, you won't say anything, will you? Will I tell Max how you feel? No. She lifted the ball of dough and sprinkled flour across the countertop. Your relationship is none of my business. You drew me here purely to talk me into admitting how I feel about him. Forgive me if I don't believe you on that one. She pushed the rolling pin over the dough and looked at me with a twinkle in her eye. You're too smart for your own good, Ellie. I'm not sure if that's a compliment or not. Oh, it is. Esme continued rolling it out, this time without looking at me. But I mean it. I shan't get involved in whatever the two of you are or are not doing. I set the peeled apple down and smiled. Thank you. Unless I absolutely have to, of course. There it was. Chapter 38. Ellie. The apple of my pie. I couldn't believe I was doing this. I was walking up to Greygarth House with a bloody apple pie and homemade custard, and I was as nervous as I'd ever been. 3 days. It didn't seem like a long time, but there was something to be said for this situation. I'd spoken to Max almost daily for the past several weeks since I'd come here, and it was weird not to do that, especially now that we were so close. And I was in love with him. Esme had been right, though. I didn't know what to say to him. He'd opened up to me in such a deep way, and I'd spent the last 3 days trying to figure out the best way to reach out to him. I didn't want to push him to speak to me until he was ready, but it seemed as though my good intentions had a similarly negative result. He probably didn't know how to reach out either. I couldn't blame him for that. It happened sometimes. Even people with the best communication skills sometimes found themselves without words. That was how I ended up with this bloody pie. Hey, when all else failed, food was a great equalizer. I walked up the thick stone steps in front of the door and paused. The heavy mahogany doors were beautiful, and the panelling drew my attention for a moment, and I traced each line of the door with my eyes.
"No," I heard Max say from inside. "You can't hide here. I know what you're doing. I swear you're part human."
I blinked. Who was he talking to? The door swung open, and I froze when he appeared in the empty space in the doorway, holding Winston. "That's my cat," I said dumbly, staring at the stupid ball of silver and ginger fluff in his arms. Max stared at me for a moment.
"That's a pie,"
he replied. "Why are you holding my cat?"
"Why are you holding a pie?"
I think the cat might take precedence here. Winston trilled a silly little mersp noise. Max's lips twitched.
"He climbed through the window and didn't look like he was leaving. I thought you might like him back."
"Sometimes I wonder," I muttered, glaring at Winston.
"Now explain the pie?"
"And custard."
"Pardon?"
"Apple pie and custard," I said, holding it out. Your grandma forced me into it. Well, to be specific, she guilted me into going grocery shopping for her, but had me buy all the pie stuff, and then when I took it to her, I had to stay and help her bake this. Sorry, I'm rambling."
Max fought back a smile. "Let me guess. It was all a ploy to make us talk."
"I suspect that's how Winston got into the library."
"The window was suspiciously open," he said slowly. "I think we can place this blame solely on her shoulders."
"Oh, I was going to." He laughed quietly and put Winston down. My cat ran back into the house without a care in the world for us, and I shook my head at his swift disappearance. That cat is such a dick. Max's lips twisted into a wry smile.
"Do you want to come in?"
"Yes, and can you take this pie? It's flipping heavy."
"Take it. I'm about to eat it all."
He relieved me of my load and turned away. "Hey!" I stomped inside after him, pausing only to shut the door, and chased after him. "I baked it. You are not eating all of it."
"Oh, come on. You baked it for me."
"I was coerced," I replied, walking into the kitchen. "It wasn't by choice." He peered over at me with his bright blue eyes, with an expression that said he didn't believe me.
"I'm sure."
I crossed my arms over my chest and stared at him. If I were going to bake you anything, it would be a cream pie that I could shove in your face. Seriously, though, that was getting pretty tempting. If I hadn't had to go through what I had, dealing with Esme and her neighborhood watchways earlier, I'd have done it. Shoved this one right in his gob.
"I'm sensing a bit of hostility,"
Max muttered. "Hostility? I'll give you hostility." I grabbed the tea towel from where it was hanging over the oven door and whipped his arm with it. 3 days, Max! It's been 3 bloody days, and you didn't reply to a single message I sent. Ow, ow, ow! He jumped back from my emphatic tea towel beatdown. I wasn't giving up now I'd gotten started. You just had to say you were okay. Do you have any idea how worried I was? I didn't know what to do. I wanted to help you, but you were being a big old baby and couldn't even send me 5 measly characters by text to tell me you were all right. I went to whip the towel against him again, but he grabbed it and yanked on it, sending me stumbling towards him. I slammed into his body and he pinned me against him with one strong arm, and I screamed into his chest with my eyes closed and my nose all smooshed against his breastbone. No, I said, muffled. You can't just grab me. You said all that and left, and I was worried about you for fuck's sake. He tugged on the towel, and I released my grip on it, letting him take it away. I know you needed space, and I'm sorry if I'm being irrational, but I knew how much that hurt you to speak, and I just wanted to know that you were okay, and that's really selfish of me to ask such a thing of you in that situation, but I'm sorry, he said, softly cupping the back of my head. Caring about me is not selfish of you, Ellie, and I owed you 10 seconds of my time to tell you that I was okay. You didn't owe me it, I whispered. I just wanted to know. And you had a right to know. I laid a heavy story on you. He dipped his chin so his lips brushed across the top of my head. I'm sorry for not communicating with you, Ellie, but I am grateful for the space you gave me, even though it must have been difficult for you. Max, can we talk about this properly? Only if I can eat the pie out of the dish while we do, with warm custard. I pulled back and wrinkled up my nose. I don't like custard. You don't like custard? What's wrong with you? A lot, I replied, mostly the voices in my head, but there's a whole lot of issues you haven't even glimpsed yet. He laughed, stepping away. What if I heat up the pie and add ice cream for you? I raised my eyebrows. Vanilla? What else would you eat with apple pie? All right, that's a deal. I crossed my legs on the sofa and peered over at Max as he expertly slipped out a slice of hot apple pie. He slid it onto the plate reserved for me and added the 2 scoops of vanilla ice cream from the ramekin before leaving the spoon there and handing the plate to me. I smiled gratefully and accepted it, putting the spoon between the ice cream and the pie so the ice cream didn't turn into a mosh pit of melty bullshit. Max sat back with his own serving, his lavished with Esme's homemade custard, and peered over at me. Are you sure you don't want custard? Ask me again and I'll pour that jug over your head, I threatened him, using the spoon to slice through the pie. I won't be risking that, he muttered, diving right into the hot dessert. A few minutes passed as we both ate. It really was a good pie, and I had to admit that me and Esme made a rather formidable duo in the kitchen. This pie was a labor of love for us both, combining 3 recipes, and somehow we'd created something really special. This isn't Mum or Grandma's recipe, Max said, looking over at me. Yours? I shook my head. A bit of Esme's, a bit of my grandma's, and a bit of your mum's. It's the best one, he muttered, looking at it. Write it down. Maybe, I smiled, toying with the last piece of apple on my plate. I'm really sorry I backed you into a corner and made you tell me what happened with your parents. You didn't deserve that, and it wasn't my place to do so. Ellie. Max put his plate down and looked over at me, reaching to set his hand on my knee. You have to know that I peered over at him when he trailed off. I care about you a great deal, he finally said, albeit quietly, catching my gaze.
You're really quite important to me, and I'm happy this turned out the way it did.
You are?
Yes. I didn't talk about them. Not really. You're the first person I've opened up to in a long time. And I am sorry that I closed myself off from you after we had that conversation. You don't deserve the radio silence you've had from me.
I swallowed, glancing down at his hand.
I've not always been the best at managing my emotions. I'm sure that goes without saying after the past few days, but it really has made me aware of that shortcoming of mine. It's something I need to address going forwards, and I plan on making that a priority.
His fingers twitched around my knee.
I'm sorry if my silence worried you. It was the last thing I wanted.
It did, I said honestly. I didn't want to push you into talking to me, and I didn't know where the boundary there truly was. Until your grandma corralled me this morning, I wasn't sure how I'd approach you again, if I'm honest.
I'm sorry. I had no intention of making you feel alienated like that.
You don't have to apologize for dealing with your trauma the way you felt was best.
No, but I do have to apologize for how I made you feel. Ellie.
He leant forwards, bringing his hand up to my face so he cupped my cheek. Max, you didn't alienate me. I wrapped my fingers around his wrist. If we're completely honest with ourselves, you have no obligation to me. I'm not your girlfriend or your wife, and you are entitled to handle your emotions in the way that is healthiest for you. I'm sorry if I made you feel like that wasn't right with what I've said today.
Stop,
he said quietly, using his free hand to put the plates back on the coffee table. He shuffled towards me and slid that same hand up my thigh.
I know where our relationship stands, Ellie. That doesn't mean I have a right to hurt you with bad decisions.
Any way you need to deal with something that traumatic, that hurts you, isn't a bad decision.
It is if it hurts someone I care about,
Max continued softly.
My silence hurt you, and I'm sorry.
I turned my cheek into his hand. I love you, you silly twat. The words wouldn't come. I couldn't say them. This was the healthiest conversation I'd ever had with someone I wasn't in a relationship with, and someone I was, ironically. But I couldn't say the words. My future was not his future, and that was okay. Sometimes love wasn't for you. It wasn't your happily ever after. Sometimes love came into your life to teach you a lesson about who you were, how to treat people, how to be a better person in general. Maybe that was who we were to one another. We were brought together to teach the other more about who we were, how to be better in ourselves, how to live the way we were supposed to. I uncrossed my legs and swung them up onto the sofa, over his lap, and gently pulled his hand away from my face so I could rest my head on his shoulder. He obliged, wrapping his arm around me and holding me against him. I didn't miss how natural this was, how easily I fit against his larger frame, how neither of us said a word as we slipped into this embrace as if we'd done it 1,000 times before. My unsaid words rattled around my head like a bird trying to escape a cage. But I closed my eyes and desperately begged my heart not to force them out. They weren't words that needed to be said. Max. He replied, rubbing his hand up and down my arm. His fingers danced a tender little rhythm over my skin, the kind that made goosebumps erupt here and there. Can we stay friends?
What do you mean?
When I go back to London next week. He tensed. The pleasing sensation of his fingertips trailing across the skin of my arm dissipated with the stilling of his hand, and my stomach did a little somersault that ended on an underwhelming finale. "Can we stay friends?" I repeated quietly, staring at the ornately carved circular coffee table. "I'd hate to think that I'd leave and never speak to you again."
"Oh, Ellie."
He rested his cheek on top of my head, drawing me even closer into him, but the tension never quite left his body.
"There's no chance of that at all. I will always be your friend."
And just like that, like the snapping of fingers, my heart broke. Chapter 39. Ellie. The last chapter. Kevin. "I'm getting married!" I blinked at my phone, drawing my brows together in a frown. It had been about 3 weeks since he'd gone home to fix his relationship, and I hadn't heard a thing from him since he'd texted to tell me he was safe. Me. I'm confused. Kevin. "I'm getting married. What's confusing about that, Ellie?" Me. "The whole thing, actually." Either it had taken them a really long time to sort their relationship out, or he and Aaron had made a whole new choice. Kevin. "I'm getting married. You're supposed to say congratulations, you heathen." Me. "Kevin, it's been 3 weeks since you left here. You have to understand that I'm slightly confused." Kevin. "Oh." Me. "Yes. Last I heard, you were going to sort out your relationship, then you never text me back." Kevin. "Huh. I meant to text you. Sorry. We had a litter of abandoned puppies come in and it's been a lot of work." Whoa. Me. "Just the puppies? No mum?" Kevin. "No mum. They were about 2 weeks old and found in a box on the side of the road. An old couple found them and brought them in. We've been taking shifts and had to beg for volunteers to help us just so we could sleep. It's a bit easier now they're starting to wean and have some independence." Me. "Oh my God. I'm sorry. That's so difficult." Kevin. "It was the day after I got back. We didn't get much of a chance to talk until yesterday, when Aaron's parents arrived and insisted on giving us a break. We went for dinner and talked it all over." Kevin. "Aaron said he was sorry for springing it on me the way he did, and I apologized for running away and not speaking to him about it. We had an actual conversation and decided that it was what we wanted, so I proposed." Oh my God. I burst into laughter. That was the most Kevin thing ever. Of course he'd run away from a proposal only to turn around and actually propose himself. Me. "Well, congrats. Have you told Mum and Dad yet?" Kevin. "No. They're coming back in a couple of weeks. I thought we'd tell them in person. Will you be back when they are?" Shit. I'd forgotten they were coming back. My mother would be furious if I was here and not closer to home. She'd be even angrier if she had any idea I'd forgotten about it, which meant I was going to have to bust my ass to finish this book if I wanted to take the few days break I was originally planning on. Sigh. Me. "Of course." Kevin. "You forgot they were coming home, didn't you?" Me. "Me? Forget? No, never." Kevin. "You're full of shit. Are you bringing your boyfriend with you?" Me. "He's not my boyfriend." Kevin. "He's your boyfriend." Me. "He is not my boyfriend. We're just friends." Kevin. "Absolutely nothing I ever saw between the two of you said you were only friends." Me. "Will you drop it? I'll be home in time for Mum and Dad's visit. Don't worry." Kevin. Okay, if you're sure." Me. "I'm sure. I'm so happy for you and Aaron." Kevin. Smiley face. "Even if it took you a minute to be happy?" Me. "Oh, shut up." Kevin. Tongue out face. "It goes without saying, but please don't tell anyone. I don't need Mum to beat my ass because she was the last to find out." Me. "I won't tell anyone." I finished that last text with the emoji with a zip across his lips and put my phone down. I couldn't say I hadn't wondered how their chat had gone, and I'd assumed it had ended badly when he didn't respond. Like Max, Kev tended to bury his head in the sand when things went badly. Maybe that was why I wasn't too annoyed at Max's silence. Sometimes you just needed to deal with things by yourself, and that was okay. Maybe I also wasn't the best at communicating, as proven just now with Kev. When I was blanked, I tended to withdraw and not make an effort with the other person myself. I'd rather annoy someone than make them think I didn't care at all. Sigh, I really had to work on that. I pulled my laptop onto my legs and switched windows to my Word document. I really was close to the end. I just had a couple of chapters and a previous scene to write, and one of those chapters was already partially written. A part of me just didn't want to finish. Finishing meant going home. It meant saying goodbye to Windermere and Max and Esme. It meant leaving behind this incredible place that I'd absolutely fallen in love with. A place I knew I could never return to. How could I possibly come back here one day? Even if I were to get married and have children, there would be a part of me that I wasn't sure would ever let go of Max. He'd had such an unexpectedly profound impact on my life, and as much as I wanted him to find happiness, I didn't know if I could stand to see him with anyone else. I wasn't sure I could stand to see him alone, either. Maybe just seeing him was the issue at hand. I'd asked him last night if we would remain friends, and I wished he'd said no. A friendship would make getting over him harder than it needed to be, and it was already going to be nigh on impossible. And the inevitable slow decline of such a long-term friendship would hurt more than a clean break. Maybe it was my own fault for asking. I'd opened the door, because there was a teeny, tiny, stupid, teen-girlish part of me that had hoped he'd say that we wouldn't be friends, that we'd be more. Hope was a silly thing, especially where matters of the heart were concerned. I wasn't immune to that any more than anyone else, but there'd been a dull ache deep within me ever since we'd spoken last night. It hadn't mattered that we'd finished the night watching a movie and arguing over the storyline and how much sense it did or didn't make to us. We'd ended on good terms, and he'd walked me back to Greygarth Lodge because it was dark. Then he'd kissed me goodnight and left. It was the kind of thing I swooned over. Yet, I didn't want to write that kind of romance right now. I ached a little too much for it. I wanted to go in on my characters for one last emotional ripping, so that's what I did. I cracked my knuckles and went in, then slowly and systematically ripped my heroine's heart into a million little shreds. I tore it up, bit by bit by endless bloody bit. I put her through the ringer for a reason I wasn't sure I understood, but somewhat made sense given the rest of the story. It didn't seem out of place, almost as if this had been brewing in the background for the past 40,000 words. Tears rolled down my cheeks as I started the next chapter, skipping the usual heading so I could get on with the story. I wasn't even sure I knew what was going on, just that I was tearing apart everything I'd built until this point and dragging the story out longer than I'd intended. Whatever, it was working. It was almost therapeutic, writing this scene. My heroine packed her bags and threw them in her car, gathered up her ornery cat that may or may not have been based on Winston, and got in her car to drive away. It was a gut-wrenching scene to write, and I felt every emotion so acutely that there was no way I was leaving this building. I hoped like hell that nobody stopped by, because if they did, they were going to stumble upon a hot mess of a woman. Mind you, that wasn't much different from me usually. A hot mess of a crying woman. There, that distinction would make all the difference, I was sure. Why was I crying so hard? I could barely see the screen through my tears, yet my fingers were typing at a speed I wasn't quite used to. They slid across the laptop keyboard and tapped at the keys like it was second nature, and I supposed it kind of was. I could touch type, after all, but there was sure to be no end of typos in this stream of words. Well, I did have an editor for a reason. As long as it didn't read about a banana riding a tricycle, it would be fine. I, may have written that in a half-asleep state before. To this day, I still have no idea what I was talking about. I paused for a moment and checked the time. Shoot, I'd been writing for 2 straight hours and missed dinner. But there was so much mojo here for this unexpected turn of events. But I also needed to eat. I could eat later. For now, I needed to make my characters hurt the way I was.
You owe Grandma a new pool noodle.
I looked up from my laptop to see Max approaching with Winston cradled in his arms. I'm sorry, what?
You owe Grandma a new pool noodle.
Oh, no, I got that bit. It's just not a sentence one expects to hear mid-afternoon. I replied, Why on earth do I owe her a pool noodle of all things? And why did you just walk in here?
I knocked. You didn't hear. I figured you were out here.
As
For the pool noodle, that'll be his fault,
Max replied, holding Winston out.
Meow.
My cat whined. Oh, no, I groaned, hitting the save command before glaring at him. Did you use the goats as a scratch post again? He blinked at me. We spoke about that, Winston. You can't just use their horns to sharpen your claws. Pool noodles or no pool noodles. He wriggled in Max's arms and jumped down, bounding up the steps into the house behind me. I watched him go with a slow slide of my gaze before I dragged my attention back to where Max was watching him with unabashed amusement. That cat is such a dick, I muttered, looking back at my laptop.
He's a pretty wild character,
Max agreed.
How's the writing going?
Do I really have to go and buy your grandmother a pool noodle?
No, she has 40 of them.
I glanced up at him. I'm not even going to ask.
Best you don't.
He chuckled.
So, the writing?
Took a detour, I admitted, looking at the screen. These people in my head don't conform to my wishes, so here I am, writing 15,000 extra words and reworking the entire ending. Max raised his eyebrows.
Sounds stressful.
I was hoping to be done in about 2 days, but it's going to be more like 5 now. It really cuts into my rest time, especially since my brother just reminded me that our parents are coming home. If I'm not there, my mother will kill me. He slowly nodded.
So, when are you leaving?
It depends how quickly I can get this finished. I was kind of hoping to have a week to relax when I was done, but I don't think that's possible now. I glanced up at him. It's probably just a week until I leave now. Another gentle nod.
I'll leave you to finish writing. Just wanted to return the great explorer to you.
Actually, if you have a second, could I pick your brain? He paused midway through turning around and raised his eyebrows.
Pick my brain?
I pointed at the screen. For my book, I kind of broke them up.
Kind of broke them up?
With the intention of them living happily ever after, of course.
Of course. What other intention would you have?
His lips tugged to one side.
What can I help with?
I used the situation with the Glenrocks that you explained, and I had the classist prejudice lead to their breakup because the heroine couldn't cope with being made to feel less than anymore, so she broke it off and won't speak to the hero anymore.
That's pretty valid.
But I need to get them back together. He put his hands in his pockets and bobbed his head, pressing his tongue against his top lip thoughtfully. So, how do I fix it? How do I bring them back together in a way that basically knocks sense into his prejudiced family members? I tapped my fingertips against the laptop. I feel like they're not going to come around by themselves, and there needs to be some kind of catalyst for the change. But I don't know what that catalyst could be. Max pressed his lips together and joined me on the outdoor sofa, sitting on the other part of the L-shaped seat.
Well, you generally find a level of hypocrisy in families like that. The heir is held to a higher standard than other family members, siblings included.
I frowned.
For example, if my parents had had another child, they would have been able to do pretty much whatever they wanted, whereas I would have been encouraged to marry the right woman.
What is the right woman? What does that even mean? I asked, holding my palms up in confusion. Because that's the right person for the job, right? Not the right person for you.
Pretty much. Think back to when Prince William and Catherine got married.
I cocked my head questioningly.
There was a big hullabaloo back then because she wasn't deemed to be good enough for the future king, as a,
He grimaced.
Commoner.
I wrinkled my nose at the term.
Exactly. There was a sect of the aristocracy who thought he should have married someone of noble blood, if you will. He married the woman he loved instead, and, to her credit, she's proven them all wrong.
He stretched his legs out and crossed them at the ankles.
On the other hand, other members of the royal family have been able to marry commoners without anyone so much as sniffing in their direction. The script is written differently for the heir.
I think I understand. So I could have the hero bring up the fact that a sibling or close cousin has married a commoner and... I hate that word. I groaned.
It is rather Tudoresque, isn't it?
No kidding. I sighed. Okay, have the hero bring up that he's treated differently to everyone else and point out his family's hypocrisy. But how do I bring the heroine around? I can't have one of his family members visit her, because that happened in my last book.
That's for you to figure out,
Max said slowly.
I'm not sure I can help with that kind of thing.
Humph, I thought you were going to say that.
Hey, if I help you any more than I have, I'm going to want to be named co-author.
In your dreams? He grinned, and my silly little stomach did a silly little flip that only silly little lovesick women felt. I pushed the laptop away and sighed. I'll figure it out. It'll probably come to me as I write. I was all gung-ho about fucking them up that I didn't think it through, but now I'm too committed to back out.
Why don't we get some dinner?
Dinner? It's too early for dinner.
Ellie, it's 5:30.
Oh, I said slowly. I did forget to eat dinner last night.
How does one forget to eat dinner?
Well, I forgot to eat it at an acceptable time. I corrected myself. I ate a cheese and crisp sandwich at 10 p.m. before I spent a very normal 3 hours building a house in The Sims. Max's eyes glinted with laughter.
Sounds like you need a real dinner.
Maybe.
I was going to cook spaghetti bolognese tonight. It's far more enjoyable to cook for 2 people.
He got up and held out his hand, and I let my gaze slide to his large hand with its roughened skin.
If you're only here for another week, and you're going to kill yourself working, at least let me make sure you're eating 1 hot meal a day.
Max, I said quietly, you don't need to do that.
I want to. Please?
I closed the lid of my laptop and tucked it under my arm before I set my hand in his and let him pull me to my feet. Okay, but you know I'm going to help. His lips tugged to the side in a smile so fond and intimate that my heart skipped.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
Chapter 40. Max. Dr. Collins.
How are you doing, Max?
I swallowed. staring at the woman on the computer screen in front of me. Dr. Collins had been the only person available when I'd sought out a therapist to help me process my parents' death and how it had affected the rest of my life. My GP couldn't help. I couldn't see anyone in person, but I'd been able to connect with her online after her receptionist had said she spoke to private clients in her own time. I was paying for that, too, a very pretty penny. But I was of the mind that there was no price too much for my mental health, and our first session had cemented that for me. I was extremely lucky to be in the financial position to pay significant money for the support I knew I needed. And there was something about Dr. Collins that made me comfortable, even if the whole talking about how I was feeling thing was anything but. Therapy really wasn't anything I ever thought I'd have to deal with. I thought I'd be able to go through my life keeping everyone away, keeping myself locked up. Until Ellie. She'd strolled into my life like the sunburst that she was, brightening every corner of my miserable existence. She'd shown me that there was something worth fighting for, that there was always something brighter around the corner, that every day really was a new one. Therapy was something I had to do for myself. I hadn't reached out because Grandma thought I should, or because Ellie or Fred or Penny wanted me to. It was something I decided to do because I needed it. I needed to speak with someone who could help me break down the trauma I'd suffered when my father had killed my mum. If I wanted to move on, to become a better person, I had to do this. I wanted to do this. I wanted to unpack my trauma, figure out where it fit in my life, and learn how to grieve healthily. I wanted to reevaluate my relationship with my parents, especially my father, and reevaluate my current ones, friendships, familial, romantic. I wanted to be a better, healthier version of myself for myself. It would be a long, tough road, and I knew that. I would have to rip out a part of me and lay it bare in front of Dr. Collins and potentially those closest to me. But I was just so tired. I was so tired of hurting. I was so tired of feeling pain, of being wrapped in a never-ending cycle of swirling, uncontrollable emotions that controlled my life. I was so fucking tired of being angry all the time. I'm okay, I said after a moment of silence.
You don't sound so sure about that, Dr. Collins replied gently, toying with her necklace.
She rolled the locket between her finger and thumb.
You don't look it either. Perhaps your feelings today are a good starting point for this session.
I leant back in the chair, letting my knees fall open, and averted my gaze from the camera. Ellie's almost done with her book.
Ah.
Her parents retired to Portugal, but they come back to England sometimes because Ellie and her brother are here. They're coming back in a few days, so she's cutting her time here short and is leaving almost as soon as her book is done to be back for their trip.
What difference does that make to you? Her exit frees up a property you can rent out, does it not?
I nodded. It does.
But?
What do you mean, but?
There's a but in there, Max. I can't help you if you don't talk freely with me.
I wrung my hands together. I don't want her to leave, I admitted. I have some very strong feelings for her that I don't want to let go of, but she deserves to let go and move on.
Deserves to let go of what?
Me. The difference in what we want out of our lives. Dr. Collins cleared her throat.
You told me that you want marriage and children. So does she. I don't understand the difference.
I didn't say anything.
You admitted that to me in our first session. Have you spoken to her about how you feel?
I shook my head. No.
You're projecting your emotions onto her. You're making the decision that you think is best for her without consideration for her actual feelings.
She peered down at the papers in front of her on her desk.
She deserves to have her say in the matter, doesn't she?
Of course.
So why haven't you been honest with her?
I swallowed. I don't want her to feel obligated to stay, I admitted quietly. Mum stayed with my father because of me. I don't want Ellie to feel the same way.
You only ever refer to him as your father, not Dad. Why is that?
Quick change? I stilled. I don't know.
I'd like you to think about it. I believe your reluctance to tell Ellie how you feel is rooted in your feelings towards your dad. You seem to be keeping him and your feelings about him at arm's length, something you admit you tried and failed to do where Ellie is concerned,
Dr. Collins said.
You said last week you're angry at him. Do you equate yourself with him because of the title you inherited?
I suppose I do, I said quietly. He was the last Duke of Windermere and he didn't leave a great legacy. It's an old title with a rich history and he shit all over it because he couldn't control his addiction.
Did he try? From your perspective, not one given to you by others.
He tried, but he always failed. I remember the days where he was sober and fighting it. He would cook and bake with Mum and play football with me. He would help me with homework and all the things a normal father would do. I inhaled, hoping the tears that were burning the back of my eyes wouldn't break free. He just couldn't keep it up. Nothing was good enough for him. We were never enough to make him break the addiction.
And you're afraid you'll do the same, even though you barely drink alcohol yourself?
I don't want to hurt Ellie.
Have you done anything that would lead you to believe you'd do such a thing?
I wasn't the nicest person when she arrived. I made an effort to keep her away from me. I was almost cruel to her at points, but I couldn't keep that up for long. Dr. Collins nodded.
You tried to protect yourself from someone you felt a connection to?
I swallowed. Yes, I did. I didn't want to have any kind of relationship with her.
Why not?
I knew it wouldn't end in the happily ever after she would want.
She writes romance, does she not?
I nodded. Dr. Collins leant over and held up a book with a smirk.
She's excellent at it. Both myself and my daughter enjoy her novels a great deal.
I rubbed my hand down my face, smiling. Of course, everyone does. Even I did when I read her books.
Why didn't you want a relationship with her? She continued. Even platonic. You could have been friends without any expectation of more. Did you communicate that with her at any point?
No. I dipped my chin again. There wasn't a specific turning point for when we became more than friends. It just kind of happened.
I see. But when it did cross that line, you didn't pull back. You continued on until you reached your own breaking point where your past is concerned, when she pushed you about your parents.
I nodded. After I told her what happened to them, I didn't speak to her for 3 days.
How did you feel about that?
Me?
Yes, you. That was a conscious decision to shut yourself away from her. How did you feel in that time?
I clasped my hands in my lap and rolled my shoulders, stretching my neck from side to side. Not great, I admitted. It was time I needed to realize that I had unresolved anger issues regarding my father's role in Mum's death. But that didn't change my position about her going home.
Are you sure?
Yes.
I don't think you are sure, Max. You've built so many walls around yourself that as soon as one gets knocked down, you open a metaphorical gate and step behind another. The first wall was a friendship with her. Once you accepted that, you hid behind more. Once you realized you had romantic feelings towards her, you hid behind keeping your parents' death secret. Now you've had to open up with that, you're hiding behind yet another wall.
Well, hit me where it hurts.
That's what you're paying me for?
Her lips twitched into a tiny smile.
Max, all you've achieved with your avoidances where Ellie is concerned is moving your own boundaries. If she leaves for London, will she come back?
I don't know, I admitted.
You don't want to hurt her. That's your number one goal, isn't it?
Yes.
The way I see it, you're going to.
I swallowed. Why do you think that? Dr. Collins pulled her glasses down from her face and let them hang around her neck from the chain.
If you let her leave without telling her how you feel, you're going to hurt her. If you put an end to your relationship once and for all, you're going to hurt her. If you let her leave only to change your mind and go after her, you're going to hurt her.
Shit. I never thought about it like that. And what am I supposed to do?
You talk to her, Max. But you're going to potentially hurt her anyway, and you must accept that.
The difference is that you're allowing her to have a say in the relationship you have. If you decide together that you want to try a long-distance relationship, it's done together. If you decide together that it's best to end your relationship, it's something you've both had a say in.
I looked down at the desk. I know that. Rationally, I know that opening up to her and admitting how I feel is the right thing to do, but I think it scares me because I don't know if I will ever be able to overcome my issues and be the person I know she deserves.
You couldn't protect your mother. You are carrying a huge amount of guilt for what happened when you were a child. Your title links you to your father more closely than you're currently comfortable with, and you're having a difficult time separating yourself from who he was and from what he did.
Dr. Collins leant closer to the camera, and it almost felt as though her gaze was piercing into my soul.
You will overcome those things, Max. You've opened up to me a great deal in our 2 sessions, but right now, you're far too preoccupied with your emotions where Ellie is concerned. That isn't a bad thing, but it is a situation you need to address and one you need to do in a healthy manner. Once you've done that, we can work on everything else. We will work on it. You're aware of your weaknesses and you're willing to work through what you need to in order to be a better, healthier person, but your sessions with me will be worth nothing if you don't put those things into action.
She sat back and tilted her head to the side while I said nothing.
Now, she continued, I won't tell you what to do with Ellie. Whatever choice you make will be discussed in our next session, I'm sure, and we'll go over why you made the choice you did and what led you to make it. But for now, I think it's best we end here so you can think about what I've said and come to terms with it.
I bobbed my head slowly in agreement.
If you need me, you know where I am.
She paused.
Max, I do hope you make the decision that's right for you. For both of you.
So do I, Dr. Collins, I replied.
So do I.
Chapter 41. Ellie. Forever seems so far away. I did it. I stared at the last sentence I'd written, hit the Enter key 3 times, upped the font size, and typed those all-important words. The end. It wasn't, of course. I still had to read through the book to pick up any continuity issues and make my own edits. But it was over. I had a book. I'd written another book. The hardest part was done. My reason for being here at Greygarth Lodge, my reason for coming to Windermere in the first place, was no more. There was nothing else keeping me here. I wouldn't leave immediately, of course. My parents wouldn't be home for a few more days, and I'd already texted my mum to tell her I was away for work and would be back as soon as I could. She'd understood. Apparently they were coming for a month, so she didn't mind if I wasn't home before they landed. It bought me basically no time at all. No matter what she said, I knew she'd be upset if I wasn't there. Heck, I'd be upset. I hadn't seen my parents in 8 months, and I missed them dearly. I wanted to spend as much time as I could with them while they were here. But going home meant leaving this little slice of heaven I'd fallen head over heels for. And the man who owned it all. My heroine had overcome everything thrown her way in her story, but I didn't dare to dream that my own story would end the same way. Forever was a big thing to ask of someone who struggled to live in the moment. If I knew anything, it was that Max carried a deep-rooted, consuming pain, and I wasn't sure he was able or ready to move on from it. I didn't blame him for a second. What happened to his parents was horrible and tragic. It was utterly heartbreaking, but I needed to think of myself. Being selfish was a difficult thing. Putting yourself above other people was painfully tough, especially when you loved those people more than anything. For me, Max was that person. I was absolutely in love with Max. I'd never felt quite as special or treasured as I did when he was with me, when his fingers trailed across my skin and his lips brushed my temple, when his exhale flitted through my hair and the tiniest whisper of his voice made my heart beat like crazy. But it didn't matter. He wasn't for me. I knew that. I'd always known that. Falling in love with Max had been my own doing, and I would have to deal with the consequences of that on my own. That didn't mean I was angry or upset. I was the farthest thing from it. I was grateful. Loving Max had taught me so much. It had taught me compassion and understanding. I'd learned how to be patient and calm, how to love someone even when they didn't feel as though they were deserving of it. I'd grown so much. For the first time in my life, I truly learnt what it was to love someone despite all odds, even when it was a bad idea, even when loving them felt as though it was a fruitless endeavour. I'd learnt that love didn't care. Love didn't care about the trauma someone carried. I loved Max in spite of his pain. I loved him because of his pain. I loved him because he was worthy of being loved. I loved him because nothing had ever felt as right or as natural as loving the man who resisted it so emphatically. I loved him because it was simply impossible to feel any other way about him, no matter how badly I wished I could hate him. I loved him because I loved him. I'd fought and argued and yelled at myself. I'd screamed in the shower. I'd cried in the bath. I'd drowned my emotions in ice cream and crisps and hoped that tomorrow would be a day where I'd wake up and not care about him. But that wasn't how love worked. Love didn't give a damn what I wanted. I had never loved anyone the way I loved Max. I would never love anyone the way I loved Max. I could say that with absolute certainty. It was a love I would hold on to for the rest of my life. I knew that one day I'd be able to say that I wasn't in love with him, but I'd always love him. This infuriating, sexy, annoying, enigmatic man had made such an impact in my life to say that he'd been in it for such a short time. He was forever immortalized in this book, The Trouble with the Duke, and I didn't regret it for a second. I'd planned to change my hero, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I was going to keep my surly, grumpy, black-haired, blue-eyed hero named Mac. It wasn't the most traditional British name for an aristocrat, but it was one that made sense to me. I knew I'd have to come up with a real name that Mac would be a nickname for, maybe a surname, but that was a problem for future Ellie, when I was at home, in London, with Winston bringing me crows through the window and me calling my brother to save me, with coffee dates with Meg and my agent and my editor, and girls' nights at our favourite restaurants, and cold bedsheets with nobody there next to me. I hugged one knee to my chest and looked at the screen. Done. I was done. The end was here, for more than just my book. "You're leaving?" Penny poured wine into the glass she'd set in front of me. "I'm kind of used to you being here, not going to lie." "Really? It's not like I've frequented this place on a nightly basis." "Well, no, but most of the people in this village are assholes. You're not." She screwed the cap back on the bottle and put it in the fridge behind her. "I didn't need to spend every day with you to know that you're a good person." My lips pulled into a smile. "I'll miss you too." "Shut up, I didn't say that." She sniffed and grabbed a towel to wipe the bar down. "Who else am I going to share my gossip with, huh? I distinctly remember giving you my number in a very awkward situation." "Yeah, I lost that." I laughed and pulled out my phone. "Put your number in that." "You're not going to avoid me?" "Of course not. How else will I get my regular dose of village gossip? I winked, picking up my wine. Oh, I see. She took my phone and tapped on the screen. I'm only good for gossip. I solemnly swear that I will always write in a sarcastic bartender with a penchant for chewing out total wankers. She handed my phone back with a grin. Sold. Such a cheap date, I teased, putting my phone on the bar. Are you serving food yet, or do I have to starve?
You have to starve, Max said smoothly from behind me. She won't take a food order until 5 o'clock on the dot.
Pen shot him a dark look. Why don't you suck a llama?
Find me a llama in Windermere and I'll give it a shot, he replied, sitting next to me. Can I have a Diet Coke with ice, please?
Only because you said please. She grabbed a Coke glass and the little gun and filled it. Would you like a slice of lemon, Your Grace?
Lime, please.
Sorry, I've only got lemon. She dropped a slice of the yellow fruit into the drink before he could say anything and slid it towards him. Hope you enjoy that. Max fought back a smile as she disappeared to the other end of the bar, while he looked from my glass to my face.
That's a big glass of wine. Did you finish your book?
I glanced down at it, swallowing. I did, this afternoon.
Congrats,
he said, resting his hand on my thigh.
I'm proud of you.
My attention hovered on his touch for a moment before I raised my gaze and smiled at him. Thank you. It was a tough book, that's for sure.
Those are the best ones, right?
We'll see. I still have to read through it and do my own edits before I send it to my editor, but I suppose you're right. I looked into my wine glass. I'm going to miss writing in Windermere. It's so peaceful. He smiled over at me.
It'll be a hit. Stop doubting yourself.
Ah, no can do. I'm a writer. Doubting myself is at least 50% of my job. Penny smirked. What's the other 50%? Writing? I met her gaze. 30% procrastination with strange quizzes to find out what cheese I am or what fish I'd be. 8% eating my feelings. 5% napping. 5% watching TV. 1% staring at a blank page. And 1% actually writing. Max muttered, adding up all my percentages.
That's 50.
I grimaced, shrugging a shoulder. On the other hand, there are days I forget to eat because I can't stop writing, so I suppose it's all about balance. Like eating a cupcake after a salad. Pen nodded. I understand that. Max shook his head. It's 10 till 5. Since this is the last time you're gracing me with your presence, I'll take your food order a little earlier, so it'll be the first one made. Pen whipped a notebook out of her pocket and clicked the top of a pen. What can I get you? I slipped my order in right before Max and grinned at him since I'd beaten him to the punch. He told Penny what he wanted to eat, then turned to me.
Want to grab a table instead of sitting at the bar?
He asked. I raised my eyebrows. You do know I came here to see Penny and not you, don't you?
The bar it is.
He smiled, resting his forearm on it in front of him, so his upper body was turned towards me.
Unless you want me to leave you alone.
You're here now. I took a small sip of my wine, smiling behind the glass. It's almost as if you're stalking me.
Me? Stalking? Never.
If you say so.
Did you really finish the book?
I slowly nodded. Like I said, I have to do a read-through. I have a couple of minor things to change, and some things to check, like eye colours and names of side characters, but that won't take too long.
And then?
And then I go home. I gave him a tight smile. My parents will be here in 4 days. It's a long drive back, and I want to rest and unpack before my mother comes over and points out all the things I'm doing wrong and complains about how I've decorated since she last visited. Winston will need to settle again, too. Max chuckled, dipping his head.
She complains about your decor.
She's a minimalist. She subscribes to that nonsense about keeping a certain number of books in your house. I have them everywhere and it drives her crazy.
Let me guess. You bought more books.
In my defense, I'm always buying books.
Do you read them all?
No.
So why do you buy them?
I'm not sure a man with 2 libraries can criticize me for having books I'll never read. His laugh sent a little shiver down my spine.
Mine came with the house.
Pfft, I huffed out.
Besides, my book collection has been amassed over a considerable number of years. We have some on loan to a museum because they're so old.
I side-eyed him. No need to brag. He knocked his foot against mine with a lopsided grin on his face.
You know, you...
What's this? Some kind of goodbye dinner nobody invited me to? The audacity of it! Esme hobbled up to the bar and used her stick to pull a stool closer to her, where she promptly sat down. Maximilian, you didn't tell me about this? He pressed his lips together. I came to say goodbye to Penny, I told her. He wasn't exactly invited. Well, if we're crashing, I might as well stay. Penny, get your grandmother a gin. Penny froze, then dropped her chin to her chest. Her shoulders rose and fell with what I assumed was a sigh, and I sank my teeth into my lower lip so I wouldn't laugh out loud. Yes, Grandma, she replied, promptly turning around and grabbing a gin glass on her way. And none of that single-serve nonsense. I want a real gin, Esme demanded, rapping her walking stick on the floor. I picked up my glass to hide my smile and dipped my chin a little bit. I can't believe you didn't invite me. Max, I understand, but me? Were you going to leave without saying goodbye? Esme asked me, prodding her lime-green nail into my lower arm. Her extraordinarily long nail. Max frowned.
Your nails are interesting.
Esme opened her mouth, presumably to tell him to shut his, then paused and looked down at them. They were long. Kardashian long. Can't wipe your own arse long. They're a bit long, I said softly. I do like the colour, though. Esme wrinkled her nose. What the bloody hell are those talons? Penny asked, putting Esme's gin down. She reached out and grabbed her hand, frowning at the nails. Was this what you were doing at May's house earlier? Oh, Grandma, you didn't. I had no idea what was going on, and judging by the look on Max's face, he didn't either.
Explain,
Max said after a moment. Esme sighed. May's granddaughter is training to be a nail painter person. A nail technician, I muttered. Whatever they're called. She continued. Back in my day, we just painted them ourselves. Now there are fancy purple lights and sticky gems and this. She flapped her hand. I agreed to a nice manicure with a simple jelly paint in a nice light blue. Gel, not jelly, Pen pointed out. And I got this. Esme wriggled her fingers. I can live with the green, but how am I supposed to pop my pills with these things? I'll send my blood pressure meds flying through the room and take out someone's eye. Max sighed.
What did you do to May?
I take offence at your assumption that I deserved this. Penny stared at her. Esme sniffed. I told her that her dress was far too tight, and she looked like a stuffed sausage in a vacuum bag. I pressed my lips into a flat line and looked up at the bottles on the back wall. It took all my self-control not to laugh. That was quite possibly the most random insult I'd ever heard, yet it was so utterly brilliant, and the kind of thing only Esme could get away with saying. Or not, if you looked at her nails. She tapped her nails against the bar. It was worth it to see the look on her face, even if I am Wolverine's second cousin now. Max rubbed his eyes in exasperation. Penny grabbed her grandmother's hand again and examined the nails. Are they gel or acrylic? I don't bloody know, Penelope. Do I look like a show pony? Were they cured under UV or LED? Penny paused, and when Esme looked at her with confusion riddling her features, she said, "The bright purple light? Oh, yes. Gel. That seems easy enough." She glanced down again. "She did a shoddy job. I finish at 8 tonight. Come home with me and I'll take them off for you, Grandma." "You can take them off?" "Yes. You just need some acetone, which I have since I do my own. I can get them off lickety-split for you, then do your nails properly." Esme narrowed her eyes. "How do I know I can trust you?" I picked up her other hand and showed her the green nails. Can it really be worse than this? "I'll be a bit sad to lose them," she mused. "I was hoping I could use them to scratch out May's eyeballs." "You're almost 80, Max sputtered. "So?" Esme looked at him with a twinkle in her eye. "You're never too old to scratch out someone's eyeballs, Max." Pen dropped her hand and turned away to serve someone. "I'm putting that on a t-shirt." Chapter 42. Ellie. You're never too old, unless you're drinking. Then you are. I stretched my arm out from under the covers to bat away my shouty cat. Shh. Winston, shh. I gathered the covers in a ball in my fist and pulled them up over my head. I'm tired. And hungover. I was quite hungover. I was never drinking with Esme again, or Penny for that matter. Not that it really mattered. I already knew it wouldn't happen again, because the chances of us ever crossing paths again was really quite slim. I wasn't even sure how I'd gotten here, drunk or to Greygarth Lodge. I had a vague recollection of Esme insisting upon a round or two of drinks for us to send me off with, but that was it. Actually, that wasn't it. There were a lot more than 2 rounds of drinks. Gosh, I felt dreadful. I really wasn't 21 anymore. It was almost as if my tolerance had gone down as soon as I'd hit 25. Or perhaps it was because after that point, I preferred to drink wine in my pajamas instead of party all night. Either way, I definitely could not handle hard liquor anymore. And I was not going to be leaving Windermere today. Oh well, my mother had said she didn't mind if I wasn't home, and I still had 3 other days to get there. I had her position in writing, so she was going to have to suck it up. A bit like me right now. I'd made a dreadful choice in drinking with Penny and Esme with her talons, and now I was going to have to suck it up. Winston whined, climbing on top of me. I'm getting up, I groaned, shuffling him off me gently as I rolled to the side to get out of bed. I did not want to get out of bed. At least I had the holy grail of hangover cures in the cupboard. Ready salted crisps. I blew out a breath and looked down at myself. I was wearing a vest top with panties, and it was naturally accessorized by my right boob popping out. Nice. I really must have had a lot of wine last night if I'd gone to bed in a vest top. No woman in her right mind would go to bed in what was essentially a titty-showing machine. Winston shouted, making his lower jaw tremble with the effort of his almighty demands. Demands that would only be known by those who could speak the ancient language of cat. I trudged along to the bathroom where I washed my face, removing all remaining traces of yesterday's makeup, and brushed my hair and teeth. Those little acts alone made me feel 10,000 times better, even if I did finish brushing my teeth by bending over and drinking water straight from the tap. Look, I never claimed to be classy. Meow, Winston shouted from the doorway, staring at me expectantly. All right, Christ, excuse me for looking after myself. It's not like you're starving, you shouty little cretin, I muttered as I made my way down the stairs. Something clanged from the kitchen, and I frowned. Winston was next to me, Either Vincent van Gogh had broken in, or that smell of toast was someone making me breakfast. I assumed it wasn't going to be the goat making toast. Winston bounded ahead of me like there was a fresh tin of tuna waiting for him. I rubbed my eye as I walked into the kitchen to the sight of Max spooning steaming hot beans onto 2 slices of toast. He looked up at me. "Good morning, Sleeping Beauty." "Hardly." I walked over to the drawer where I had some ibuprofen stashed. "What are you doing here?" "Making you the ultimate hangover cure. Or at least it was when I was in university." Max shrugged and pushed a plate across the island. "Everyone knows it's ready salted crisps," I replied, getting the orange juice from the fridge so I could take the tablets. "But that does look good." His lips tugged to one side. "Sit. I'll pour that for you. I'm guessing you aren't feeling too great this morning?" I grimaced, handing him the carton and doing as I was told. Yeah, mistakes were made last night." His shoulders shook as he tried to suppress a laugh. "I tried to warn you it was a bad idea, but you insisted a couple of drinks would be fine since you'd eaten." "Please don't remind me," I replied, taking the orange juice and throwing back the ibuprofen I'd popped from the blister packet. "Thank you for this. I'm guessing you brought me home last night." "After I'd taken Penny and Grandma home." He poured a second glass of juice and eyed me with twinkling eyes. "You asked me to stay, so I stayed. I slept in another room because you were snoring quite enthusiastically." I winced as I cut into the toast. "Sorry." "Don't be. It was quite amusing." All right. If it helps, Penny wasn't feeling much better when she called me wondering how she got home." I swallowed my toast. "Did it bother you?" He raised his eyebrows. "Did what bother me?" "Having to look after us." I set down my fork and reached for my juice, eyeing him tentatively. "I know how you feel about alcohol. I'm sorry for putting you in that position." Max's lips curved. "Ellie, the worst thing the 3 of you did last night was insist upon the karaoke machine being turned on for an impromptu karaoke night. You were the one who put a stop to alcohol at about 11 because you knew you'd hit your limit, even though they kept drinking." "I know, but—" "You were drunk, but you weren't out of control. You could walk, talk, and I only stayed because you asked me to. If you hadn't, I would have been entirely comfortable leaving you here knowing that you just needed a good sleep and some water, which you insisted on having before bed, by the way." I nodded slowly. That explains why my head stopped exploding after I started moving. "Yeah. See? You're a responsible drunk. It's amusing." "Thanks, I guess." Max laughed. "Ellie, you don't have to feel bad about drinking in front of me. I barely drink out of choice, but that doesn't mean everyone else around me has to toe that line. I have an aunt who's vegan, and she insists that nobody even drink cow's milk when she's around. We're talking not even in tea or coffee kind of militant. I'm not that person, nor do I want to be." "I suppose it's nice to know that I'm a responsible drunk," I replied. "I'm still sorry I made you have to look after me." "All you needed was a lift home. Otherwise, you really did look after yourself. Apart from the 5 minutes of you arguing with Winston over the pros and cons of wearing a tank top to bed." "Oh no. You had a full-blown conversation with him about how you shouldn't wear one because your, and I quote, damn boobies will pop out all night." Wow, I really was a responsible drunk. I buried my face in my hands. Drunk me was right. Drunk you also let a silent cat talk you into wearing it to bed. I really should have videoed that. All right, not that responsible. I am extremely glad you didn't. He grinned. "I'm sure. I'm happy to give you a full rundown of it if you want." I think I'll pass, thanks. Some things should not be remembered, and that sounds like one of them. I scraped up the last of the beans and finished them. Thanks. That weirdly worked. Why have I never tried that before? How did you come across it?
Bad choices in university, he mused. Fred and I lived together while we were studying, and we were typical students. Both of us were absolutely dreadful at grocery shopping, and our kitchen was filled with exactly what you'd expect from a couple of idiot students who didn't have to worry about money.
My lips twitched. Chicken noodles and tomato soup.
Beer, bread, beans, and far too many tubs of Pringles.
There's no such thing as too many Pringles. He nodded his head in my direction.
That's true. Anyway, we tended to just eat out or order food in because we couldn't be bothered to cook, so usually the only things we had to eat after a night out was beans on toast.
That is really sad. Even I had more food than that, and I was pretty poor.
Like I said, it wasn't for a lack of finances.
He laughed.
Whoever thought letting teenage boys live alone and be responsible for their own food hadn't thought that through.
I pressed my lips together. In my last year of uni, I had a house share with 5 other people. 3 girls, 3 guys. And if we didn't cook, then they'd exist on nothing but peanut butter sandwiches and soggy biscuits. Cheese on toast if they were feeling fancy. Max laughed.
That sounds about right. Sounds better than my experience. Fred used to make me run after, because a hangover was no excuse not to work out.
Well, if all you were eating was beans on toast and Pringles, it was probably a good idea to run on a regular basis.
That's true.
He sighed.
Are you going to leave today?
I shook my head. No, probably tomorrow.
That's probably wise. Is there anything I can do to help?
No, thanks. I actually did a bunch of packing yesterday after I finished. I want to read through the draft before I leave, so I'll probably spend today doing that before I finish up packing. I'd like to leave by lunchtime tomorrow if I can. I toyed with the empty glass in front of me.
It's a long drive,
Max replied quietly. He paused for a second, then smiled at me.
I'll leave you to work. I have a meeting with the estate agent about one of our tenants moving out, so I have to go.
Sure, of course. I forced a small smile. I knew it didn't meet my eyes, but how could it? Maybe this was goodbye. Maybe it wasn't. This is weird, but do you think I could say goodbye to the goats tonight, just in case I do leave tomorrow? Max stopped in the doorway and turned around. His lips curved up into the tiniest of smiles, the briefest of smiles, and laughter flashed in his eyes for a hot second.
You want to say goodbye to the goats?
Yeah, I'm annoyingly fond of them, actually. I frowned. I'm not sure how it happened. His face broke out into a huge grin, and he clicked his tongue against the roof of his mouth.
All right. Why don't we have dinner together and walk over there after?
Like a date? I teased, trapping my tongue between my teeth as I smiled playfully.
Not like a date,
Max said, turning away and heading for the front door.
A date.
My breath caught in my throat, and I dipped my head, then slowly let it out through the most ridiculous tiny smile. A date. Sure. Chapter 43. Ellie. Goat to tell you. I cannot believe that after all this time, you're categorizing us having dinner together as a date. And it's pizza. Max looked over at me and stilled, then bit into a slice.
What's wrong with pizza?
Nothing is wrong with pizza. It's the food of the gods. I just think it's funny. His lips curved to one side.
I considered going out somewhere for dinner, but I thought you'd ultimately prefer to sit on the sofa in your leggings without a bra.
I grinned. You're smarter than you look.
Thanks.
He paused for a second, and the briefest of frowns furrowed his brow before he shook his head as if he couldn't believe I'd just said that. Like it was the first time.
I shouldn't be surprised anymore, Max snorted. Didn't you say something to that effect right after we met?
Oh, you mean back when you were a rude, grumpy, dismissive, intolerable—
You are really throwing out the compliments tonight, Ellie.
annoying, judgmental, sanctimonious little shit? He wiped a bit of pizza sauce from the corner of his mouth and pointed his finger at me.
Beautiful. You should be a writer.
I'll take it under consideration. I laughed and threw the last bit of the crust I didn't want back into the pizza box. Do the pizza delivery people ever get surprised when they show up here, do you think?
Why would they be surprised?
Well, big fucking house.
Big fucking ancient house, thank you very much.
I nodded. Big fucking ancient house, old-ass noble title, and 2 takeaway pizzas?
You'd have to ask them. I really couldn't tell you.
I'll send them an email, I mused. Do you think the Queen eats pizza? Max paused and looked at me.
Like this kind of pizza?
Any kind of pizza, but I suppose takeaway pizza would be even more amusing.
I'm not sure I've ever really considered Her Majesty eating pizza.
I paused. I bet she uses a knife and fork if she does. I bet that makes a right mess if it's a stuffed crust. Mozzarella stuffed wouldn't be too bad, but sometimes the marinara pizza sauce just spurts right out. Max blinked at me. Do you think she has to pay for dry cleaning the furniture if that happens?
I'm going to assume the royals have in-house dry cleaning available to them, he replied slowly. Your brain is a mess, do you know that?
It's my brain. What do you think?
I think you seriously underestimate how crazy it is.
You might be right. Think of it as self-preservation. I licked a bit of sauce from my finger and closed my box. It's getting dark. Should we make sure the goats are locked away now, or are you not finished? Max nodded and shut his box too.
I'm done. Come on, let's take you to see the goats for one last time.
The finality of those words hurt a little, but I swallowed it back and got up, following him through the stupidly big house to the back mudroom, where my Wellington boots were apparently living. Why are my boots here?
You brought them here and left them,
he replied without batting an eyelid.
I didn't even realize until earlier.
Oh, well, that's convenient. I didn't really want to get my flip-flops muddy.
I still can't believe you thought flip-flops were an acceptable footwear to visit goats with.
They're the only shoes I have unpacked, I admitted, slipping my feet into the muck boots I loved so much. My feet hurt if I wear shoes driving long distances, so I was just going to slide them off tomorrow as soon as I got in the car. I shrugged and wriggled my toes inside the boots. Are we ready to go?
Let's go.
Max opened the door, and a slight chill flew in on a breeze. He turned back to me.
Do you want to wear one of my coats? Your cardigan isn't very thick.
I looked down at the thinly woven cardigan I was wearing. Maybe that's a good idea. With a chuckle, he pulled a thick puffer jacket from one of the hooks and handed it to me.
There, that should do this.
It's bloody huge, I said, slipping my arms into it. It comfortably covered my bum and the top couple inches of thigh. The only good thing was that it was large enough to not be too tight around my body, an issue I'd had in my last relationship. You know, back in the Stone Age when I'd last dated. Max shot me a grin before we headed outside, and I wrapped my arms around my waist. There really was a chill in the air, the kind that warned you that summer was rapidly coming to close and letting autumn take its place. Combined with the slight nudge of the sky darkening a little earlier, it was somewhat of a shock to the system. It was definitely colder in the north. Max's gaze flitted to me when I shivered.
Are you really cold?
Little bit, I mumbled.
Bloody southerners.
Bloody northerners acting like they're better than anyone else because they can hack it a few degrees colder. I shot back. At least we southerners know what to call a bread roll. None of this balm shit. Hey, he replied, holding up a hand. It's not my fault we sometimes let you think you're right. I snorted. Please. The last time I had this argument with a northerner, she did everything in her power to convince me I was wrong. Really? Yes. It was a proofreader who was filling in for my usual one while she was on maternity. We even had a video call to argue the toss until I pointed out that I didn't much care what she called a bread roll. My characters lived in Dorset, and nobody in Dorset would call a bread roll a balm cake. Fucking balm cake. Honestly, what utter nonsense. He rubbed his hand over his mouth to hide his laugh. So we shouldn't discuss the proper way to make scones, then. My nan is from Devon. Absolutely not. She'd haunt me. Noted. Not bothering to hide his laugh, he hit the outdoor light switch for the barn and pushed the door open. All but one of the goats were inside, so Max grabbed the torch from the shelf and went hunting outside for the rebel. Hello, I cooed softly, going over to the girls first. Goaty Horn and Selina Goatmez trotted over expectantly, and I reached out to scratch their noses. Vincent Van Goat was not amused that I didn't have any food, judging by the fact he didn't come over for any kind of loving. That was fine by me. If he couldn't take me at my scritches, he wasn't getting me at my treats. After giving them sufficient attention, the boys on the other side all came when I walked over. I smiled at the sight of them in their pool noodles. Leonardo DiCaprio goats were messy and scratched, missing teeny-tiny little chunks of foam, and I just knew that it was because of Winston using them as his scratching posts. Oh, I'm going to miss you, dumbasses, I whispered, straightening up Ryan Goatling's orange pool noodle horn protector. You be good for Esme, you hear? Stop eating her flowers. I looked back at Vincent for that one. That means you big lout. He huffed as if he understood me. Maybe he did. Ryan Goatling bit down on my sleeve, and I glared at him, then tapped his nose. Get off, now. That's not a snack, you idiot. He chomped harder. I bopped the end of his nose, and in his surprise, he released the coat sleeve, and I took a step or two back. Goatsart, you little wanker. I jerked my head up to look in the direction of Max's shout, barely stifling a giggle, and caught a solid glimpse of the torchlight flashing as if the holder were running. My suspicions were confirmed a second later, when a goatish shape bolted past the door, swiftly followed by Max running. Oh dear. Goatsart was not cooperating tonight. Giggling, I ran outside to the edge of the field and leaned over the fence. Do you need a hand? He won't go in, the little tosspot. Hang on. I climbed the fence and jumped into the field. Thank God Max had turned the barn light on. It was my only source of visibility until Goatsart headed my way, and so did the torchlight. Go to the right and we'll try to corral him in. Okay. I did as I was told, shuffling to the right, and after 2 or 3 escapes, we managed to force him towards the barn. Until he did an about turn, right into me. Oofed! I grunted, hitting the ground. The wind was almost knocked out of me, and I immediately wrapped my arm around my stomach. Oh shit! Ellie, are you okay? Max flashed the light in my direction, almost blinding me. Get that little fucker inside, I said, pointing towards the goat. He was already going for the barn, after apparently letting me know just how much he disliked me and my intervention. Max, for God's sake! Max darted across the field towards the wayward goat, and somehow managed to corral him back into the barn and shove the door shut. He leant against it and shoved the bolt across, then did the same in 2 other spots on the door before bending down and grabbing something. The clink of a big padlock cut through the duskiness, and I squinted in time to see him yank on the door a few times, only to be unable to open it. Well, thank God for that. Hang on. The light bobbed as Max jogged back over to me, and I smiled up at him. I was almost certain it was more of a grimace than anything else, but at least I tried. In my defense, I was probably sitting in a great pile of goat shit. If you could smile while doing that, you were a better person than me, that was for sure. You're blinding me, do you mind? I winced and tilted my face away from the bright beam of light from the torch. Oh shit, sorry. He moved the torch's glare away from my line of vision, while still keeping me illuminated, and held out his hand. Do you know you're about an inch away from a pile of goat shit? I nodded, putting my hand in his. That's better than I'd assumed it was. Thank you, I added as he pulled me to my feet. I looked back. He was right. I really was that close to sitting in goat poop. Wouldn't be the first time. That's better. I brushed my hands over his coat, making him frown. Don't look at me like that. That's my coat, he muttered. Why do you think I'm using it instead of my leggings? I laughed, reaching over to extract the torch from his grip. Thank you. I don't want to get goat poop on my boots right before I leave. If I don't pack them tonight, I'll forget, and I don't want to have to leave them in my car covered in poop. I turned away and headed for the fence so I could hop it and escape the goat poop. Hopefully. It really was a crapshoot around here given the fact Esme walked them, so I jumped it with a prayer to whichever god happened to be listening to me at that moment and looked down at my feet. No poop. Hurrah! I can't see anything, Max shouted in my direction. Oh, blinking heck. I turned the torch back in his direction and illuminated his general vicinity and waited for him to join me on the other side of the fence. Thanks for helping me up. I was really hoping I wasn't sitting in poo. I've done that enough here. Ellie, Max said, just when I thought I was going to miss those damn goats, Ellie! I stopped and turned to him, brightening his entire body with the torch. He winced, and I lowered the torch slightly with a gentle apology. What? Don't. Max drew in a deep breath. Don't go. My heart thumped in my chest, slamming against my ribcage. What are you talking about? London. Don't go back to London. Chapter 44. Ellie. A Tale of Two Halves. I inhaled slowly and tilted my head to meet his gaze, my hold on the torch slacking slightly. I don't understand, I replied softly. He took a step closer to me. Please, don't go back to London. No. I shook my head and took a step back. I don't know where this is coming from, but no. Don't make this hard, Max. I have to go home. Please. I held out the torch. He didn't take it, so I bent to put it on the ground at my feet. No, you know this as well as I do. I crossed my arms over my chest and stared at a spot over his shoulder. My book is done. I'm ready to turn it in for the first round of edits. I was always going home now. I swallowed hard. Whatever happened between us, it's done, Max. It doesn't have to be. Yes, it does. We want different things from our lives, and I'm not going to ever ask you to change what you want from yours, and I can't give up the things I want out of mine. What if you didn't have to? He took a step forward and held out a hand, before swiftly dropping it again, almost as if he were going to reach for me. I know you don't want to go. Everything you just did then. I heard you talking to the goats, Ellie. I know you don't want to leave. Stay for a little longer. No! I held up my hands and stepped back, putting much-needed distance between us, even as my stomach tied itself into desperate knots. You can't do this to me. I just told you that I wouldn't ask you to change what you want from your life, so why are you asking me to? I'm not. Yes, you are. You're asking me to stay, and I know what that means. It means staying here in Windermere with you. That means giving up things I've dreamt of for my entire life. Why would you ask that of me?" I rubbed my hand up and down my arm. "You can't just ask me to stay here without having a conversation about—" "Have you considered letting me speak?" he asked, his lips curving to one side. "A conversation takes 2 people at least, no?" I don't know. I was pretty good at talking to myself. Also, maybe I just didn't want to hear what he had to say. "I'm sorry," I said softly, averting my gaze. "You're right. I'm not really giving you a chance to talk at all, am I?" He shook his head, but he really was fighting a smile. "Will you look at me, please?" Slowly, I brought my gaze back to him until our eyes met. "Ellie, I am madly in love with you." I inhaled sharply as his words hit me, and my heart beat so hard that I could feel and hear my pulse thundering in my ears. He was in love with me. Me. "And you have to know that I would never ask you to do something that would compromise your dreams. I know how you feel about getting married and having children, and how important those things are to you." His throat bobbed. "The easy thing would have been to let you leave tomorrow without telling you how I feel about you." "So why didn't you just do it?" I asked, my voice thickening with every word I spoke. "Why couldn't you? Why couldn't you just take me back to the lodge and let me leave tomorrow? Why did you have to just say that to me?" "The night I told you about my parents, I wasn't lying when I told you that I would like to have kids. I would love to have kids." I stared at him. I have a lot of feelings that need to be worked through. He dipped his head for a moment, showing a weakness I'd only seen in him once or twice. In those few days when we didn't speak, I realized a lot of things. One of them being the fact I never allowed myself to truly accept what happened to my parents, at least not after I found out the truth. I opened my mouth to respond, but he jerked his head in what seemed to be a silent request for me not to speak. So I didn't. And I realized that if I didn't do something about that, I was going to lose another person I loved. Tears pricked at my eyes, and I had to look away from him. If I didn't, I was going to burst into tears. Since then, I've spoken to someone, mostly about the anger I still hold towards my father, and how it's impacting my relationships today. "You spoke to someone?" I asked on a whisper. "Like a therapist?" "Not like a therapist. A therapist." He ran his tongue over his lips, daring to crack the tiniest of smiles. "Online. Apparently it's quite hard to see someone in person, but online, not so much." He rubbed his hand over his jaw. "I grieved my mum, but I didn't grieve for Dad, not after I found out what really happened. My anger was too strong, I'm not sure anymore." I slowly forced my gaze back to him, meeting his at the barest of glimpses. "I'm not there yet," he continued. "It's going to take a long time for me to work through everything that I feel about their deaths. But I do know that everything I thought I wanted was nothing more than a coping mechanism. It was another thing I could blame him for, another thing I could hold him responsible for, because the angrier I was with him, the less chance there was of allowing myself to grieve him. God, I wanted to hug him so bad. "What are you saying?" I asked softly.
All those things I didn't think I wanted. Marriage, kids. I do. I want them, Ellie. I want them with you.
His bright blue eyes shone with such thick, fervent emotion that every part of my body hummed with his reality.
I can't imagine wanting them with anyone other than you. There's no possible way for there to be someone else on this earth who I could ever love the way I love you.
The lump in my throat was big and heavy and chunky, and somehow I managed to swallow it back down.
You are the only person I can see myself marrying and having children with. 1, 2, 3 of them, running around here with your hair and my eyes.
Oh, my God. No, not that. He stopped and took a deep breath.
But that's in time. I have to work through a lot of things before I can be a parent. Maybe even a good partner. I don't know. But I do know that I'm willing to give it everything I've got and then some.
I flexed my toes inside my shoes just to feel something, move something, because if I didn't, my legs were going to give out from under me, and I was going to drop to the ground.
I know that's the opposite from everything I've ever said to you, and it probably sounds like I'm just saying it to make you stay in Windermere, and I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't believe me. I wouldn't blame you in the slightest, but God, Ellie, if you think for a moment that you could take a risk and waste your time waiting for me to figure my shit out, you are the only thing I'm sure of.
He took a tentative step forward.
Don't leave yet. Please. Stay for another day, just 24 hours, and think about what I've said. I'll leave you alone and won't bother you, especially if you decide that you're done. I promise that I'll respect your wishes and never contact you again.
Oh, my heart, my breaking heart. Max. I closed the distance between us and rested my hand against his cheek, tilting my head, seeking out his mouth with mine. I could taste his tears on his lips, and I hadn't even realized he was crying. It made my own eyes sting, made tears threaten to breach them, made every part of me twist and twirl into knots that only made sense as long as I kissed him. My lips lingered against his for a moment longer than they should have, but he wasn't even touching me. He'd never raised his hands, never even touched, never dared to hold me, as if he couldn't trust himself to let go again. I can't imagine how hard it was for you to admit that you needed help to process what happened, I said softly, keeping my hand cupping his face. And there's nothing to be ashamed of with that, nor is there anything wrong with you wanting to wait and sort through what you need to before you have kids. In fact, that's a really healthy thing to do. By putting your mental health first, you're putting your future first. He sighed, lowering his chin a little, and tilted it to the side. But I have to go back to London. I can't change that. Max dipped his head, nodding it slightly.
I understand. I'm sorry, Ellie. I'm sorry I wasn't strong enough to stay away from you.
I smiled. All my stuff is there. He jerked back up and looked at me.
What?
All my stuff is at my house. He stared at me. I can't just leave it all there, I continued. My favourite pyjamas are still on my era where I forgot to grab them before I left, and you've got far too many cats here for Winston to be able to exist without his microchip bowl. He's a greedy little sod, let me tell you. Ellie. He grabbed my face, looking at me with something that vaguely resembled hope. What are you saying? When you told me what happened to your parents, before you left, you said that I was the only thing you were sure of. You just said it now, too. I blinked tears back. Well, you are the only thing I'm sure of, Max. He held my gaze, not moving, not even so much as a twitch of a fingertip against my cheek. I just wanted inspiration when I came here. That's all I hoped to find, I said softly, swallowing desperately against the lump in my throat. I didn't expect to find you. His thumb brushed over my lower lip, slowly tracing its gentle curve with the softest of touches. I love you too, I said, no longer able to stop a tear falling. I don't want to leave. I love this place. I love the goats with their pool noodles. I love your grandmother. I even love her friends, if we ignore May. His lips pulled to the side. As a rule, we always ignore May. Smart, I nodded, turning away so I could wipe my eyes. Do you mean it? What you said about the future? Every word, he said quietly. You are my future, Ellie, if you want to be. I lifted my gaze to meet his and held it for a long moment, ignoring the silly little boom-boom thing my heart was doing. I have some terms. Max sniffed and dragged his teeth over his lower lip, nodding. Hit me with them. I'm not selling my house, I said firmly. I like my house, and my publisher is in London. I'm not selling it to stay in a hotel when I have to go there for meetings and whatnot. That stuff is expensive. Like my house, actually. That's reasonable. Besides, property is a solid investment, he replied without batting an eyelid. I want to write in the library. You can have it. It's all yours. Consider it your office. I tilted my head. And I can read all the books. Every last one. Can we do that thing in the window seat? He rubbed his hand over his mouth. If you ask me really nicely. Okay. Good. I paused, then nodded slowly. Max cleared his throat. Is that it? You used terms a bit loosely, didn't you? Hang on, I'm thinking. I flapped my hands. How public is this going to be? Because when this book releases, my publicist is going to be working overtime when everyone asks me if it's based on a true story. He choked back a laugh. You're the one who reads the society papers for research. How public do you think it's going to be? Also, not a term. Or a condition. Yeah, I ran out of those. I looked up at him and smiled. I just really wanted my house and the library to write in. Ellie, he breathed, laughing softly. I'd give you my house if it meant you'd stay here. I collapsed into him, trying not to let out the sob that had my chest tightening. I do have to go back, though. My parents are coming. I know. I understand. And my favourite PJs really are on the error. He cupped the back of my head and pressed his lips against my hair. I can come with you, if you want. I shook my head. No. If I'm coming back, can you look after Winston? It doesn't seem fair to lock him in the carrier for such a long trip when I'm going to be coming back in a week or so. Of course. He's more than happy here. You know my parents might come back with me when I tell them I'm moving. And my best friend is going to want to interrogate the crap out of you. Meg can be quite the shark when she wants to be. Max slowly nodded. You've put up with Grandma for weeks on end. I think I can handle it. I leant back and smiled up at him. Can I stay in the lodge until I find somewhere to live? His eyebrows shot up.
Find somewhere to live? Did you assume I'd confess my love for you and then tell you to live elsewhere?
No. I just didn't want to, assume anything, or make you think that I thought I'd just move right in with you, so—
The lodge is yours, he said softly, smiling. I only rent the properties out to stop them falling into dusty messes. You're comfortable there, aren't you?
I nodded.
Then until we are ready to take the step of living together fully, consider the lodge your home. I see no need to change the dynamic of our relationship right now. I have to work through my issues. You'll need to adjust to living in a completely new area, and I think we'll both need our own space to do that.
That's very mature of you, I teased.
Not to mention that moving Winston somewhere without the goat barn for his naps seems awfully mean.
Aha! You just want his mouse-catching skills.
Fine. Taking the mousing king away from me is mean.
I laughed and pressed my face against his chest. Are you sure?
I have never been surer about anything in my life, Ellie.
He slid his hands around and cupped my face, tilting my head back until our gazes met.
Whatever makes you happy.
You. I laid my hand over his, smiling. You do.
The feeling is mutual.
Max lowered his lips to mine, pressing the most perfect, tender kiss on my mouth. Nothing had ever felt more right than this. I'd come to Windermere for a muse. I'd found so much more than that. I had, perhaps, found my very own happily ever after. At the very least, I'd found one that was more than worth fighting for.
Epilogue. Max. All's well that ends well. 1 year later. Sasha Iris held up Ellie's latest book, the one she'd started in Windermere a little over 13 months ago, and smiled for the cameras and live studio audience in front of her. Over the past few weeks I'd seen a whole other side to Ellie. Not that the person she portrayed to the public wasn't authentically her. It absolutely was. But there was a quiet confidence that wasn't usually there when she was writing. Today was one in another string of TV appearances to promote her book, and I was watching from the side with my arms crossed over my chest and the biggest grin on my face. This was as far as I would go. I would follow her from TV station to TV station, but she'd made it excruciatingly clear to everyone involved in her promotional train that I was off limits. She'd talk about our relationship. She'd talk about how we met. She'd discuss how we fell in love and got to be where we were today. But I would stay behind the scenes to retain some kind of privacy for myself. Also, I didn't want to be on TV, no matter how many times Grandma insisted I should show my face.
Romance novels, the genre the industry hates to love, Sasha Iris said, wiggling the book. And this particular lady has taken it by storm ever since she started publishing a few years ago. She's known for her dashing dukes and her vivacious viscounts, her clumsy, fierce heroines, and her quirky supporting characters on both 2 and 4 legs. Now she's ready to tackle Hollywood, as production megagiant Page Brothers Productions have snapped up the film rights to The Trouble with the Duke in a major deal. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome romance novel superstar Ellie Aarons to Sasha.
Ellie squeezed my hand and gave me a nervous smile before the assistant gave her the cue to go on stage. As if a mask came over her, she drew in a deep breath and stepped out onto the set, waving at the live audience before turning to Sasha and graciously hugging her in return. Sasha motioned for her to take a seat in the plush armchair opposite hers, and they both sat down as the applause from the audience petered out.
Wow, Ellie, it's a pleasure to have you back on the show to talk about your books.
Ellie beamed.
Thanks, Sasha. It's definitely been a while. Yes, and so much has happened. Obviously, I know about the book as your publisher was kind enough to send me an early copy, and absolutely everyone must pick it up, by the way, she added to the audience. Give everyone a quick rundown about what happens in the book. Of course. Ellie turned to the audience, still smiling. Charlotte Morgan is struggling with writer's block and decides to rent a lakeside property in the Lake District in the hope that a big change of scenery will kick her back into gear. When she gets there, she realises the house is on an estate owned by a young duke who isn't very happy she's there. Safe to say he's a miserable thing, Sasha added. Hey. Ellie laughed. That's a nice way of putting it. Her spaniel is somewhat of an escape artist, and it brings them together until they realise that they have a lot in common and find some common ground. And boy, do they find it, Sasha agrees. I have to ask the question on everyone's lips. This is somewhat based on a true story, isn't it? It is, Ellie replied slowly. Your own story? Yes, it is. You did what your character did, right? Writer's block, change of scenery. Ellie laughed again. I did. I felt the need for a break, so I went to the Lake District. In real life, Charlotte Spaniel is my cat, Sir Winston Purchill. She paused as the audience laughed. And Thomas, the Duke, is really Max. The Duke of Windermere, Sasha said. Your fiancé. Ellie blushed. I grinned. I couldn't believe I'd convinced this woman to marry me. I was sure I'd pinch myself and wake up to it all being a dream. Yes, he is, Ellie confirmed. Sasha smiled. That makes you a future Duchess, does it not? I've never really given it that kind of thought, but yes, I suppose it does. I fought back a laugh. She really hadn't. Nor had we changed our living arrangements since I'd proposed, but that was fine by me. As far as I was concerned, she could live in the lodge for another 60 years if it made her happy. As long as we ignored the fact we tended to spend at least 5 nights a week together between the two houses. Well, that's amazing. Congratulations to you both. I'll keep an eye for my wedding invitation, naturally. Both Ellie and the audience laughed. Back to the book. This is obviously a hugely personal story for both you and your fiancé. How did you separate your own reality from that of Charlotte and Thomas? You'd be surprised how easy it was to do, especially during the editing process. Her spaniel, Lord Barkington III, Lord for short, was originally based on my cat, like I said, so that was the first step between really separating myself from her. A lot of personal details never made it into the book at all, and even before my relationship with Max changed, I was very aware of making sure that he specifically wasn't in the book, including his family. Even Eliot Hall, the seat of the dukedom, isn't based on Greygarth House at all, with the exception of the library. Sasha nodded slowly. Of course, I'm sure older members of the audience are familiar with the Windermere name and the tragic accident that resulted in the Duke losing his parents at a young age. None of that is in the book. I swallowed. It was easier now to talk about, to hear about. I'd worked through a great deal of pain over the past year or so, and I'd prepared for this to be mentioned. I also knew exactly what Ellie was going to say. Both of us had rehearsed this with her publicist 1,000 times, and while I was all right with her speaking about it, she refused to. Absolutely not. The loss of my fiancé's parents is painful for his family, and I won't offer that pain up for public consumption. I'm an entertainer, ultimately. I write books that I hope provide you with entertainment and enjoyment, and I will not use someone's very real pain for that purpose. I absolutely agree with you, as I'm sure everyone here does. But there is a little bit of realness in this, isn't there, with his family? The book club. Ellie fought back a laugh. Yes, the book club is based on very real people, one of which is the Dowager Duchess. She's going to kill me for calling her that on national television, by the way. She thinks it makes her sound old. She loves you, by the way, and she's going to kill me for saying that, too. Everyone laughed, including me. Sasha clapped her hands together. What's her name? Esme. Sorry, Esme. Ellie grinned at the cameras. I rubbed my hand down my face. Sasha looked at the cameras with a beaming smile. Esme, you sound like a hoot. I expect an invite to this book club next time I'm in Windermere, and that karaoke. Ellie shook her head.
I chuckled quietly as the interview continued on for a few more minutes, mostly focusing on the movie deal she'd signed just a few weeks ago.
Well, Ellie, thank you so much for coming on the show this morning, Sasha said. It's been a real pleasure to have you here talking about your book and your relationship. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me, Sasha.
Sasha held the book up once more.
The Trouble with the Duke is releasing tomorrow everywhere books are sold. It's available for pre-order now in both digital and paperback forms, and I will be sure to share any film news when I get it. Everyone in the audience has a free copy to take home with them today that Ellie has kindly signed for you, so please make sure you grab yours after the show ends. We're heading for a break now, so I will see you again in a second.
She finished with a beaming smile, and the hustle and bustle of the advert break took over. Ellie took a moment to say goodbye to Sasha before she was pulled back to the side of the set with me, and she collapsed into my arms as our publicist approached us.
"No," she mumbled. "Go away, Erica."
Erica laughed, touching my arm.
She's done, I know. Until tomorrow, Ellie muttered. 2 book signings.
One at 3 and another at 7, I replied. I have it down. I'll make sure she's alive and ready to go at the store 45 minutes before.
Erica patted my arm. You're a good egg, Max, thanks. Go get her some food before she collapses. You did great, Ellie. Only a few days left, okay? Then you're going home on Sunday afternoon, so no more 4 a.m. wake-up calls. That's how I know you don't have a cat, Ellie retorted. There most certainly will be.
She laughed and bid us both goodbye, and after returning to the dressing room to get Ellie's stuff, we were escorted to the lifts to make our way out of the studio by ourselves. Ellie was dead on her feet, and I took her bags from her so she didn't have to carry them.
Thank you.
She yawned and covered her mouth with her hand.
I'm tired.
Well, you're done for today, like Erica said. Want to go home and do nothing until tomorrow afternoon?
That's music to my ears.
She wrapped her hands around my arm and leant against me.
Don't you have an appointment this afternoon?
I nodded, unlocking the car. 4 o'clock.
Do you mind if I skip it?
She'd attended a few sessions with me over the past several months. It hadn't been couples counselling per se, but as I'd come to terms with my father's actions that night, it had sometimes been easier to only say things once. She'd mentioned being in the room for today's meeting, but I'd already assumed she wouldn't be there. I didn't mind. I was happy for her to be with me or not. Of course not. Shall I order food or cook? She frowned, opening the car door.
I think Kevin wanted us to all have dinner. Something about the wedding. His, not ours.
Right, of course. I shut her door and got in the other side, popping the key into the ignition. I'll call him when we get back. You can shower and take a nap and I'll sort it all out. She reached over the car and squeezed my arm.
Thank you.
I would call Kevin, tell him to bring food, then give him our share when he arrived or when we got to his place. I knew that. She knew that. Kevin would know that as soon as I called him.
Can you call your grandma and see how Winston is too?
She asked, resting her head against the window as I pulled out of the extortionately overpriced underground parking garage. Right after I called your brother, I confirmed, glancing over at her. You should sleep.
No, I'm fine. I'm not tired, she said, right as she yawned.
Oh yes, you're a real bundle of energy.
Oh, shut up.
Her eyes were closed by the time I reached the first set of traffic lights. I laughed silently to myself and set off on the drive back home. It felt weird referring to Ellie's old house as home, mostly because I'd never known anything other than Greygarth House as being such a thing. Although her house had become a home away from home for me, and I was happy to be in London with her while she promoted her book. Heck, I was even missing Winston. I'd become quite fond of the little bugger, although I really could do without the paw on my face at 4 a.m., because he could see the very bottom of his food bowl. After an hour of London traffic, I finally pulled into the small driveway and looked over at Ellie. She was still fast asleep, and I hated that I had to reach over and wake her up. Ellie, I said softly, gently shaking her knee. No. Yes, we're home. She pouted. I wasn't asleep, she said, right as she turned to me and looked at me with sleepy eyes. Come on. I got out and walked around to her side, where I opened her door and hauled her half-hearted arse out. She just about managed to sleepily rummage through her bag and pull out her keys before she looked up at me.
Really have to get another one cut for you,
she sighed, opening the door while I laughed. She'd been saying it for 6 months. She was never going to get around to it. I wasn't mad. I didn't care. If it came to it, I'd just ask Kevin to copy his key because his sister was the scatterbrained love of my life and kept muttering about that goddamn fucking Earl who just won't cooperate. The Earl of Van Horn existed entirely inside her brain, so I was sure she was right. He probably wasn't cooperating. Go to bed and take a nap, I told her, cupping her face with my hands. I will take care of everything else.
Oh, I have to wash my underwear.
Ellie, darling, I fought a laugh. I've washed your gym clothes. Your underwear are small fries compared to that. I can work the washing machine. She sighed.
Fine. Okay.
She waved an arm in the general vicinity of the kitchen.
My knickers are in there.
I stopped fighting my amusement and let a small chuckle out. Oh, come here. I pulled her into my arms and cradled the back of her head, savouring the feeling of her wrapping her arms around my waist and sinking into my touch. She sighed, fully leaning into me, and let out a small laugh of her own.
Max?
Yes?
When we're done here, do you think I can move into the big house? With you? Permanently?
I bit down on my lip to stop my smile breaking my facial muscles. Yes. I would love nothing more than to see you make Greygarth House your home. She smiled, and the dipping of her head as she shyly fought to hide it made my heart jump.
I love you, Max.
I love you too, I whispered into her hair, closing my eyes for a second. Now go and take your nap.
Are you coming with me?
She pulled back and pouted, an expression that slowly morphed into a teasing smirk that sent a shiver down my spine. I have people to call.
All right.
She extracted herself from my arms and turned around, making sure to flick her dress up high enough that it exposed her underwear. Fine. Maybe I had an hour or so to go with her.
This recording of Big Duke Energy was presented by Dreamscape Media LLC, narrated by Shakira Shute and Will Watt, produced by Eric Black. Text copyright 2023 by Emma Hart. Sound recording copyright 2023 by Dreamscape Media LLC. This recording may not be copied or played for an audience without the written permission of Dreamscape Media LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.